on, everybody? Welcome to WYSIWYG TV Live. All right, we'll crank that up a little bit. Right now, we're in the Hart building where we've just gone through security. I'm going to get escorted over to the Capitol, to Ron Johnson's office. I'm here with the drivers. Everybody's getting finished up. They have to. So I'm now hearing the meeting is at 10:30, not 11. I don't know if it's been moved up or if I just had a bad time for that. I'm going to try to live stream all the way over there. There may be a problem as we go through the tunnel over to the Capitol. I may lose it and we may have to restart the stream. We'll see what happens, but I just wanted to give you this kind of behind the scenes view of where we're at in the Hart building. Really beautiful building. As we get ready to go in and meet the People's Convoy meeting with the senators. So.
Yeah, the sky over there looks nice. It does. On the beltway. It is not 88, it is pound 77. They updated the number today. It is pound 77. That's coming from the convoy itself and from law enforcement. Not gonna test it, but
when are you gonna get that new antenna, brother? Mud duck.
Mud duck.
That's probably where you got it through the door there, driver's probably pinched. Hey, do we go 70 here? I lost track of everybody up there.
Hitting 70 east, guys. 70 east right now. That was a long line of vehicles, and they're still going on for quite a ways behind us. Look at that, Mary B. Thank you so much. Guys, your donations is what keeps us here, and we want to stay here as long as this is going on, and you guys donating is helping. That is huge that we can go to, we can get hotel rooms and eat and everything, so thank you. Next big event, I don't know what it'll be, but I'm hoping to be in one of those right there on the right. So we don't have to focus on hotels, and we can keep on keeping on. Don't have to unpack every day. We can have our studio in there, be live, do studio stuff while we're going.
Early is on time. On time is late. Therefore, you can miss it. But at least I learned why I always wait so long at the hospital. They would just say the same thing.
So today, WYSIWYG is going to be covering the meeting between the head of the truckers and the senators up on Capitol Hill in the swamp. We have the truckers starting their lap for the day. I believe we got Oreo, the Overpass Patriots guy, covering the loop with all the trucks and all the extra convoys that have joined as of last night, and there's more to come. You think that's just the end? There's more that are going to be in the convoys that are joining in. Apparently the other day they said 9 more were joining. I've only seen 3, but I know one had an issue, and I feel really bad for them, and I wish there was something I could do. I have put the information for the one convoy, the lady that their rig has died and keeps overheating. They need help. They are stuck. So if you could donate to them, that would be great. get them back rolling on the road. Okay, so I got. I'm gonna also put another stream or two on and enjoy the ride today.
Stay on, guys. Stay on.
So right now we're traveling on the Capitol Underground tram with everybody headed towards the Capitol now.
Again, this is so incredible that all these truckers and all these people in this convoy have given up their, many of them, this is day 14 for them, away from their family, their friends, the events they're supposed to go to. Person right here.
So right now we're riding on the Capitol train to the Capitol building.
Grandkids' freedoms. So these mandates come to a halt, guys. It is very heroic thing to do.
From it's kind of an exciting ride. There's another one that's interesting. Must be some of the train. It looked like an amusement park ride at Disneyland.
It goes to the Senate chambers.
Alright, so you guys can go out here. And then we're gonna go to the left.
You've been here before.
Yeah, many times.
Many times. Good.
What I will say, and how I feel I can chalk this up to another small win is, out of all the meetings I've ever had with congressmen and women and senators, with legislators, I've never been in the Capitol building. Really? And we have a meeting in the
We
Capitol
work for
building,
Earth.
so I've
We
never
have the opportunity
had that.
to impact
So
13 million
this
people
is
throughout the...
to me, that's a win. That we've made at least enough of an impact that, you know, we're being
The invitation's there.
invited into
After
the
being
Capitol
in town
building to
for
talk.
3 days.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even the three. It's not even the 3 days. It's that whole. It's February 23rd when we started. So Adelanto, California to today. You know, it's led to this. I just hope that you know, I hope they don't think that we're going to accept the dog and pony show. You know what I mean? That you're not wooing us by bringing us in here for a meeting. You know, that they take it seriously,
Right.
and not thinking, oh, we'll just wow them with being in the Capitol building.
But as well, having the opportunity to live stream it and everybody see the meeting as though they're here.
Well, I think it's important that the people are involved in it. I don't know how we're going to be able to get their questions asked or answered, but we're going to do our best to touch on everything that we've talked about over the last, you know, since February 23rd to today. We're going to try to cover those things, you know, and hopefully that gets their answers that they may have, or questions answered that they may have. But honestly, I mean, we made it this far, and I don't think at the beginning of this there was a whole lot of people that thought we were serious and that we were going to come this far. So yeah, it's a win knowing that we're coming this far. Brian Browsey.
Let's do that afterwards.
Okay, let's do that. I'll have room.
Hi, sir. Brian Browsey, co-organizer
Brian,
of People's Convoy.
nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for taking the time.
Appreciate it.
Have a chair.
Great to meet you, Chris Marston.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Jerry Stead, Coleman, co-organizer.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Alan Kelly, American truck driver.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
John and Brett, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Colin.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Let's have a chair. Is this the whole group?
Yeah.
I think Senator Cruz is on his way. So, here he is. Perfect timing.
How you doing?
Brian Coleman, nice to meet you.
His handshakes all over. Morning, Ted.
Morning.
Good morning, sir. Brian Browsey, co-organizer of People's Convoy.
Jerry Stead, thank you. Alan Kelly. Excellent. Welcome.
Just real quick, are you guys, who's press here? Were you guys, okay, yeah, we're not live streaming the meeting. We're doing the avail after.
That was part of the agreement, was the live stream for the meeting.
The meeting?
Yeah, the meeting. The
Oh, okay.
media otherwise was outside, but the actual live streaming for, we have drivers that are sitting in Hagerstown.
Okay, I thought you guys just
Convoy
wanted
that
it
wanna be
for.
a
That's
part
fine.
of it.
I have no problem.
Okay, that's good. I
Problem
thought you guys
live
wanted it
streaming.
after.
Thank
I
you.
assume everything.
As far as regular media, they shouldn't be in here. He's been following us. For
No, that's why I wanted to clarify, who
Mhm.
is your media and who is regular?
So we're doing it, Charlotte. And
Okay, so can you, sorry, we'll grab you guys for after. Okay.
Exactly.
So, I guess let's keep this pretty informal discussion. We'll have a little bit, Ted and I will probably do some statements when we get the main press group in here. But, I'm here to listen. Want to hear exactly, what, I've read your internet page, that type of thing, so I understand, the basic cause you're fighting for here, and it's freedom. I appreciate that, but I'm here to listen. Ted, you.
Yeah, look, I want to echo that I appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you guys and hear what you have to say. I think what you're doing is important. You are standing up and speaking out, not just for truckers across the country, but for Americans of all stripes, of all professions and livelihoods. The idea that the government would try to dictate the healthcare decisions you make in your life and your family, it's fundamentally wrong. And, I think what started in Canada with Canadian truckers was powerful, it was inspirational, and it actually spoke volumes when government leaders tried to stomp it down. They were so scared of ordinary citizens standing up and speaking out, and what y'all are doing is very much the same. It is important. Ron and I in the Senate have been leading the fight against these mandates. These mandates are wrong. It ought to be your decision whether or not you get vaccinated. If you decide to get vaccinated, great, that's your choice. If you decide not to, great, that's your choice. But it's not the job of some petty government tyrant to force that decision on you and to say you're going to lose your livelihood if you don't comply. And so I'll just echo what Ron said, which is I want to hear from you guys in terms of how it's impacting you and what led you all to be part of this convoy and where you hope we go from here.
So I'd suggest, you do it in the order you want to speak in, but introduce yourselves, kind of what your background is and really what your objectives. I could probably start with you, Brian.
I'll let Chris start.
I'll do an introduction and set the stage. Senators, thank you for your time. It's very important after the truckers made a trip across the country and what they saw that you're taking the time to meet with us. We want to thank you for your service to this country and for taking this meeting. This was an incredibly peaceful movement. It took off without incident and was a merger of several convoys into what is the People's Convoy. This convoy is called the People's Convoy because it's for the people. But what's important to understand to set the stage for this discussion is why we're here. And we are here because of the coordinated abuse of emergency powers. Emergency powers were never meant to be used in the way in which they were used. It was never contemplated that something that would be used for a few days for a hurricane or an earthquake would be weaponized against the American people. It has been weaponized in such a manner that people that were not designed to ever have that kind of power, like state, local officials, and the federal government, could trample the Constitution and make courts unable to enforce constitutional rights. And that's a big part of what we're here. Governors were using emergency powers, like Governor Newsom, to award no-bid contracts to his cronies and divert their tax revenues to friends. They did it to meddle in elections by changing the ballots and mail-in ballots and elections. They did it to force people to wear masks maybe a year or more after the science disproved its efficacy. They did that to affect people's ability to worship in this country while they kept liquor stores open, so you can get wasted, but you can't worship. This was the most massive transfer of wealth from the little guy to big multinational corporations by shutting down small businesses, the heart of American enterprise, in favor of the Amazons of the world and the Best Buys and the Walmarts. Just a travesty. But what's even worse is the deaths from the vaccines and the deaths of people's livelihood, because that's death too. The heart of America is the working man and woman, and this is what the People's Movement is about. It represents the heart of America. And they lost their jobs because they weren't they didn't want to get vaccinated, or they had pre-existing medical conditions, or guess what? Their doctor just plain old recommended that they shouldn't. And because of that, they shouldn't. They had, like you said, government officials forcing medical decisions above and beyond a doctor's recommendation, which is awful.
Right.
We've turned our back on the Nuremberg Code as if it didn't matter. I was raised Jewish and my mom's Jewish. We don't forget what the Nuremberg Code is about. We need to consider making that law. And the courts were handcuffed. Ultimately, they were handcuffed because you go to court to enforce your constitutional rights. And the court said their hands are tied because there's emergency powers. Would you believe that the courts can't enforce the Americans' constitutional rights for 2 years? It's unfathomable. So I suppose that leads us to what we want and why we're here. I'm just setting the stage for the discussion so it's easier.
Right.
This isn't just about ending the mandates. The amending the mandates is the beginning. Obviously, the COVID was magically declared over, like a magic unicorn. And suddenly they're rolling everything.
Miraculously
gone.
Right when the polls turn south.
Right, just in time, right?
It's amazing how sensitive, quote, the science is to political polling.
Yeah, the
By the
political
way,
science.
you see the chart behind me of the number of cases. Had all the mandates worked,
Right.
you know, it would have ended here, right? It would have just.
Right.
But they obviously didn't work. I mean, I think you have to. I hope the powers to be, as they call them, the COVID cartel, will finally admit that the response to COVID, after 960,000 deaths, the human toll, the economic devastation, what we've done to our children, what we've done to workers, and again, the little guy.
Yeah.
I hope they will, at some point in time, admit that their response was a miserable failure. Okay.
We hope so. Look, I got to get to the truckers here in a second. I just wanted to set the stage for us. It's so important. But look, we're here for accountability, right? When the dust settles, we got to go back and do an after-action review and figure out how on earth we got here. How did the emergency powers get abused, and how do we stop that from ever happening again? Americans feel like they've been living in a third world country. The immigrants who built this country themselves feel like they moved clear across the world to escape dictators and tyrants, and ended up feeling like it's right here on our doorstep. And they saw Trudeau use emergency powers himself, weaponized against his people, to take peaceful protesters and call them domestic terrorists and freeze their bank accounts.
Right.
It shouldn't be lost on all of us that Americans are concerned that that can happen here.
Sure.
We were hoping that we can get support for a Senate floor announcement of what you heard today and the stories from the truckers and how it reaches you, because it's important for the American people to hear it. We're hoping that you might consider a sense of the Senate resolution with a roll call vote, so that we can see where all participants in our elected government officials sit on the issues of civil liberties and freedom. We want to consider how these emergency power laws can be amended at all levels to avoid the extended use that disrupts the power structure of our constitutional republic. And finally, we'd like to consider whether there ought to be expedited constitutional processes here on the Subcommittee for Constitution and the Judiciary Committee, whether or not there could be an expedited constitutional process, because there seem to be cases that are stuck for years. And Americans are losing faith that there's a process for the defense of the Constitution. So I'm here as the chairman of the American Foundation for Civil Liberties and Freedom. We are joined with the Unity Project and Drs. Cole, Alexander, and many, and the Defeat the Mandates movement. We're here to support, we were supporting the doctors for years that first risked their livelihoods to come out and speak up. And many of them lost their livelihoods. They were there. But now we're here with the heart of America, the People's Convoy. They represent the men and women of this country here, and you would not believe the stories and sights that they've experienced. I can't wait for you to hear it. And Brian Brosnan here is the leader of the People's Convoy. He's no stranger to these halls. He's been lobbying for truckers, the truckers in the trucking industry for years and stepping up. So just wanted to make it clear that he's been here before and he's standing up for us now. I'd like them to share their stories with you. And we're so honored to be here. Thank you very much.
Look forward to hearing it.
I'm not gonna go into my personal story necessarily. I'll just tell you a little bit about the People's Convoy.
Where are you from?
Originally from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, and now reside in Northwest Ohio.
Okay, great.
I'm not the leader, as many try to put me there, but I'm a co-organizer. This is really the People's Convoy. There's at least 100 people that I work closely with in organizing and putting this together through multiple organizations like his. Volunteers on the ground right now working really hard to keep our drivers safe, to keeping the grounds cleaned up, even as little as cigarette butts picked up, and all the organizers that have worked for weeks on end to try to put something together, as inspired by our Canadian brothers and sisters up north that stood up. As we rolled across the country from Adelanto, California to here to Hagerstown, where we're currently residing, which, by the way, you should know that we currently have a convoy loop in the beltway right now. Just put that out there.
What is the size of the convoy?
Last night. Cars, trucks, and RVs, we're right around 1,000 strong right now, and more coming.
More came in last night. We're actually, so in Oklahoma, the only law enforcement agency that really put out a count for us. Wow, this guy.
Oh, good, he's calm.
Third baseman.
Oklahoma State Police put out that we were
7,000
vehicles and stretched 30 miles long coming across their interstate. When we convoy, we grow and we shrink, and we grow and we shrink, because all across the country, people want to participate in it, but they may not
So I
be
take
able
it that
to
means there are a
go.
bunch of vehicles that are not trucks then?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the other thing I wanted to specify, is that this isn't just a truck convoy. This is truly the People's Convoy. We have folks here that are in RVs, motorhomes, motorcycles, rode all the way from California to here on motorcycles to join us. We got folks in cars. They're sleeping in their car every night. They're sleeping in tents outside of their car, outside of the motorhome. I seen a guy last night sleeping on his motorcycle with a tarp up over him because of the rain. Truly the People's Convoy. It's not a truckers' convoy. And even though the truckers might have been the one to lead the charge or step up initially, we're not even doing it for ourselves. We're doing it for our families. We're doing it for our communities, and we're doing it for the people of the United States. And truthfully, we're doing it for people around the world. Not only is this a violation of our constitutional rights, but this is a violation of your God-given rights. You should never be mandated to put such a thing in your body. And I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not the one to tell you whether it's good or not. That's what we're there for. But I do know, as a person that served in the Army, and as a person that cares deeply about my country, and that cares about my community and my family and my fellow drivers and my fellow Americans, that this is wrong, and I can see that without having to worry about the science. The People's Convoy has come together and created a community. We are a massive community, and I would encourage any senator, congressman or woman, any governor,
It's kind of important.
mayor, city council members, school board members, to to come out and truly see what this community is. As we came across the country, we've had millions of people. I thought thousands. But when you include all the different convoys that have converged into one, it equals to be millions of people across the country that lined the highways and stood on overpasses and freeways. We've had attorney generals across the country wanting to meet us on these bridge rallies that they had. We didn't plan that. That wasn't part of our planning. That's the communities doing it themselves, knowing that we're coming through and showing that support. I don't think I've ever in my lifetime, and according to my mother, even in her lifetime, has she ever seen such a movement like this coming across the country. This isn't a right issue or a left issue. This is an American issue. It's time that we put the divide to the side. Everybody can go back to hating each other if that's what they want to do when we get on the other side of this. But it's time that we take a step back and think. Use our brains, use our hearts. Don't worry about your politics or your lobbyists or your special interest groups. Just care about the people. Something I've said in moving across this country is that it's time to remind the United States government, and truly governments around the world, that they work for us.
Amen.
That's all I'm going to leave it at, because it's not my story to tell. It's the people of the convoy story to tell.
I will say, in Wisconsin, I'm sensing that political realignment. People showing up, fighting for freedom. Democrat, Republican, doesn't make any difference. They're concerned about what's happened to their children, what's happened to their lives, what's happened to their freedom. And I agree with you. I think this is a unique moment. That maybe we can accomplish that goal that President Biden stated was his #1 goal, to unify and heal this nation. He's done the exact opposite. Maybe this movement can work toward that goal, which is a worthy goal.
I would like to ask a question.
Sure.
The Senate passed, I know he's got the list of who voted what, but they passed to end the state of emergency by 1 vote. There were several that didn't bother to vote. To me, that's just as bad as voting no on this, regardless of party. It's just as bad as voting no. It goes, maybe, goes to the House. The president already came out and said he would veto it if it went to his desk. Is there some way of appealing to House members to, 1, let it hit the floor, 2, to put political differences to the side for this, to be bipartisan? He touched on all the legal stuff that I'm just not your guy for. I'm not. I'm just a voice in America, a blue-collar worker as you get.
Look, the challenge is, this is where you guys, your voice is so important. Because you've got to get some people willing to cross party lines and do the right thing. As you noted, we had to vote to end the state of emergency. That was the right thing to do. The week before, we had 2 different votes. We had our vote on an amendment that Mike Lee and I introduced to end all of the Biden vaccine mandates. So to end the mandate for active duty military, to end the mandate for federal employees, to end the mandate for federal contractors, and to end the mandate, the OSHA mandate that the Supreme Court struck down for private employers. And we voted on that. And then we had a separate vote on an amendment I introduced to cut off all federal funds to any governmental entity that mandated vaccines for kids. The only thing I can think of worse than the government trying to force you to make healthcare decisions is the government trying to force your kids to make healthcare decisions without the parents making the decision. I think that's fundamentally wrong. If you got a 5-year-old, it's no politician's business whether or not they choose to get this COVID vaccine. On both of those amendments, number 1, every single Democrat in the Senate voted no. All of them. Number 2, as you noted, we would have won, except Republicans weren't there. 4 Republicans were missing, and I have no idea why.
It's just as bad as voting no.
I was glad I didn't have a camera in my face at that moment, because I would have said some things that my mother wouldn't have approved of. But I thought it was ridiculous that we didn't show up and stand up and do the right thing. In terms of the House, look, to move anything to the floor of the House takes Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker. What you've got to have is you've got to have some Democrats in the House willing to break ranks. If it's a straight party line vote, then Pelosi and the Democrats will just refuse to vote on it. So there've got to be some Democrats in the House, and there are a bunch of Democrats in districts across the country, particularly districts that Trump carries, who are scared out of their minds and know they're getting ready to lose the House, who, if they had any sense, would say we ought to vote on this. Now, whether they do or not, whether they have the courage to stand up to Pelosi, that's really where y'all come in, because it's the only thing that's going to infuse courage is if they realize they're losing their jobs if they don't discover some courage. Because they're not going to get it magically just waking up one morning. It's going to take, they've got to be more scared of the voters than they are of Nancy Pelosi. Right now, they're listening to party bosses. Until that changes, the House is not going to vote on this.
Let me answer it this way. What crisis that America's faced did we not come together as a people? Whether it's a national crisis like 9/11, whether it's a hurricane in Florida where truckers haul down construction material and Americans show up to help rebuild, or tornadoes in the Midwest, or fires in the West. I mean, we always come together in the midst of tragedy, don't we? But not during the pandemic.
No.
The pandemic was politicized almost from the start. Yep. We ignored, we sabotaged early treatment. Hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives and didn't have to lose their lives because we just sabotaged early treatment because I guess the President of the United States at the time advocated for it. So there's something else going on here. And as Ted just described, COVID has become completely partisan in the political realm. But again, what gives me hope is what you're doing, what I'm sensing in Wisconsin, quite honestly, what I'm sensing with our January 24th event, COVID-19, a second opinion that both Pierre and Paul attended. There needs to be an awakening. There has to be an awakening. But unfortunately, right now it's politicized, but it's movements like yours. It's ordinary Americans that need to have their eyes open and understand there's something going on here.
The awakening's happening right now.
Yeah,
The awakening is circling the beltway as we're talking to you right now. That convoy is rolling 2 wide and is probably 10 miles long today.
Just heads up,
The
they're not
awakening's
in
here.
CAM yet, but they're coming towards the CAM.
What I wanted to say, Senator Cruz and Senator Johnson, thank you very much for allowing us and the leadership of Brian. Here's the key issue, because you talked, Senator Johnson, about Americans unifying. At the beginning of this, we know right now that Omicron is at the lowest risk variant. It presents an off-ramp for the government, an exit strategy. We know that the vaccine does not stop transmission. But here's the key. At the beginning of this, for 2 years now, it was the trucker who faced the initial Wuhan strain, the most virulent strain. When the government told everyone to lock down and to remote work, it was the trucker who kept the supply chains going and kept the country on its feet. It was the trucker who faced this virus for 2 years. Now with the lowest strain of variant, you are telling the trucker, with the exit strategy we have, that you can apply your trade. It absolutely makes no sense. It's upside down.
And the grocery clerk, and the nurses, and the doctors,
the firefighters.
Yes.
No, I mean, it was. We spent a year with politicians giving all these rhetoric about heroes, and they turn around and say, "All right, let's fire the heroes." Like, make up your damn mind.
Right. They're the heroes.
And Ted, just so you know, so Paul Alexander's put together really the compendium of over 140 studies talking about that shows natural immunity works. Yeah, he was up in Canada with the truckers. You're being threatened with arrest.
Yes.
Dr. Corey testified a number of times before my committees on early treatment. Corticosteroids, you led the way, a different path to treatment as opposed to ventilators, which aren't particularly successful. So I mean, these are also heroes of the pandemic.
I'm honored to sort of be part of the People's Convoy and support them because we need a voice. We're being ignored, right? And when you look at those emergency powers and the mandates, there's a lot of secondary ones that ripple through society. Like, I feel like this extended emergency emergency. When you look at the
Lindsey
impacts on
Graham
society,
and
there's
Richard
all these
Burr
secondary-
opted not to show up
it seems
for
like
the
society's
vote.
gone mad.
I'll post
If
that
you
on
look
the
at my
side.
specialty, I'm a
The
physician.
absent
I mean,
Republican
we're
senators
restricted
gave
from
Democrats
practicing
who were
medicine the
missing
way we
3
always
votes
have.
themselves
Making
for
decisions
narrow
based on our
majority.
experience, our expertise, our reading of the literature. We're told what medicines to use. We're told what medicines not to use. And there's actually corruption around that.
Sure.
I mean, we're using ineffective medicines and not able to use the good ones. And then to talk about things, right? Like open and honest scientific debate. We have all these social media channels and the press. I mean, you can't discuss certain medicines. So like, I mean, it's not just those mandates. I mean, we're really sick as a society here. And like, when you see the people standing up, and I wish you guys had come to Hagerstown, I mean, you got to see the people showing up. I mean, the way they talk, I mean,
You really need to come down there.
Yeah.
it's incredibly moving. I mean, people are really hurt, but they are coming together. There is that unity, you know, and they're coming from all sides of the aisle. I mean, it's not about politics down there. It's about like really core things. It's about freedoms and about going back to normal life. I mean, he just extended the emergency powers. Now, where's the emergency?
Yeah.
I mean, this is absurd.
Let's hope it's over.
And you know, when I see, it's not just as part of the convoy, there's a couple of doctors. I mean, we've written a declaration against these mandates and against a lot of, the lack of recognition of national immunity was always absurd. I mean, it violates some of the central tenets of medicine, right? And we have over 20,000 physicians and scientists from around the world who've signed on to those declarations, calling out the illegitimacy and lack of logic about a lot of these mandates. And so, and I like what Brian said, he doesn't need the science to show the injustice of the mandates. But there's a lot of science to show that these mandates have absolutely no place, and they're hurting people.
You're familiar with the Great Barrington Declaration, right? Sure. That was October 2020. Right, laying out right there, there's a different path in terms of responding to this. And what did Fauci and Collins do? They'd have emails between themselves. We need to destroy these people reputationally. Somebody from Oxford, from Harvard, from Stanford. We need to destroy these people that are opposed to our solution, the only solution, okay, the only narrative. Let's hear from the other folks here. Tell us your story.
Jerry Stens. I came here from Poland in 1995, and I really good remember how Poland was in 80s. It's the place where solidarity started, and the whole movement in Europe. We did it peacefully. I came in Christmas Eve of 1995, and Christmas Day, it was my first day at home. And now I'm
Where did you come to? Where do you live now?
Now I live in Florida, but I came to Chicago. So now I drive truck for 27 years, and now I feel it's like deja vu. I escaped from the country to get the freedom, and now I'm in the country where we need to get that freedom back. Basically, this is my story.
No, we hear that time and time again. People who escape communism, all of a sudden they're kind of recognizing, and they're very concerned about what's happened in this country. Thank you for coming.
Thank you,
sir.
And my dad came from Cuba and was in prison and tortured in Cuba, so I understand very directly that freedom is precious and it can be taken away, and very quickly the next generation can discover they don't have what their parents and grandparents had. And I think we're at exactly an inflection point like that.
My name is Alan Kelly. I'm a 28-year fetching truck driver. Me and my wife run team.
No offense, but if you were 28, you can party if you're 28 because you lived a heck of a life.
I felt like I was 28 coming back with the People's Convoy. I'll tell you that. It was just so energizing. But anyway, I have a 1-year-old grandson and I have an 8-year-old grandson, and I'm here so that they have maybe more freedoms and a better life than I had, because I have had a great life and I've had lots of freedoms and I've had lots of experiences, and I want them to have the same thing. I have kids. My kids are old enough to have kids.
Right.
Some of their friends are school teachers and stuff like that. They've lost their jobs. We come from a small town in Pennsylvania, southwestern Pennsylvania, not far from here. It's just, I'm here for the mother that we were talking to on the way from Adelanto to Hagerstown. that hasn't talked to her daughter in 6 months because she's not vaccinated and her kids won't talk to her. She was in tears. We've had a movement like no other, like no presidential candidate, like no senator, like no congressman, like no governor coming across this country. We've had millions and millions of people. There hasn't been a handful of bridges. I haven't seen somebody. They're coming out of the woods on their four-wheelers. And when you're driving under these overpasses and you look up at the people's faces, and millions, yeah, it was tens of
No
thousands,
problem,
and it turned
Amy.
to hundreds of thousands.
I
It went
tried
into
to
the
copy
millions.
it and post it
And I've never
in
seen
chat,
a
but I wasn't
presidential
able
candidate or
to, so
at
I
any
just
level
put it on the side for you.
have what we just had. And I think that speaks volumes.
They're crying.
Yep.
You can see
We've
them
opened,
crying.
we've already won because we've opened their hearts. And once their hearts are open, they can't be closed. And it's just, I'm really upset that none of our congressmen
No, I'm
and
not quite
senators
sure
and
what's
stuff
going
like
on
that
with
have come
Wiley
out to give us the
Living.
time of day
They
up
are,
to this
I
point.
believe,
We
at the
appreciate
Bowling
you guys
Green
so much for
exit.
that.
I'm not
And I
sure
do-
if they're going to be
I
able
have
to
the
head
list.
out today.
I know the 47 people that voted to keep the Emergency Powers Act. I know the
think
ones that
their
didn't vote,
convoy
and I know the
leader
ones that did
has
vote.
some issues.
And we're going
or
to
is
hold, keep
upset
them,
or
we're going to hold them
something. I
accountable
don't know
because
because
honestly,
of the Dominion
they're not down here.
people
They're at their
leaving,
homes, having their
and
cocktail
I don't know what
parties,
was going on with
and
that. She
not
wasn't
listening to the people. We're working for the
letting
people that are
anyone
paying.
know anything.
But they gave them that lavish lifestyle
But
that they
their
had.
car
And we're going to hold
is,
people
or
accountable
their
that don't
rig
listen to
is
us. That
broken
includes
down.
everybody that did
and
vote for it. If they don't continue to fight for us,
yeah,
we're paying attention.
it was really
We
bad.
know
They
who's
got
who.
ran off the
We need to
road by
take
some
back our
jerk
school
on
boards,
CB radio.
our town
That
selectmen,
was,
city mayors.
yeah,
Them,
not
it all
cool.
starts there
Yep.
because it's all been infiltrated. It's all corrupt. We have real science. We have conflicting information from doctors right here versus the CDC. Okay, there's medicines that can help people. People has lost their families. They've died. They weren't even allowed in to see them for their last minutes of life. Imagine if I couldn't imagine not seeing my wife or my mom or dad in their last minutes. I mean, I just couldn't imagine it. It's unconscionable what they've done to the American people, and we need to start. And the people are going to start. Me especially. It's not a right issue. It's not a left issue, like Brian said. It's a we the people issue, and there's rhinos on both sides, and we're going to hold them accountable. So the ones that fight for us for the right thing and work for the people, they're going to stay. The ones that don't, we're going to try to get them to go.
Yep.
And this is a lot, and I do want to say, if this is messed up again, you're fired. And I promise you it's going to happen. I mean, the American people, or we're going to hold the people that work for us accountable.
This convoy has developed a very powerful voice across America through social media, even if the mainstream media doesn't want to cover us. Everyone knows this is happening. Everybody knows that it's moving across. And everybody is opening up their eyes, and they are not afraid to talk anymore. And they're not afraid
There's
to stand
people that are
up.
scared to come down here and talk because of what the government has done.
Oh, yeah.
They have made people feel afraid.
Yep.
I'm very nervous. That's why I started out with,
20 years old.
yeah.
28.
But they shouldn't be. This is America. We should not. Do we have a right to peacefully and law-abidingly assemble and
Of course.
That's why it's in the
do we have that right?
And
Yeah.
you guys have, absolutely, and you guys have discovered firsthand.
Is it illegal to have that? Is it illegal to peacefully assemble
Of
and
course not.
following the laws?
Of course not.
Okay.
But y'all have seen firsthand how the corporate media is fundamentally corrupt.
Right. Big tech,
No,
big
no.
pharma.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all a problem.
You're exactly right, and we've seen, particularly concerning COVID and mandates, we've seen a particularly nasty combination of government authoritarians. We saw this in Canada with Canadian politicians reaching out to their buddies in big tech and getting GoFundMe to go steal $10 million from the Canadian truckers. And we saw it here in the United States with Jen Psaki from the White House press briefing room demanding of Spotify they pull Joe Rogan down because he dared ask some questions on this.
Right.
And that nexus of power of government authoritarians, big tech, and then the corporate media lying about it.
It's the
When they
definition
can
of
silence the
fascism.
sitting president of the United
Yeah.
States, it's a real
That's
problem.
exactly
isn't
right.
it?
But what is more powerful is the American people rising up and speaking out. So what y'all are doing is incredibly important.
Thank you for your time.
By the way, I'm seeing the same thing in Wisconsin, people coming up to me with tears in their eyes. Those that are awakened, and again, you've got to bust out from the media. Because here's what we're up against. Talk about COVID, but you can apply this to just about any other issue. The body count now is over 960,000, over 6 million globally. The human toll, the economic devastation, again, what we've done to our children. Do you think they'll ever admit they were wrong? Well, first of all, they at this point, they can't afford to admit they're wrong, but here's the key point. It's the administration, the healthcare agencies, it's Big Pharma. Have you seen all the ads for Big Pharma on then the corporate media, the legacy media, the mainstream media, what do you want to call them, then the big tech social media giants? They have the power to make it very difficult, not impossible, to prove them wrong. So the only way we overcome this vast cartel of power is with what you're doing.
Joe Biden said it was unexcusable whenever, under Trump's administration, when there's 250,000 people that passed from the virus. There has been far more than that under his watch. So where's his accountability?
Look at how he scapegoated the unvaxxed. I mean, they saw the vaccines weren't working as well as we all hoped and prayed they would. They're not as safe. So right around that June, July time period, they knew this wasn't over. They had to blame somebody, so they decided to divide America even further. That's just been their strategy. They won't accept the consequences. They won't accept responsibility. They had to blame someone, so they scapegoated the unvaxxed.
Senator Johnson, earlier you mentioned something, and I want to quickly mention before we wrap up, because I know time is precious. You'd mentioned that, well, obviously everybody knows they politicized this thing from the start, right? But the one thing that was certain is it was either politics or power. Now, here at Capitol Hill, you'd assume the first thing is politics. And that would have been fine, because that's nothing you don't expect up here. But when it's power, that's a problem. But what you said is something else is at play here, but you didn't name it. And between the two, it was as certain as a mathematical proof that it wasn't politics and it was power. Because if it were just politics, the moment you divide the American public by vaxxed and unvaxxed and identify your enemy as unvaxxed, well, you'd have just let them all not be vaxxed and then die of COVID, wouldn't you?
Well, don't forget
And
money.
there's only half as many people.
Because there's a whole lot of money being made also.
Right.
I want you guys to hear from two more people.
Yeah, the last part you got.
I'm going to stand up for this part if I can.
Yep.
Bring it.
Through the convoy, there's been people that have walked up to us and told us a story, whispered in our ears, told us all kinds of things that have gone on with their life and how things were affected. One man gave me an American flag that he carried in his rucksack all through his Afghanistan deployment. He believed that it kept him alive and safe. And he told me to put this in my pocket and bring it to DC. Now I completed that mission. I brought it here for him. This young man here, 18 years old, only planned on being with us for one city, from Adelanto to our next stop. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He has stuck with us this entire time. He flies out tonight. It's emotional when we see guys like him leave us, but we know that they're still supporting us. I did my mission. I want publicly, for the man that gave me this, to give it to this man, to carry with you for the rest of your life, for being a part of this people's convoy, and to remember why you stood up.
Tell us your story. Why did you join the convoy? Why did you stick with it?
I got a picture to show y'all real quick.
Yeah.
This here is me in middle school against them, March for Our Lives against the NRA. This wasn't me thinking freely. This was the school system. I'm from California. And you guys ever ride horses or anything? It's like, I feel like a horse being stuck in a stall, being let out into the pasture, traveling the country. Let me break that down for y'all. I've been in a horse stall in California, and my pen didn't get open to go out to pasture until I left the borderline into Arizona. It's sickening, and I want to cry. I haven't cried since my daddy's funeral about 6 years ago. Excuse me. Sorry.
You got it, buddy. We got you.
We got it.
My daddy served for these colors. This Constitution, I'm not supposed to throw it like that now, because I can't go to Los Angeles and do street photography without being kicked out because I'm not vaccinated. I didn't have prom. I graduated early. I didn't, homecoming games. I don't know what that feels like. My mom, she went to school boards and fought for us. I guess this is why I'm here. Yeah, I think this is why I'm able to stand up to corrupt politicians that's taken away our, excuse my French, our freedoms. I grew up watching this place on TV, and I never thought I would be sitting here fighting for my own freedom. I have a beautiful niece. She turns Tuesday this year. And I just want to make sure when I have my dream ranch, she could come to me and I have the rights, the freedoms to protect her without having the government be involved and feeling like I shouldn't be able to defend myself. I can't get a gun until I'm 21 and I live alone in California. Gavin Newsom ain't doing nothing but to protect them corrupt criminals. Look at the $0 bill. And I'm supposed to live in that where somebody could just break into my house and I can defend myself? That's not living. I have dreams about me protecting myself and I'm going to jail. Imagine going to prison for protecting yourself. I'm 18 years old. I literally had that dream. Another thing that's really big on me is how diverse this country is becoming. I've been counseled out by my own skin color shades. I've been counseled out by people who don't even know me. They just see how to wear a dress and call me Uncle Tom, Coon. They see it all over TV. And it's publicized stuff. It's like candy. I'm not candy. The media's got this all flipped. And being firsthand as an American patriot, somebody who has scars on himself from working in tractors, falling off horses, making sure somebody has a buffalo or some American Angus to eat on their table, go in college, I'm just normal. I'm an American, but they see this and they think it's all full of white supremacists, racist, and I feel like because of my color, because of where I'm from, California, I'm breaking all these stereotypes. So there's no excuse. People need to hear the stories of the American people. It's not racist. I've been treated nothing but love. I've grown. My life has forever changed because of the convoy. I would go back home feeling like a horse and locked up in this horse pen again until I could be able to get my career going. I can't even get that going without having to be forced to be vaccinated to go to school.
Well, let me say thank you for your courage speaking out, and your voice is powerful. And you're right that even in blue states like California, there are millions and millions of people that are frustrated, that want to be free. And in some states, particularly blue states, a lot of them are intimidated to be silent. But your voice, you're speaking for a lot of other people. You're speaking for a lot of other Californians. You're speaking for a lot of other African Americans. You're speaking for a lot of Americans. And that is powerful. I'll also say, by the way, I want to extend you an invitation. Come to Texas. We'll protect your rights. You can keep bare arms in Texas, and you're already dressed for it. You said people don't like how you dress as a Texan. I'm like, I don't even understand what the hell they're saying. I think you look great. But so it's an open invitation. The great state of Texas beckons you.
Thank you, sir.
Another gentleman that has rode with us from the very beginning. He's got a remarkable story himself, and he's been right by our side from day one in this. He's seen the emotional roller coaster that this journey has been.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Senators, for hearing us today. My name is Ron Coleman. I'm from Reno, Nevada. I own a small trucking company, or at least I will until next week, maybe. Who knows how far that goes.
Yeah.
But my daughter said to me before I left, Dad, you can't afford to do this with everything that's come over the last 2 years. And I looked at her and I said, I can't afford not to do this. Yeah. This has been an emotional roller coaster that you cannot imagine
you can't even put words to. And in reality, it comes down to some things very much like this. This note wrapped around a cookie from a family. If I may, I'll read this. Dear trucker, I admire your courage and your determination in doing this. I will support you in prayer for a victory over the sad oppression that is going on. Thank you for fighting for all of us. A mother of 3, God bless you. I have a box full of these letters. I have 4-year-old girls coming up, hugging me, and handing me crayon notes. We love you. Thank you for fighting for our future freedoms. In a crayon note. I tell them, I am just like the Pony Express of the days gone by. And I will collect your tears, I will collect your messages, I will collect your heart, and I will take it with me to Washington, D.C., and I will deliver it. And that mission is partially complete for me personally. But I also tell them, the truckers are the tip of the spear.
Let's go to school.
And the body of the spear is the people. We are nothing without the people. So this isn't about the truckers. We are awake people all over this world. We are awake, as Alan said, millions of people seeing their tears, hugs, to where I'm having to hold them from collapsing in sob. This is a movement that the people have brought forth that says our God-given rights have been trampled on from our Constitution. And he's right. Our Constitution and 56 very fine gentlemen sat in a room in Philadelphia and they pounded this out. They knew this day would come. This is why we have these writings. This is why we believe in these writings. And moving forward, we want to make sure that every single American, and you're right, Senator Cruz, these people are coming and they're waking up.
Yep, absolutely.
And when they awaken, they will not go back to sleep. And we're bringing them forward. And we were bringing them with us. And I say to them, call every single official that you can, every politician that you can, and let's start burning up these phone lines and letting them know, let Nancy Pelosi know that the power is in the people and we are coming.
Amen.
First of all, God bless her for doing that. I can see you were compelled, and all of your stories here are compelling. What's going through my mind, I wish the press would have been here to see the entire thing. I think we should bring them in right now. I think we should, Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, hey, I drive a 1-ton truck, and apparently you cannot park it in downtown DC.
She's from your district.
I'm from West Texas, sir.
Awesome. Where?
Out in Midland. I own a hotshot trucking company in the oil fields.
Fantastic.
So I came up here with, I'm keeping my guys working down there, and came up here and brought about 20 people from Texas from me.
Wonderful.
We tried to organize the state as best we could within 12 days. If you've never done grassroots, it's a wild ride.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd be here, to be honest. So I pretty much said, I can do oil field 24/7, or I could do this. It's real hard to do both.
I understand.
So this is just, everybody's here for the same reason, for our freedoms, for our children's freedoms, for the generations to come, their freedoms too. And Texas is a wonderful state. I think it's harder for Texas because we stood up for our freedoms a lot sooner than a lot of other states. And I think it's just overpass of people. I think there's 15, a dozen overpasses that did not have people on it, from Texas all the way to here. That we're the majority. We may be we're not silent anymore.
Yep.
We are not silent anymore. And people, you make eye contact with them, they're just like, thank you. Thank you for standing up for us. Thank you for being here for us. Thank you for watching over our children. They just say thank you. They're so grateful. And that's what we're all here for. We're here to do that, to stand for everybody's freedoms. Whatever side of the table you stand on, it's for your freedom too, whether we agree or disagree. It's okay. That's what makes this country beautiful. And that's what we stand for under that Constitution with each other.
This convoy has really shown the heart and soul of the United States and what we truly are about. And I really implore your colleagues to come down, you and your colleagues to all come down on both sides of the aisle and meet with these drivers. There's so many stories like it, to meet with these people down there. Remember, it's not just truckers, it's people from all over America that are down there. They come from every jurisdiction. I know of 30, 40, 50 of your own constituents that are in trucks. They flew in from Hawaii.
Rented RVs.
It's hard to drive a truck from Hawaii.
Yeah, I tried.
I know you want to bring the press in to, because it's times here, I want to just, to wrap it up, this really is a spiritual war, and we've awakened a lot of people across the country. We have a pandemic of unchecked power. That's what it is.
Yep.
And as soon as you put man's power above God's power, you know who wins. But we've got a pendulum that's swinging from woke to the Great Awakening, and there's nobody who's seen that more firsthand than the truckers who drove across the country to see this. And we don't have our freedoms. We're here because Americans will not have freedoms as long as emergency powers exist and continue to be abused. It's why we're here. We need our freedom back. We need accountability. We need investigations. We appreciate any help you can offer.
Absolutely.
I sprang from the Tea Party movement, 2010, and I still don't belong here, quite honestly. But my rallying cry...
That means you do belong here.
My rallying cry back then was, this is a fight for freedom.
Sure.
It's not someone else's fight. This is our fight. It's a fight we have to win.
Yeah.
These are the embodiment of really what happened there. And all I can say is what I sensed in 2010, the reason I stepped up the plate, that movement back then, this is way more powerful. It just is. And I think it's far less partisan.
Yeah.
Which is the good sign. So again, God bless all of you. I think your stories are unbelievably powerful. I didn't know really what to expect. I didn't expect the tears. I'm not surprised by them because I see them in Wisconsin all the time. But this is moving. I think we need to get the press in here. We got to figure out how we can. I mean, this needs to be obviously the video taken here. This needs to be documented. This needs to get out on the internet. This needs to be shared.
Yes.
I'd share with the news media. So.
Okay, we're gonna bring them in, and then they'll just probably shot questions at everyone. So if you all don't want to answer, we have to.
Been live the whole time.
Good.
Yeah,
Just getting bigger.
We brought in another couple hundred last night.
Good.
Just more convoys.
Sorry,
Let's just start.
You can have them with that way.
She might get reference it.
Okay.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, let's just want to wait for everybody to get in here. Everybody ready? Well, first of all, I want to thank the representatives of the People's. I want to thank the representatives of the People's Convoy for just doing what they're doing. I don't think either Ted and I understood what or knew what we expected out of this meeting. I know we made a mistake not having the press come in here from the minute, the first moment of this, of these testimonies. They're powerful. These are people that are fighting for freedom. It's just that simple. We've already seen tears here. I didn't expect that. It doesn't surprise me at all. But these are powerful stories, so I want you to listen to their stories. I want you to hear why they have done this, why they have risked, in many cases, their career in this universal fight for freedom. That's what this is all about. It's very simple. It's very simple. So thank you. God bless all of you for what you're doing, trying to awaken America. Ted?
Well, and let me say, the men and women gathered around this table, this is America. This is who we are as a You have men and women of every race and creed who are standing up for freedom, standing up for a very basic and simple principle, that it ought to be your decision how to live your life. It ought to be your decision how to treat your body and what to do with your own health. And in crisis, character reveals itself. And in the age of COVID, we have seen too many petty tyrants who believe they have the power to make personal health care decisions for you, and even worse, to make health care decisions for your kids, your 5-year-old children at home. The federal government has no business telling parents they got to give a 5-year-old child a COVID vaccine. It ought to be your choice. If you choose to get the COVID vaccine, God bless you. That's your choice. You can make that choice. I'm glad that choice is available to you. But if you choose not to, that's your choice also. You know, 2 years ago when this pandemic started, we had lots of politicians giving speeches about heroes. You heard about the heroes. You heard about as everything was shut down, and let me say, shutting everything down was idiotic. But as everything was shut down, you had truck drivers that were the heroes moving the supply chain, making sure we had food, making sure we had the necessities we needed. You had cops and firefighters on front lines. You had nurses and doctors at the beginning of the pandemic risking their lives when we didn't understand what we were dealing with. What an amazing shift we've gone. 2 years later, there are politicians from local mayors all the way up to the President of the United States who are saying, fire the cops and firefighters. Fire the soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines who are defending our country. Fire the doctors and nurses who are on the front lines fighting COVID, and fire the truck drivers. Look, just a few weeks ago, the eyes of the world were on the Canadian truckers. That convoy to our neighbor up north was powerful, and they spoke out for freedom. The People's Convoy continues that legacy. And I got to tell you, there are a whole lot of politicians in this building that aren't listening. They're ignoring the people back home. And every elected official, from the local mayor and the county commissioner, all the way up to the President of the United States, it's time to listen, and it's time to defend people's freedom. And so I want to thank you for telling your stories. Your stories are powerful. And the politicians, the petty tyrants, they need to hear, and frankly, they need to leave you the hell alone.
Before you guys start, can you make sure that you state your names first so the press knows who you are, and then tell your story?
So again, I would suggest you ask questions and direct them primarily to the representatives of the People's Convoy. Let them tell their stories. They should be heard.
Yeah. So, yeah, Zach Ruter's with the Daily Beast. Quick question. So during your meeting, did you guys discuss at all the plans moving forward in terms of potentially gumming up traffic in DC more, and the next steps in terms of what the escalations are, and also what the demands are from you guys, which haven't been specified? Thanks so much.
Well, we've made it pretty clear what our plans are. We're going to keep looping the beltway until we're hurt. That hasn't changed anything. We've been doing it, what, day 3 now of doing that? We're currently riding two wide, occupying 2 lanes. I believe we're probably about 6-7 miles long. The first day we did it, we were 64 miles long because we occupied 1 lane. In that time, 2 other convoys have joined up with us. We're not going anywhere. We're not gonna leave. Stay put. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing until we start getting more meetings like we just had today. Our demands, if you want to say, have been pretty clear. End the state of emergency, end the vaccine mandates, and let's start holding both our elected and unelected officials accountable for their actions that led to this through bipartisan congressional hearings and investigations into the origins of the pandemic and the federal government's and state government's response to this pandemic.
So the demands are that you meet with, because out in Hagerstown you guys had mentioned that you guys wanted to meet with every single lawmaker. Are those the demands for you guys to and, once you get all those meetings, then to go home?
No, of course that's not our demands. You can sit and talk all day you want and have dog and pony shows with all these different politicians. That doesn't get you anywhere. Action on the Senate, action on the floor, action at the state levels, action by our administration is how we get those things met. Having meetings doesn't solve it.
They want their freedom back.
Look, the result is they want government to leave them the hell alone. They want the mandates ended.
That's it.
And the emergency ended. That's what they're demanding, and the meetings are how they get them.
Dr. Alexander, let me deal with it scientifically for him. This has been going on for 3 weeks peacefully. Your media must make sure they understand that. There's been no events. This is a peaceful, embracing, loving movement built on the backs of the Canadian trucker. Now, the science, there is no science in the world, none. And I want to say it clearly, that supports these vaccine mandates or any mandates. COVID is done. It is over. People want to go on with their lives. The trucker is waging the scientific battle. The doctors and academic scientists, the NIH, CDC, FDA have failed to wage for the American people. We should praise the trucker.
So, sir, can I ask you a follow-up on that? I spent 10 days up in covering the Canadian protests in Ottawa, where there are a lot of mandates still operational up there. Down here, we've seen this fall, we're in a 90% blue district. The mandates have just been lifted here. I've been walking around and sort of as a game asking people whether they even realize if we're in a state of emergency. Most people seem to have no idea because it doesn't seem to affect them. So I guess I'm wondering, aren't you guys winning? It seems like your side has already won. What mandates are even left?
Well, there's vaccine mandates across the country in different sectors. We're losing qualified soldiers. By the way, the most well-trained and experienced soldiers in the world, we're losing them because they want to stand up for their freedom, which they just stood up for all of yours these years. They want to stand up for their freedom now, and they're being ejected from the military. You got healthcare workers that are some of the best, the absolute best in healthcare. They've spent their entire life becoming the best, and now they're losing their job because they agree with the doctors. They agree that it's wrong to be forced in a vaccination. They agree that it's wrong. The mandates are starting to roll back. You're absolutely right. Masks have started rolling back pretty much the moment we started kicking off from Adelanto, California. I chalk that up to a small win to the People's Convoy. You're welcome. We're going to continue doing this. We're going to continue going until the vaccine mandate and the state of emergency is lifted. Period.
What was your name? I didn't catch your name.
Brian Brazzi, organizer of the People's Convoy.
Brian, have you requested a meeting, John Hines with One American News, have you requested a meeting with the White House, and if so, what's the response been?
We have openly said that we want to meet with anybody and everybody who will hear us. This is not a left issue. This is not a right issue. This is an American issue. We are by no means leaning to the right or to the left on this topic. This is a people's movement. This is for the people. In our convoy right now, there are Democrats, there are Republicans, there are independents, there are libertarians, there are constitutionalists. There are people that don't affiliate with either party in any way, shape, or form. They just believe in their God-given rights, and that's why they're a part of this. We would love the opportunity to speak to the administration personally. We would love the opportunity to speak with any member of the House and any member of the Senate. We would love that opportunity. Come hear the stories of these people. Come down to Hagerstown at night and speak to these drivers one-on-one. And by the way, it's not just the truck drivers. The truck drivers stood up. There's no doubt about it. But this is an American people convoy. This is the People's Convoy. This convoy consists of RVs, motorhomes, cars, motorcycles. Shoot, a golf cart if it can keep up, come on down. This is for everybody. This is for the American people. I don't care if you're far left or far right. This is for you too. This is an American issue.
Ms. Brazzi, Juan Mendoza with Daily Caller. So recently a bill came up in Congress that passed the Senate, I believe, that was looking for the removal of the emergency powers. Now, Joe Biden announced that if the bill would reach his desk that he would veto it, and he called it the removal a reckless and costly mistake. So my question is, what would the convoy, which is all the convoys that I've spoken to, they all support that they want to end the mandates. And a lot of the congressmen I've seen have been also looking for that goal. So what are both the Congress and the convoys able to do to help if Biden vetoes the bill that got proposed? and ends up going through Congress?
Well, on our end, I'll let the professionals answer that one. But on our end, what I would say is, if he vetoes, it just shows how out of touch he is with the American people.
Or the science.
Or the science.
And by the way, the hypocrisy was evident for the world to see. Ron and I were both on the floor of the House of Representatives last week. On the floor of the House, you had 535 members of Congress sitting there. There weren't 5 masks in the entire room. Now, a week earlier, they had decreed that you had to be tested and wear a mask, and a bunch of us weren't going to come if they were going to do that. They finally looked at the poll numbers and backed away from that. But these same tyrants that sit there, look, these Democratic politicians, when they're behind closed doors, and this was true a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when they're behind closed doors, they take their masks off, they're laughing, they're yucking it up, and then they step out and they see these devices y'all are holding, cameras, and suddenly they go, oh crap, I got to put a mask on. That's not science, that's theater. That is empty politics. And it's one thing if they want to wear masks. I've actually joked that I want to introduce a resolution saying Democrats in Congress are required to wear masks for the rest of their lives.
Joking, by the way.
I'm joking. That is a joke. That is a joke. But if they want to wear a mask themselves, they're welcome to do that. But what they're doing with these mandates, you know, a minute ago we got a question, what difference does it make? I'll tell you what difference it makes. It makes a difference to everyone who's lost their jobs over these mandates. It makes a difference for the truck drivers that are told they can't go to work. It makes a difference for the doctors and nurses that are being fired. Biggest hospital in New York fired 1,400 doctors and nurses. It makes a difference for the soldiers and sailors. I've looked in the eyes of Navy SEALs who spent over a decade fighting for our country, who are being fired because they're facing an illegal mandate. Every week, I fly back and forth to Houston. Almost without exception, every time I'm on an airplane, either the captain or a flight attendant will come up to me, will hug me and say, thank you for fighting for us. Because I'll tell you, United Airlines, sadly Houston's a hub of them, has fired thousands of pilots and flight attendants. What difference does it make? We're in the District of Columbia right now. There are mandates affecting kids in D.C. This is wrong. It is wrong, and what should Congress do? We should vote on it. We should end the emergency. We voted 2 weeks ago on ending the mandates. I had an amendment to end the vaccine mandates for kids. We need to get that done because it's the right thing to do.
Let me tell you what's been a reckless and costly mistake. Our response to COVID. 960,000 Americans dead. Globally, 6 million. The human toll of the economic devastation of the shutdowns that didn't work.
Yes.
What we've done to our children. You know, we've ignored the science. We've actually listened to somebody who claims he was science. He's not. We've ignored the science. You know, I don't care where you sit on terms of masks, but I think the science is pretty clear that they don't work. I'll tell you where a mask, even a really well-fitting N95, change out 3 times a day where it wouldn't work. With our children. Have you ever seen children wear masks?
Yeah, they don't.
It was obvious back in March of 2020 that masks were not going to work with children. And yet, look what we did to our kids for 2 years. Yep. It delayed their speech. Yeah. They couldn't recognize their teacher. They couldn't see their classmates smile.
They're traumatized.
Oh, they are traumatized. They're afraid they're going to kill their grandparents.
Yeah.
We have traumatized our society. We have had our freedoms taken away from us. Our response has not been a success. It's been a miserable failure. But here's the problem. The people that foisted this response on us, the people that took away our freedoms, they'll never admit they were wrong. At this point, with the body count as high as it is, they can't afford to be proven wrong. And here's the problem. They have the power. They're the administration, the health agencies, the big pharma, the corporate legacy mainstream media, the big tech social media giants. They have the power to make it pretty darn difficult, if not impossible, to prove them wrong. And so what the People's Convoy is all about, the solution is bringing the truth to the American public. Because the truth is not getting to the American public. Those of us that have been trying to convey the truth, we've been vilified, we've been censored, we've been accused of spreading misinformation. I'm sorry, the misinformation has been spread by the COVID cartel. They are the ones that have censored the truth. They'll continue to censor the truth, and that is why I'm so appreciative of the People's Convoy. They're trying to let the American people understand what has happened to them.
Tell us, you were making a comment about the impact on kids.
Yeah, they're traumatized. I have a nephew, he's 12 years old. Fortunately, he's not as traumatized in Texas as the other kids are. I talk to kids all the time, these teenagers, as I've been traveling through the country, and they're like, our high school was stolen. Yeah. Our lives in high school was stolen, 2 years gone. We don't get to go anywhere. And we can't get that back. Everybody's all-American is gone. And these children that are 2, 3 years old have been wearing masks for 2 years. They don't know facial expressions. I mean, speech therapy has gone up 300% from what I understand, from what I've studied. You know, it's critical. The formidable years are 2 to 5 years old, and they stole it from them. And now they're behind. And how are we going to catch these children up? You know, and I have children coming to me all the way through from Texas. Thank you. Thank you. We're so happy you're here. I have little notes from children. Thank you. Thank you for standing up for our freedoms. My parents can't go, but thank you. And it just brings tears to your eyes. Every single overpass here, except a dozen maybe from Texas to here, people everywhere. Thank you. Thank you for standing up.
Tell us about the impact. You're 18, and you've shared with us a lot of those same sentiments.
But yeah, like she said, I'm first-hand experience on what my life has been. I can tell you guys personally, especially as quote, because I've got media here, as a black man in the country. You know, it's not a white supremacist thing. It's not a whole KKK thing or whatever you guys want to call it or put it out there. It's not about that.
No.
But as an 18-year-old in America, California, should I say? Lord, that's another story. But on this topic, a lot of you guys in here graduated, right? You guys had a graduation. You guys got some fancy press pass. I'm pretty sure you guys graduated. I didn't. I don't know what walking down the aisle feels like. Prom, I don't know what that feeling is. Homecoming, I don't know what that is. I gotta get a mail then diploma. Imagine. I only experienced freshman and my first semester sophomore year, and that's it. Stripped. I thought it was normal. I mean, I thought it was, well, just a pandemic. Gotta stay home and keep us safe. I have yet tested positive for COVID. And my whole life, my whole teenage years, I'm about to start my college career pretty soon. And next year, I don't know. It's just know it's been stripped and it's stolen.
It's just wrong.
To his point about California specifically, a lot of the mandates that you guys are protesting that still exist are state level ones. Are you considering doing these kind of tactics, the convoys and those kind of things in state capitals as well?
What comes up next, as if we don't start gaining any traction on the federal grounds, then while still staying where we are, yeah, I believe a call to action will be necessary to push into the states and help the states pressure the federal government. I mean, right now, I'll say it in front of all these cameras. Those of you that support the People's Convoy but couldn't come out to us, start organizing in your states. Start right now, organizing in your states. Freedoms.
Ron's got a powerful note he got.
Such gamers.
Absolutely will. One of the moving things that we have moving across this country is the notes. And this one little...
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really...
I can pull stacks of these notes. Stacks of these notes written by children with crayons. As you know, as I said, before I left Adelanto, a 4-year-old or so little girl just came up to me and hugged me and handed me a crayon note that was written in her hand. "We love you, truckers. Thank you for fighting for our futures." And I took on a very important thing. I rose my hand, I took an oath.
like many in this convoy have. That oath had no expiration date. And I may not be serving in the active military today, but I am serving my country nonetheless until my dying breath. And that is why I am here. I am telling these people, I am the Pony Express today, and I'm taking your messages. I'm taking your tears, your hearts, your love, your I love yous, and every message and every word you give to me, I'm taking it with me, and I'm going to let them be heard. So let me say this one letter. Dear Trucker, I admire your courage and your determination in doing this. I will support you and pray for you and pray for a victory over the sad oppression that is going on. Thank you for fighting for all of us. A mother of three, God bless you.
Senators, COVID is politically divisive as it's become. I mean, you just said they're never going to admit they're wrong. So what does it take to get Democrats on board, do you think, and what is the message to them?
Look, I think what it takes is more and more American people standing up. The State of the Union was a bellwether. As I said, a week before the State of the Union, Pelosi had put out an order that you couldn't come to the floor of the House without wearing a mask. And yet, you know, it's amazing. The thing that changed wasn't the science, it was the polling. I do think you're starting to see Democrats getting scared that their authoritarian abuse, people are fed up with it. People are tired of shutting down their businesses, shutting down their schools, abusing their freedom. And I think more and more people standing up and speaking out, like the truckers are doing right now. What's got to happen is elected officials have to be more afraid of the people than they are of the party bosses in Washington. Right now, that's not happening. But that needs to change, and I believe it is.
I would ask, why has the CDC, the NIH, the FDA been so non-transparent? Why have they not provided the American public with the information that we need to make tough choices? Right. That there's nothing easy, from my standpoint, in terms of making the choice to get vaccinated or not vaccinated. That's a personal choice. It should be done with informed consent. But our health agencies have not given people the information. So what's it going to take? I think the truth. And I think as more and more truth actually starts leaking out, and it's coming in from all over the world, I think people will be awakened. And again, that's what the whole purpose of the People's Convoy is, to awaken the American public to what's happening. You know, Pierre, do you want to speak a little bit on this?
I mean, there's so few of us who get a public chance to speak out, but you know, when you look at these mandates, they're using science to convince people of these mandates and the need for these mandates. The science isn't there. It hasn't been there for a long time. We know the data. I mean, they've corrupted science. I mean, I'm a physician, and when I look at the practice of medicine, all across this country, we're infusing drugs that are extremely expensive and don't work, some of which are toxic. The dangers of these vaccines and lack of efficacy of the vaccines, you can see it around the world, but not in the U.S. You know, they're now on record, the New York Times, they've hit data. They have not shared data with us. We've seen the data. When you look at U.S. data and you look around the world where they're more transparent, they don't match up. This is all about supporting a global vaccination policy. They've sold tons of vaccines and lots of medicines that don't work. There's endemic corruption in this whole response. When we talk about the failure, look how the U.S. has fared in the response to COVID. It's been a horrific failure. But a lot of people have made a lot of money. And I'm sorry to be a physician in society talking about corruption and money, but I've had to because I had a front row seat to it. I've been subjected to this. I've seen people die every single day. They land on ventilators because of ineffective and under treatment. Their early treatment's been suppressed. You know how many people have died, how many families have been ruined? And then I have people coming to me because their families are in the hospitals and the doctors are doing really dumb stuff because they're using ineffective medicines and the people can see it. They keep dying. And they say, Doc, is there anything else you can do? I can't. Got to follow, which comes out of some building in Washington, D.C. They're not letting doctors doctor. And I can see that. I've had to leave medicine. I've had to leave the ICU because I am not going to stand there and watch people die when I can't practice medicine. I can't give them things to save their lives. I mean, this is too much. And I'm talking about the science in medicine. My friends, my partners here in the convoy, we talk about the lives, you know, that question That question, we removed mask mandates, and you're happy about that? Like everything's free now? I got my wife who's a doctor. She's gonna lose her job if she doesn't get a booster. They're still boosting, they're still vaccinating for a disease that's mild with a 2-year-old vaccine that has nothing to do with Omicron. This is insanity. We are completely lost our minds. I treated a patient yesterday, she's a pharmacist working in a hospital. She told me that the hospitalists are vaccinating COVID patients as they're being discharged. We've lost our minds. And the reason why we have done that is because nothing but unending propaganda and censorship. I don't know which of you guys are censoring the real truth and the real data, but it's happening. And when you do that to an strange stuff happening. And I've had to sit there and I've had to watch the entire field of medicine doing really strange stuff, causing a lot of death.
And I wanted to echo something that Senator Cruz said, and that's why again we come back to the trucker, why we owe the US trucker and the Canadian trucker so much praise. The COVID response was so catastrophic. I can talk from the administration's point of view. I can tell you, when we locked the children down and we closed schools, the general public, the cafe latte class, the Zoom class, those people who could have remote worked easily, they didn't understand that Johnny and Susie only got their eyes tested in school. They only got their ears tested in school. They didn't think that many children, millions of children in America, get their only meal in the school setting. Millions of American children went for months with no food. We had reports coming up from individual states. And President Trump knew, I knew I was there. That's when you saw him fighting on the podium and fighting Fauci and fighting Birx. He was fighting the CDC. What did we see? We had reports coming up from individual states with mothers and fathers presenting to individual emergency rooms with a limp child in their arm and telling the emergency doctor, listen, I've been a year with no income and he's beating me now and I am beating him. And sadly today, we beat the baby and we think we may have killed our child. How can you help us? That is what those lockdowns did. So when Senator Johnson says we catastrophically harmed, these truckers deserve serious praise because they're opening the eyes of the American people. Never again we allow these governments the emergency powers that they took.
That's it.
Yes. And let me be clear right now, in case it hasn't been clear enough. The People's Convoy, the people of the convoy, we're not a truck driver. It's not I don't know whether the vaccine's good or bad. I just know that I deserve the choice to decide for myself. I know that there are professionals that can educate those to whether it's good or bad. I know that there are two sides to this. There are doctors that stand by it, and there's doctors that stand against it. The People's Convoy, we're not anti-vaxxers. We're just pro-choice.
So, Senators, did you at all encourage, have any advice, encourage, or have conversations about the next step? Because, I mean, they're kind of encircling D.C. now, quite feverishly, trying to occupy trying to occupy 2 lanes of traffic. Were there any conversations about what's next, the next steps?
You know, I'm going to respond this way. One of the things COVID has done is it has revealed truth. And the truth has revealed that there are a lot of politicians who are petty tyrants. There are a lot of big tech executives who are happy to censor and silence. And the corporate media is fundamentally corrupt. Let me ask you something. What the hell about these people is feverish? I haven't seen any fevers around here, but look.
They're encircling D.C. at a golfing race.
And I'm going to answer your idiotic question the following way. The media desperately wants to portray people exercising First Amendment rights and speaking out as feverish, as violent criminals. They're not violent.
I meant energetic. I mean, they're energetically trying to encircle D.C.
That they're stopping and making sure they pick up the trash, they pick up their cigarette butts. There's nothing feverish about speaking out for freedom. And the corporate media doesn't want people to hear that. They want to paint these guys as a bunch of loons because they want to make decisions for their own lives and their own family. There is a fever in Washington, but it's a fever of authoritarian politicians trying to strip away people's rights.
And not to mention, every single day, the night before, we are already explaining what our convoy is going to do, where we are going to be, and how we are going to conduct ourselves. The night before, DC Metro knows we ain't coming down into DC. The night before, Maryland State Police know that what we're going to do. The night before, Virginia State Police know what we're going to do. They know what we're doing. We stick to our word. When we say that we're going to go around the Beltway, we go around the Beltway. We get on where we said we're going to get on. We get off where we said we're going to get off. We're probably the most peaceful protest to come down through Washington, D.C. area in a very long time. Not to mention, we clean up after ourselves. We look out for each other. In fact, when one of our convoy members break down, we have volunteer mechanics within our convoy that are pulling off to help them get up, back up onto the road and get moving. We've hired / have volunteer pilot cars with signs that say convoy ahead or convoy follows. We are doing everything we can to limit the impact of the American people's commute to and from work. We're doing everything we can to respect our local communities. Everything we can do.
So did you guys discuss next steps?
We still have the First Amendment right
let me answer.
to exercise where we stand and what we want. Feverish around the Beltway? You have no idea, man. You have no idea.
And that kind of communication.
What's your message to media who are vilifying and seeking to vilify?
I want him to go ahead and finish his statement.
No, to answer your question,
What's the next step?
they've been completely peaceful. They've been protesting as true Americans fighting for their freedom should. It reminds me of the Tea Party movement, where you'd have Tea Party rallies and there's no garbage left over. I mean, they are being very respectful. There's no reason for us to give them advice. We're just here listening to them, hearing their stories, giving them a forum so you can ask them questions and they can tell you. There's no need for advice.
The Biden administration.
What is your message to members of the corporate media who are openly looking to vilify members of the trucker convoy and others who are standing against the vaccine mandates, who just want to make decisions about their own body? They're getting fired in the middle of an economy where everything is going up and getting more expensive. You got inflation going up, gas prices are skyrocketing. What's your message to the corporate media?
Well, that's like really extensive message, so I'm going to try to shorten it. The corporate media, or mainstream, or whatever you want to title it, has basically refused to cover it unless they're trying to find a way to take it down. None of them have showed up on the ground in Hagerstown. None of them have been there to actually see the community that is developing, the peace, the love, the left side of the aisle, the right side of the aisle that are coming together. They have chosen to be negative. They have chosen to try to divide. It is them that have divided this country. They continue it. And the American people have had enough, and that shows by the millions of Americans that have stood along the highways and across the overpasses from Adelanto, California to Hagerstown, Maryland.
Yeah.
They're out of touch with who the American people are, and many of the politicians that refuse to understand where we're coming from or don't want to meet with us, the corporations, the CEOs, the white collars that don't want to listen to their employees, they are out of touch with
and journalists.
They are out of touch with who Americans really are.
Exactly.
They're catering to these conglomerates. It is time to listen to the people. It is time that the government is reminded that they work for us.
Right.
And that it goes on a global scale, around the world. It's time that a new renaissance period is ushered in. A renaissance of freedom. I encourage every truck driver around the world right now, stand up.
That's it.
The people around the world, stand up. This isn't just an American issue. This is a global issue. This isn't a right issue or a left issue. This is an issue of the people. It's time that the people are heard. It's time that the people stand up. It's just time. I don't know how much more we can say about it, how much clearer we can make it. I don't care how long you've been in office. I don't care what your background is. I don't care if you're extreme left or extreme right. This is still for you. You should be a part of this.
Amen.
Take the hate away. You can go back to hating each other when it's all over and we get on the other side of this. But restore our freedoms.
And abide by this.
The Biden administration announced that it's going to be stopping oil imports from Russia. So that means the price of gas and diesel is going to skyrocket more than it ever has. So on a logistical level, is this going to start causing an expense, a problem for you guys as you're driving every day and people have to drive all the way back across the country?
It shouldn't. I'm from the oil fields. We have plenty of oil down there. We were independent. We did not have to buy oil from anybody years ago.
Biden's not going to increase production here, but he's going to blame the truckers. Is that what
That
you're saying?
changed on day one of this administration.
Hey, can I ask you a question, please? Excuse me, I'm tired of this. I'm so tired. Sir, quick question. You have a thing on it that says press. You know, this right here covers it, right? Our founding fathers, you have the freedom to believe what you want to believe. Okay? I'm not questioning your job. No, listen to me. Please listen.
When does it end?
Listen.
Shut up and listen to the
I'm
kid.
not questioning your job, what you think, what you feel. But it boils my blood when the American people out there, I gave a lady my jacket the other day because she was standing outside in cold while she was locked out of her car. We're out there fighting for each other's lives every single day. You have the goddamn freedom to believe what you want to believe. The freedom of press, the freedom of religion. We're not questioning you. All I gotta just say is just give the American people a goddamn chance. Excuse my French to all the women in here. I'm so sorry, but that just, I'm so sorry.
You keep saying what's next.
Yeah.
We are here until we end this menagerie of mandates and not laws. We are a country of, please, let me finish. You spoke, I'm speaking.
Yeah, sure.
We are a country of laws, not mandates. Mandates are something that come in a smoke-filled room with your mafiosos sitting in there saying, this is what we are going to do. And when you guys wake up and deliver that message to the people and stop, that's the next steps.
So, and let me, we should wrap up soon, but let me give these guys a chance to, if either of y'all want to share anything. Go ahead.
That sounded pretty aggressive here.
Sorry.
As you can tell, this is
a lot of passion.
This is coming out of passion and
It's
love
just
for
passion.
our country. This is coming out of the feelings that we felt rolling out of Adelanto all the way here. And there's convoys that came from other directions to join up with us as well. This is how passionate we feel about it. This is how it's affecting us individuals. This is how it's affecting our communities, our loved ones back home while we're on the road working. It's not an attack at you personally, sir.
No.
It's just that it has been an ongoing trend.
I was out
of
there,
the,
I get it.
And I understand, and we respect that you have a job to do. I think many of the people that have been embedded with us know exactly where I stand with the media and how I feel. I respect you as a human being. I respect you as an individual, and I respect that you have a job to do. But it's also your responsibility as the press to report fairly and accurately and to get the full picture and understand before you put it out. I'm not saying that you as an individual are doing that, but the media around the country have been sowing dissent and divide on all topics, on all issues for many, many years now. And it's time that we get back to reality.
Yes.
And as though some people might have started directing at you.
Sorry.
There is no disrespect meant towards you as an individual.
When does it end? I think this is a good time to wrap it up here. I think you heard the passion here. I think you heard what they're fighting for, and it's very simple. They're fighting for freedom, and they're going to continue to fight because a lot of them have served this country, as millions have. we're fighting for freedom. That's what this is all about. So thank you for attending. God bless all of you for your opportunity.
Be going up before the truckers' convoy.
You and everyone else here, what were you really hoping would come out of today?
Yes,
and you
we're
feel like
going to be
you
clamping down on that. Well, you know what? There's other resources. Go back to what it was.
I got what I was hoping for.
Biden
I got
started messing
2
with
respectable members of the
around
Senate here,
closing
and I got all the media to come in this room and start covering. That's a win for me. That's a win for the People's Convoy. Later today, we have more meetings, and tomorrow's a new day, and the convoy's going to keep rolling around that beltway until we achieve what our goals are.
Thank you for standing up for independent media. Thank you.
In the hangers now, see us.
Everybody to head out.
I gotta thank WYSIWYG for covering this, and Arnie just wants to take that one particular reporter, and yeah, skinny jeans, neck, that's all I have to say. Sorry. I really wonder what media outlets they are even, they are even covering, to be honest. Can't be that reputable.
Yeah, you got it.
Doing well, thank you so much.
I suspect that the administration is going to try to wait. Like, that's kind of what we were trying to ask. They just say,
Oh,
Does Laura
they could. I mean, I wouldn't recommend you guys.
Thank you for all you do. Thank Canada for the Canadian convoy from the west to the east and the old boots and then with the ugly suits that came after us.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for speaking in.
Right here? Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. I want to get with both sides.
Yeah, I'm glad you made it. It's really important. What's that? No, you ended up being soft-spoken, which is probably okay too.
Look at this camera now. So we're following. The traffic is already messed up around that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Is this your wife, Paul?
Yes.
It's a pre-agency Senator Johnson.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, I can.
I have a good sense for people.
Yeah, I'm gonna do everything in my power.
On the people as much as possible.
I would totally give that kid a hug. I feel so
Yes,
bad for him.
I do.
I know my
think
son
at
is
least the
messed up
groundwork
in high
is now
school
finally
because
starting to be
all
laid
this
to
is
progress in the right direction. We're actively seeking donations through thepeoplesconvoy.org to help fund that. But as of right now, the fuel costs are not a concern. Our fuel consumption is really not all that bad, even though you reported a 6 mile per gallon dollar amount the other day. Wasn't that you that did that?
I don't think. I think I was at.
It
like
was you. I
4:30.
recognize the name.
I don't think so.
It was you. I could pull it up on my phone if you want me to show the post.
Sure, go for it. I think it was 4.30 a gallon or something like that.
Oh well, no, 6 miles to the gallon is what I
Yeah,
said.
that's what
You
that's
said-
what the average.
But it was you that
that's
wrote
what
the article.
average. That's what the average.
Right, but it was
truck
you that
right?
wrote the article. It depends on whether they're bobtail with
Right.
trailer or they're empty. Even the trailer empty can get excellent fuel mileage.
But that is the rough fuel.
6 miles to the gallon. 6 miles to the gallon is usually at 80,000 pounds. None of those vehicles are 80,000 pounds right now. So your average is going to be up there a little bit.
How far have you driven?
Total?
Well, in the convoy.
Oh, well, Adelanto, California to Hagerstown, plus side stops for bridge rallies and other towns that wanted us in, I'd say we're probably pushing near 4,000 miles by now at least.
Where are you from? Southern California, I said?
No. I'm actually originally from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, but now I live in Northwest Ohio.
Okay, but you did start in California?
Yep, started in California,
What
absolutely.
was your inspiration? How did you happen to get involved in the movement? What was the genesis of the trucker convoy?
Well, honestly, I was surprised that the Canadians did it first. That was really a thing. So the Canadians are the biggest inspiration behind it. The other thing is that there was already people starting to plan a convoy, and me personally, this is just not the People's Convoy. This is Brian Brazzi. Personally, I wanted to be a part of it. I just wanted to be a participant. I didn't want to be a co-organizer out of the beginning of it, but I just ended up becoming very passionate about it, and I found a group of people that were very passionate about it, that seemed equally, passionate. And with that core group of people, we got over 30 co-organizers. I just happen to be the one that's out here doing a bunch of talking.
Up in Canada pretty quick on bail, so I don't know why we can't give due process to those that are.
Clarify struck a nerve. What do you mean by that?
When people reached out, have you been surprised with the support or the reaction of people, everyday people who maybe have contacted you, maybe have joined the convoy, have been on the
I wish I
bridges?
knew how to
Do you feel like
contact
you struck a
the
nerve
lead
with
of
this
Wiley
movement?
Living.
Yeah, absolutely. I never expected to see tens of thousands at first. Well, actually, Adelanto, California, I never expected to see hundreds of people there. I never expected to see thousands of people by the time we got to the Arizona border, and I definitely didn't expect to see tens of thousands by the time we hit New Mexico. We stayed at the Navajo Nation. The vice president of the Navajo Nation came down and spoke. From the time he spoke and the convoy started, by the time we hit Amarillo, we had hundreds of thousands of people on the side of the road, and from that moment on, the numbers have climbed to millions of people lining the highways and the overpasses all the way across. And then all the other convoys that have came in to join in with us have all reported the exact same thing. When we were first starting this, honestly, me and another co-organizer were thinking, you know what, let's just put some flags on our trucks. I'll go up to Sacramento, he'll go down to Barstow, and we'll just live stream it and start plugging east. Because I think everybody feels the same way. We're all had enough of the division. We've all had enough of these mandates. I think the American people and people all around the world just want to get back to work. They want to get back to their normal lives. And I think that the further this goes on, the more that they're seeing that that the science isn't backing up what they're being told by their politicians and the CDC and the WHO.
So how many people do you estimate you have right now in Hagerstown?
Right now in Hagerstown, man, it's a tough one. I would say we're probably we're well over 10,000 for sure. As far as vehicle count, it might be a little different. I would say we're probably closer to 1,000 to 2,000 vehicles, somewhere in that ballpark. Hopefully, by the time I get back, we have an official count. But the people, there are campers with families in it that are homeschooling so that they can be a part of this. There are people there's a guy yesterday, he quit his job and sold off his 401k to be a part of this. That's just one of the many stories. I mean, yeah, people are coming from everywhere. A guy flew in from Hawaii to be a part of this, and met us in Adelanto and went all the way. Another guy with absolutely no money has done everything he can to ride his motorcycle from Adelanto, California, all the way here. He sleeps on his motorcycle in inclement weather with a tarp over him. I mean, people are coming from all over the place, and I don't know why. I mean, I know why I'm doing it. All I can say is they must be doing it for the same reasons. I'm doing it for my kids. I'm doing it for future generations.
In that vein, I guess my only question is I was out there Friday and Saturday, and people seemingly suggested that this could potentially end at the end of this week. And I know there was one trucker that told the Daily Beast that they only had they were losing like 50,000 a week, right? In terms of invoices. So when does this? Are there any ideas? What's the next step? Because I know
you want to know what's next, or when does this end or what ends it, right?
Because critics also say, okay, you guys aren't like right-wing fellow conservative activists, right-wing activists that argue, you know what, you guys aren't actually doing anything because you're just kind of hanging out, having a beer party in Hagerstown, right? You've heard that criticism.
Yeah, I've heard them call it a glorified tailgate.
Exactly. So how do you respond to that charge? And what's the deal? Right?
Well, I would say every single day these trucks are. I'd say every single day these trucks are stepping out to show the world that we're still here and that we're growing. Every day that convoy is getting bigger. And we're actually disrupting the beltway less by taking up 2 lanes, believe it or not, because our lead truck on that first day met up with the very last truck. That's 64 miles in length when we were going like that. Now that we're running it the way we are, the convoy's a little more compact and they're tighter and we're not actually interfering so much. People are getting on and off the interstate just fine.
Fair enough.
As far as getting to the rest of your question, this is a process that we are hoping to do diplomatically. We're in it for the long haul.
Meaning, you guys could go. You guys think you could go?
We could go indefinitely right now if that's what it takes. We're not going away. What I would say is that over time, you would see a progression to making a bigger and bigger and bigger statement, like rally calls. No, Hagerstown will only be so long. Then we'll move closer.
Okay,
but I'm not going to give you those details until I need to give you those.
Okay,
details.
so the goal would be to potentially move to the other speedway closer to town, or
who said anything about another speedway?
Well, I know there was another venue that.
Yeah, they left that
speedway
to join the People's Convoy.
Okay, I didn't know that. Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, so not sure on the timeline.
We're good.
He's not paying attention. I know you're. Would I be able to grab your number? Because I would love to talk to the guy who.
She is handling the media for now on.
Well, I don't know his name, but the guy you said who was.
You say you've been out there, but you apparently haven't been paying attention.
We're not
retired. If you do a lot better job,
he's there.
You actually paid
I
attention.
just realized I know, but I can give you my number.
Maybe tell the truth. It would be easier to tell the truth.
Okay, yeah. So I guess
I get where you're going, and I know that you got a job to do.
Sure. So I
would
was out
say
there, and I talked with all the truckers, right? And I've been covering this pretty intently, right? So I'm just trying to understand. I think a lot of people, like hundreds of thousands of people live in the Beltway, right? People want to know what's going on and what the details are of this whole thing.
Having a lack of national media coverage has been hindering our message.
I am national media.
Can I see?
Yeah, sure. You can go for it.
Daily Beast.
Yeah. That's
what news channel are you? Are you like? Is it like? Do I turn on Channel 9 or do I turn on 243 on DirecTV?
Yeah.
Like, what channel do I turn to see your national media?
You're looking for cable news. Fair
what
enough.
most Americans are watching when they're sitting there eating their dinner, or when they're spending family time, or late night before they go to bed, they want to catch up on current events. I mean, that's what I'm talking about when I say national media. I'm not trying to discredit your service. But I'm saying we haven't been on television until now. We haven't been.
I get what you're saying.
My hope is.
Sure.
This is my hope, is that we never have to progress to make a bigger and bigger statement.
Okay.
My hope is that through having what we had today.
Do you think you guys go till Saturday in Hagerstown?
There's no end date. The end date is based upon the driver's sentiment, and our moves throughout the congressional process.
So just keep going.
Lidditz, Pennsylvania originally. I now reside in Northwest Ohio.
So you don't have any more questions?
And we know.
Amazing work you're doing.
The truckers are correct. The mandates must be lifted, particularly the emergency declarations that underpin the COVID pandemic is done. Omicron shows us that. So at this point, keeping the mandates.
We have another meeting, I believe.
Whereabouts?
Is the cafeteria? Oh, we're in the Capitol building anyways. I forgot where we are.
So yeah, we were thinking about walking you guys back over to where we started.
We could go down into the cafeteria area. Is that all secure nowadays, where you can't get through?
Hey, it's okay. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. No worries, no hard feelings. Hey, safe travels out there, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, stay safe.
I'm gonna get rid of the.
I'm gonna follow. Dude, I used to be here every month for 2 years straight talking. I will say it's the first time we ever had a meeting in the Capitol building. This guy will tell you there ain't much plaid guys coming around. With cowboy boots. Well, that's probably the Cattlemen's Association gets in all the time. I'm sure.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for your service. Appreciate you. Thank you for your service. I know you all get Thank you. Yeah, I mean it's. I thrive better in opposition. I thrive better in opposition. That's why I really want to
How to handle this situation.
Huh?
I'm gonna be playing something.
Thank you for staying up.
Here we go.
What state are you from? I'm from LA.
I had to do that with shorthand.
And you went to Congress. Thank you for setting up.
Let us know what's going on. Okay, the meeting.
Hopefully everybody caught what was going on with press in there. It was an incredible. I feel extremely grateful that I was able to stay in and watch. I had to fight a little bit to stay in. They wanted to kick all the press out, and the People's Convoy wanted to have a live stream occur, and that was part of the agreement, is what Brian was saying early on. So I feel very fortunate that I was able to be in there and cover that for you guys. We'll do a wrap up here in a little bit.
Uh-oh, his volume. His mic thingy went out.
It's not. I really don't. It doesn't bother.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't bother me when they do that or when they ask questions like that, because they have a job to do. They also have their own personal feelings. But that's one thing that I would say about today's society with our media is that their level.
Okay.
Ron? Yes.
So I haven't gotten confirmation for sure, but I believe we're going to yet another meeting. We're going to see what that is. It may not be for a little bit. We will find out. We will find out and work that out. Yeah, I don't know
I love the independent media. As a human being, I respect you. And I know that you guys do. There's no. You guys have any other plans for tonight? Yeah, we have other meetings. Okay. We're meeting with some House members. I think they're going to drop the pieces.
Yes. No, I heard you. I heard you.
Do you know what? No, we have other meetings, so we're sticking around. I'm going to go try to find some food.
Do you know what House members you're talking to today?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to be put out to our meeting. No release.
I agree, man.
Where? The Dubliners in Otters Place? Yeah, like, oh, that gets them outside too. Those guys want to go outside. You know what's actually a really good place to eat?
Just joined the stream we are watching. This was and I am he's been covering since California, and well, all of these guys in California have been covering since California. I've been restreaming since California.
Any profile you see of mine on Telegram is
this
a
isn't
fake.
my normal thing.
I have nothing to do with Telegram, and I never will.
But 3, you have WYSIWYG TV coming from California. He has the best coverage that I have seen, and I'm picky on this whole deal.
Still live streaming?
Still live streaming.
How did that go?
Fantastic.
Are there drivers or People's Convoy watching this
Everybody.
one? Is this where it's at?
It's been busy.
Is which one was the one that was being shared for our? But the YouTube one is that's what the okay awesome.
And we have Oreo
I hope the People's
over
Convoy. I
on
hope we
the
represented them the
Beltway,
best we could today, at least the first.
I-4095. coming from Hagerstown, Maryland.
Because this is about them. This is about the people and
for their loop.
critiques at that time, you know. So just hope that we represented. We hope. I hope so.
From what I saw, awesome.
I'm rolling out for trying to get the word out. People that really deserve the subs are the ones that are listed in the thing because I can't be there.
So we're just headed back.
Really, I hope so. I hope so. WYSIWYG has just done a phenomenal job. Like, I don't even know, of covering everything. Like he's gone crazy. He gets off the pass. He gets off and interviews people. He's got the real story going on right there. He's yes. I let him know about a few things, so I'm hoping that he keeps doing what he's doing. This is how I can support him, is get his word out for him. I made a little logo for him and everything so he can have his own t-shirt. He said, I wish people would know me from Trucker G. So it's like, fine. So I made him a little, I am the real WYSIWYG. And as a gamer, I think that's kind of...
Like right now, no, it's this afternoon. You have the contact, can you give him the email address?
Do you have a card?
So it looks like they're getting another meeting. So that's good.
Yeah, Chris, do you want to meet Richard? This is who I really work with.
Oh yeah?
They get another meeting, hopefully this time with people on both sides. So I'm not sure who all showed up. I recognize Ted Cruz. As soon as I find out, I will go ahead and post that as well.
Where's the truckers?
In this particular video's description. Uh-oh. Lost sound. Weird. He's getting a new camera.
The truckers here to go get something to eat, and they're saying they're meeting, I guess, with some House representatives earlier. I haven't got any intel on that, so I don't know if I'm invited to that or not, but we were just headed down the tram here.
Oh, wait.
Some normies, or whatever you call these people, they're still wearing masks. Here's all these flags. So that is...
So anyway, we have
So 1 o'clock, I really have no idea.
Oreo and Screen
we're heading back.
and
Get back above ground where I prefer to be.
I'm just like looking at the truck. It makes me think of like vampire hunter by night, you know, but a truck.
Really noisy sounds coming out of that thing. Yeah. It is. Thank you.
I think it's 2. Oh, 2 stop, yeah, the second stop. So many young workers.
Because they all got fired or lost their job because they moved back so they could quit. It's obvious.
So I went ahead and I'm gonna find out what route they were taking. Oh, and by the way, the last video...
And the sound adds.
Yeah, the sound does add something to it.
Julius had the best camera view of the entire, like, well, most of it. I wish he would he went out with BCP, and they went along the side of 270, I think it was, and got the best shot from one of the overpasses of all the, well, of a lot of the truckers now. it keeps growing every day, people, and I said this was going to explode and be something big. I'm hoping
They want to know if there's something they're supposed to
it
go
is
to,
big
except
because then it gets the word
like
out.
another thing we're supposed to attend and film.
2 o'clock.
Souvenir?
Nice to meet you. Great to meet you.
So my name is Richard.
I do know that the one group that joined in with them kind of was hoping to help the January 6th political prisoners. I don't know what was going on with that. That's what I heard from the meeting that was at Dominion Raceway in Virginia. They joined in to the Haggis Town, which I thought they should have done from the start. You have a stronger presence when you have the numbers. People just need to get organized and
We gotta get him on a plane. Like we gotta get him a car.
Okay, let's see what is going on over here. Audio. This turtle.
Another meeting coming up. Yes, our founding fathers would have been stacking bodies 50 years ago. You are correct.
Stops.
Well, why did because we don't have anybody at headquarters.
It's not going to be easy to get back up through the convoy right now because we're only at 2 lanes. I see them up there. We're not too far behind the trucks. There's a lot more behind. A lot more RVs, campers, and vehicles.
So just like last night, you see certain trucks, campers, vehicles, motorcycles, which is pretty cool. And at one point, there was an airplane.
The Dubliner you can walk to from here.
How far is
that's
it?
good.
It's really good.
So on the like it's just across the Union Station.
3 blocks.
Yeah. Not even 3 blocks, 2 blocks. There's a place called Pete's Diner.
Dubliner's really good. Oh my God, Richard's
Pete's Diner's close by 2. Pete's Diner's the one that fed all the troops when they put
Oh
in
my
bad food.
goodness, guys. We'll
Wow.
take the next one. Sorry, live stream. We'll see you on 1.
Okay, I'm just getting information off my YouTube here. The guy said, says that your people get this DC conference is concluded. Mainstream media came, given later by design. I figured they would. They wouldn't come in here to begin with. They don't want to show all of it. I watched the whole thing. I gotta say, us out here and them in there, there's a lot of tears rolling down my face. Proud of what we're all doing. Same here. So I would go on record saying I'd like to punch that one reporter who kept trying to put the spin on the whole thing. All with the best.
Like I said, skinny jeans, neck. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not promoting anything. But yeah. It's like, seriously, what news out there? No one can really take care. Yeah.
It's a private event on private property. He checked his ass.
That's right.
Now, Nick, how fast you running? Got the current crew set on 40. Boy, I hadn't crossed the bridge yet. We might want to slow down a little bit. I need to knock her down to 35. Keep her at 35. All right, there, Bubba. You all right, big truck? He's fine. Right there. Come on up here, that big old Freightliner. Go for it. Trooper checking. One in two. Go back down to 34 or 35. Let's keep her right here and let everybody catch up.
This revolution.
Tighten it up. Let's get her nice formation. You good, big truck? How about it? Well, y'all shouldn't be spread out. You need to catch up because we're doing only 30, 35 up here. How come I'm getting up to 40? Yesterday, 35 didn't have a problem. We got trailers now. Keep it tight so they can't get in. We'll know when the last trucks come across the bridge. We'll keep it tabs on the back of the trucks. We will know. Our medic is back there at the back of the trucks. You gotta learn to get the names off the truck too. You know, they know who you're talking to. Didn't see them because they were back behind you. Pilot, you think we need to move over to lane 2 and 3? Yeah, we can move over. Everybody move to lane 2 and 3, 2 and 3. You want to switch for a little bit so we can video from that lane? I'll swap with you for a while.
Reporters would just try to be non-biased, try to
2 and 3, 2 and 3, come on. The medic says she crossed
at the bridge, so she said they going about 30, 35. 10-4, she's behind the last trucks. 10-4. We are all going to go, caught up. Car, you're gonna have some construction down here, so I didn't say we stay going the same speed right now. Copy that, 35.
Thank you very much, John Rogers. America is with you. West Virginia proud. There you go. Thank you.
All convoy trucks should be in lane 2 and 3. All convoy trucks, lane 2 and 3.
Arlene Hanson, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
2 and 3. the Predator get out. I always hate Galaxies too, but I couldn't get mine fixed because they were backed up a year, and the guy at the CB shop recommended this thing. Everybody tighten it up back there. Make sure you stay in formation. Tighten it up. Stay in formation all the way back. Bumper, he's getting back where he was. Yeah, I'm back.
Make two laps or one? Okay. Okay. I can only do one. I have to go back. I gotta get mechanic work done. You guys do two if you want, but I gotta go back. I'm only gonna do one.
support stuff quickly because, like I said, when we go to those crazy places with thousands of people and nobody gets service, we'll be able to use the live view of this camera and get great service. We're going to get out, a little bit of the convoy again. We're not going to go through all far behind.
Let's keep it slow.
Get back on the freeway before we get too far behind. It doesn't get old. That Hong Kong for freedom, especially after watching Connor in Canada, incredible.
I'm gonna come up here to Hammer Lane. We got some video footage that they're trying to get. Call me, tell yourself. Now we're getting video footage for all the way in the truck. Where are they getting the footage at? Rio Express coming up to Early.
You know, there's some pretty good footage at transit cams for the beltway. I was checking them out a little bit ago. Pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. We can get traffic super chat from, this is Catherine Maldonado. Thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate you.
Okay, Lily Ballard, great job, Patriots. Suggestions from the outside, next time maybe halfway back, have two trucks that follow the lead and separate at the same time, 2 cents worth. Next time maybe half back, have two trucks that follow the lead and separate at the same time. Okay. I don't think I don't know if I'm going to be able to start truck drivers into doing anything. I'll try, Lily. Bronson Biggerstaff. Okay. Thank you for everything you're doing. God bless you and USA. Thank you, Bronson. American citizen, thank you very much. American citizen, thank you very much.
Look at this.
3535. We got about 15 miles to I-270 north. Hey, Lee, we doing 1 or 2 up there this time? We're on 2 and 3. Oh, a lane for Aaron. I should be doing 1 lap or 2. I got the yeah, 1. I got it.
Yeah, we're about to 1 or 2 laps. They're still on the phone trying to decide how much time we need to kill.
Their reputation, their business.
They're trying to figure that out.
Been here 14 days so far.
Until we get up to the top of the town.
Copy.
I tried to tarnish
the whole reason they're going to do 2 laps possibly is funeral up here on I-70.
And the truth
and they
will
don't
always
want to
come
have
out.
people
The truth will always come out. These people are putting their
Maybe we ought to block all the 270 out for them, so none of that traffic gets up there in their way.
Hey, I guess. I don't know. I ain't in charge.
Got the yellow going. I mean, shot flash. I can't. If that would help. Maybe a little thick. What keeps going, Doug? There's photos you can't set the cruiser to it.
Look at you guys.
It's nothing. That's the whole time we leave. We're drinking that coffee, that's for sure. Well, that was my first thing. There you go. All right.
And again, Brian did an incredible job this morning with Ron Johnson and Ted Cruz, the senators. Phenomenal job representing the American people. I don't even think he was representing the convoy. From everything he said, he was representing the American people. Think about that.
Yeah, but power car. We do not have enough time to make it back, or we are still a little bit ahead of schedule. About 35 minutes, so we will be doing 2 laps. 2 laps. Copy that. 2 laps. 2 laps around the beltway. Get back there. I think we're done.
Army Mom, thank you so much for your donation, your super chat. Fried TV sent me. They thank you for all your hard work. We thank them. You guys are seeing this on Fried TV, and without folks like that,
time to make sure they know we mean business, everybody.
You guys wouldn't know
good
that.
Time to make sure they know we mean business. 10 forward. 2 laps, 2 laps, pass it back. 2 laps, pass it back. There's Ruben. Nate up here, he can't do 2 laps. He has to leave. We got YouTube channel stuff. So, the flat nose, you will be the second truck next to me going around the second lap. Copy on that. Got supporters up here. Blow the horns. Do the countdown again. Stay in your lane. Yes, I'm going to do it again, do it again. Alright, I let the back pilot know we're doing 2 laps.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave this on for a little bit. Put some music on that I can actually use. I just put on Dan Fitzgerald. He is Fitz Crafter. He was I found him when he was being interviewed by another dude. It was pretty cool. So I am going to put that in here in the little TV guide to the left so people know where I am putting the KV Fitzcrafter. Yeah, I really wish. Yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna hush it and not say anything about something. Okay, so we have Fitzcrafter on 5, which actually kind of works. Oreo on 4. I would like to switch over Julius maybe in a little bit. So, cause you know, gotta give a shout out for Julius. He's a good guy, right? Let's see. There we go. I have to find an Allen wrench to fix this chair. Okay. It lost a screw, and I found the screw, and now I don't see the screw anymore. So, whoops, didn't mean to put W there. And then we have OTR Survival. Actually, let me see how Julius is doing. I think we'll put Julius up for a little bit. He had some really, really good shots yesterday. I was just like, whoa, Julius. Ooh, so much sneezing. I switched from Cessna because he's gonna be only doing the one lap, and I want to keep the stream going for a little while longer. So let me go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in here. Control copy. Get a dashboard view. I'm trying to give everyone a lot of different, like, I want to give them time, but I want to make it a little more visually interesting, I guess, than just plopping up someone's screen. There we go. Okay, so Oreo, I'm going to replace you for a little while. Okay. Give your turtle a look here. Control copy. Cause everybody loves Orange Julius. Anyway. Let me go down here. I'm trying to give some streams that I haven't seen a lot of lately a little more push, because they're working hard just as much as someone else. I'm just saying, you don't need to always be like, hey, to the big guys all the time. I mean, I know Cessna's definitely a big guy. He made it over his goal. I'm proud of him. Good job. Okay. So there's that. Oh, there's OTR and his puppy. His puppy is down there. Oh, I love that puppy. He has his own hammock. Like, how cute is that? I don't think you could actually take a cat along with you like that. I would love to, and I love cats. Well, anyway. Okay, so come on, Julius. Who else was streaming? Okay, so we got OTR. I like OTR. He's a pretty good guy. Good guy. Very good guy. Okay. Where is BCP? I like Black Conservative Preacher. He's pretty cool. Like, he gets good coverage too. He is a bigger guy, I think. I mean, he definitely, he's pretty cool. Let's see what Travel Fun is doing. Ooh, Travel Fun. Got a good screen there. Control copy? I think since we're having problem with Oreos and Orange Julius, I really want his camera to work. He's got good stuff too. Okay, so I'll check back on him when I get back here. So I'll just put in some Travel Fun 69. Gotta give our Canadian friend a lot of support. Like, subscribe, hunt these guys down. No, I'm just joking. No, hunt their channels down. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. Hunt their channels down. I have all the links down below in the description of the video. Find them, like, subscribe to them. They're good guys. This is, again, not my normal channel content. Look at all those trucks up there in one. 2 by 2, two. See the red, the blue, and then they got their little flags. I can't. Okay, there's some more. They're a little spread out, but you know you gotta have some safe braking distance. You know. Okay, what is going on here? Oh, it'll probably be good. Okay, so that was his face. Yay, travel fun, Mr. Canadian. Canadian, I like my Canadians. I hope and I pray that they can get their parliament people to be good guys too. I don't think they're good guys. No offense to a lot of them. Never trust a politician. I just don't. I'm sorry. It's really hard to. Like anyone that wants that kind of power over things, you gotta really wonder. Okay. I think I've got everything set up before I have to vamoose for a little bit. Okay. So I will come back in a little while and I'll probably just keep the stream going. I'm not really all that worried about what will be said on the stream because I have the volume down super low and I have the music super high. And please check out the note that I have pinned. I would like for this person to get help. I am going to try to see if I can find anyone that can help them in their convoy that got ran off the road up in West Virginia. I think that's the last I heard. I'm just worried about them. And it sucks when you sacrifice a lot and put in all this extra stuff and nobody is okay, control car. So I've got
officially made it to DC, and it officially made it into the Capitol. The other thing that was interesting too was as we were walking in, Brian started telling me that he's been in DC before. He's spent a lot of time in DC apparently for other reasons, but this People's Convoy was the first time that he had been invited to the Capitol and inside the Capitol. They had met in other offices or the Senate offices, but never inside the Capitol itself. And he took that as a really good sign, he said, as to what this movement is doing. What else we should address? Let me... I was I'm not at the other event because I was not registered for that event. I had RSVP'd for the Ron Johnson office meeting, so that's why I was there. I had gone through the press office for that, and I in fact didn't learn about the other meeting until I was on my way here. But Right Side Broadcasting is there, streaming it live. Okay. I got a $5 PayPal. No need for a shout out. Keep up great work. Thank you very much. Yeah. I was hoping to get into what they were going to next, but so far I haven't been able to do that. Name checks out. Man, thank you so much for that $100 super chat. I gotta read this here. Name checks out says, God bless you, WYSIWYG. This is the fight between good and evil, and God always wins. I agree. I truly believe we saw that today. Lisa, I'm glad you're watching. Those of you remember, the gooey butter cake came from Lisa, and she says, not a gooey butter cake, but please allow me to be a cool fan for you also, and get a beer or refreshment of your choosing. Thank you, Lisa, so much. I appreciate that $17 PayPal. You're awesome. And I love that you're watching. You have given me so much joy with that gooey butter cake. I just can't express to you how much fun I've had with that. Buttercream, my friend Buttercream. But thank you. Just kind of going over my head what else is going on. It's just a beautiful day. Sitting out here in front of the train station. So I'm just going to do a couple of thank yous here real quick. You guys, I saw it coming in, and obviously because of what we're doing, I couldn't address it back then, but Tina Martin sent $5 Cash App. Thank you so much. Ari, thank you for that $15 Cash App. It says, thank you for the coverage. You're absolutely welcome. Ron sent $25. Thank you for the great coverage. Thank you, Ron. I am glad you all loved it. I got really lucky. Sometimes we stick to our plan, and it worked out really great. And I was in a good spot to see everybody, and so it was really good. Donald, thank you very much for that $25 Cash App. He says, thanks for the Freedom Convoy coverage. You got it, bud. I appreciate you. And Cheryl sent $25. Says, thank you for the live streaming the People's Convoy. Cheryl, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Part of Team WYSIWYG there. Couldn't do it without you guys. I truly do appreciate it. Sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Ian sent a $100 Venmo. Thank you so much. He says, support for truckers and freedom. That's a lot of freedom, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Neil. And I want to thank People's Convoy for putting out a link to the stream. They sent it out to everyone who is who's in the text messages. They wanted to get the word out. Sorry, one second. Let me see here. I'm gonna put this on charge here real quick. I'm still working on getting into the next meeting with the People's Convoy group. See if we can join and follow along. They are getting some food right now, so I'm just hanging out here at Union Station. DC is really quite quiet today. It was quite a feverish morning this morning. A lot of hustle and bustle getting here, working things out last minute. I didn't really know for sure until this morning that I was even going to be able to get in. For sure. Yeah, I kind of had a good inkling, but I wasn't 100% positive. And then everything just came together, so I was quite happy with that. Quite happy to be able to get out here. Yes, indeed, those are tents parked here in front of Union Station. Hey Chris, thank you for all your coverage. You've been doing great. You've done an incredible job. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. I do it for y'all. I do it to get the word out. I do it for y'all to see what's going on. And I appreciate you being along for the ride. I most enjoy giving you a nice image to look at, and I love how this lamppost with the white background. I just think that's really cool right there, right? Karan, I'm trying. I'm working on it. I'm hoping to. They're at lunch right now. I don't know if that came up. In fact, you know what? Good. How are you today? Okay. Yep. It's at 2:30, and I will be there. Yes. So I gotta give me 2 seconds here. Let's enjoy the view, and okay. I gotta find the Rayburn building. I'm charging some batteries. Is it? Yeah. No. Well, is that at the Rayburn building? And I appreciate that. I am going to go with the People's Convoy wherever they go. They have another meeting at 2:30. I'm going to go meet up with them to go to the Rayburn building, which is on the other side. So I'm going to start walking there now. Take you guys. Man, that's awesome. All right, see you, bye. Okay. WYSIWYG's on the move. And I only need like 2 more hands. Sorry guys, this is gonna be a little bouncy here for a minute. I was talking to a guy as I walked over from the Capitol building who works here in DC, and he said this is pretty quiet. It's a lazy day is the way he described it as we were walking. For those of you who know WYSIWYG TV, this is one of my favorite angles right here. Diagonal crosswalk shot. We're just gonna go. I would have called it exceptionally light traffic, but I have no reference to comparison. So. Yes, I am. I'm walking towards the Rayburn building now. Oh, it's... Yeah, are you guys there now? Yeah, I think I'm actually ahead of you, technically. So, alright, I'll see you over there. Alright, bye. I'm here. I'm back. Vincent, thank you for that $20 super chat. All right, we're going the right way. That was voice as a weapon. My bad. Huh. God's bad. God's not bad. He's good. He's good. Tony Walker, thank you very much for that. He says, put in time out for pointing out the chemtrails. Praying for you and your moderators. Well, I'm sorry about that, but I hope that you can understand that we were extremely aggressive about the chat in that meeting with the senators. We were not going to take any chances with YouTube shutting down the stream. So, right. The trolls use those comments to get the stream shut down. So, I hope you can understand that. And thank you for the $10 super chat to get that point across. It is much appreciated, and we want you to have a voice here. We appreciate our freedoms and your freedoms to say as you wish, but unfortunately you were only timed out, but it was just what our plan of attack was, to deal with the trolls for that stream because of how important I felt it was. So I apologize you got tied up in that. Oh, Thank you very much, Tank Girl. Has it been removed? It should not have been removed. What? It's up. And yeah, we're looking at it now. So Tank Girl, I hope that that's not the case. Yeah. It's definitely there. It's definitely staying up on YouTube. So if it does go down, YouTube's going to have a big problem. There is no reason whatsoever that stream should be removed. It's for the people to see. Yep. Big Red 69, thank you for that $5 super chat. I'm trying to find my way around here. Hand washing station. Got some tree work going on. It is beautiful. Lisa Varner, thank you very much for that $10 super chat. Now, is it better to say the $9.99? Is there? I usually just say $10, but I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if there was a I don't know. I haven't understood that part of YouTube, but I do appreciate it just as much either way. Kathy, I don't know what it is, this meeting that we're going to. I don't believe we're going to join in that meeting. I think this is a totally separate meeting. Yep, I am embedded with the People's Convoy, and that is what I am streaming. So that is, we will learn together what this next event meeting is. I was unaware of it this morning, but it is, I am working my way to the other side of the Capitol, to what is the Rayburn building, the House side of the Capitol. So that's what I'm doing. I'm making my way over there now. Unfortunately, phone calls coming in. Can't take those, but and I'm trying to drink my Starbucks and live stream, so I'm shaking a little bit. I'm walking here. I'm glad you guys are sticking around, but what I am going to do is once we get over to the Rayburn building, I will restart the stream so we have a fresh stream for that meeting, and I will, as always, appreciate y'all coming back. This stream was to thank you guys, give you a little bit of a recap, show you a little bit of DC, but I think the right thing to do would be to start a fresh stream for that. This coffee's hitting the spot. Roger, thank you for that $5 super chat. Super chat. A little tongue-tied, twisted. Honestly, I see it as support, and you guys are incredible with your support. I truly appreciate it. I don't understand the difference between the stickers and the super chats, but I do appreciate it either way, nonetheless, just as much. I just can't believe it's warmed up so nice. It's beautiful. Like, I'm putting in some footsteps today, which is good. Not in the truck, following the convoy around, as much fun as that is, and as much as I was looking forward to up in the ante from what we did yesterday. There will be plenty of time for that. We will be doing more driving around with the convoy, I'm sure. I know they are far from done with that, but giving you just a view here. So this is very different as far as where the bike racks are set up today from January 6th. It's much closer in to the Capitol building itself. It was quite a day, that's for sure. A lot of memories coming back from that day, and the people that I saw and talked to, some of which you guys didn't get to see due to technical purposes. You gotta share it with me, God. Oh, my favorite, Adel. I know. Adel, just imagine this. We've kept you around because, I don't know, but you are on thin ice, so you say, and you know, it's all right. But there's a line, and apparently here's a line that I can't get past here, so having to make my way around. I think that's the building we're going to over there. Normally I just walk there, but I gotta go all the way down around. What is it? What is it with people? What are you trolls find? Oh, if you guys can see how I'm working here, it's not ideal. I gotta tighten that down pretty good. But I have a love-hate relationship with the trolls. I love the fact that you're watching and you're seeing the truth. That's the thing. Your lack of self-control and perception of reality, that's the part I don't like. But try to spread love and peace, not hate. Hate's for rookies, I've been told. So, you know, but shit, at least you're here and you're learning something, maybe. Paying attention, seeing the truth. So, you know, but some of your comments are just ridiculous. Absolute ridiculous, some of the comments. But for those of you who aren't aware, I'm going to show you a very special spot here. Yeah, we're going there. So this fountain here, this column right here, is what I buried myself behind as I expected Capitol Police to start shooting at people that pushed over bike rack fence right here. That was the initial surge that started what now known, I guess, to many as the Capitol riot. But yeah, So they have this lawn all fenced off now. Originally they had it out here, but this is the reflecting pond side of the Capitol. And school kids are out here. When I was in elementary school, on the other side of where those kids are, we took our school photo from elementary school. But pretty amazing, huh? Beautiful view, huh? Yeah. So probably should have jumped on a scooter, but I don't know how I would have operated a scooter with my camera rig and my coffee. I would have had to dump one or the other. And I think you guys wanted to come with me, so coffee over camera every time. It's funny, I really haven't had a Starbucks in a while. Just been making my own coffee, COVID. But I couldn't resist when I walked past it at the train station. Headed to the Rayburn building for the second meeting of the day with the convoy. People's Convoy has a meeting. I don't know who it's with. We're going to learn this together. But like I said, once I get over there, I will end the stream and then probably have to get through security and all those other things. And then we'll start the stream from inside the Rayburn building. I was actually quite surprised. I wasn't sure how much I was going to be able to live stream from inside the property, and the liaison that I was dealing with through the press office was very cool, and she was like, oh, you can live stream whatever you want. So I started up as soon as I got through the x-ray machine, and I was quite impressed. I love seeing the train, little train cars. I had seen it on video before, but I had never seen it in person. So I thought that was pretty great. Just gotta check directions really quick. Make sure we're going the right way. On my old rig, I used to have this set up directly on the rig, but sorry. Yeah, we're going the right way. That should be it right over there. Oh, the camera's not facing that way, but here. I gotta say a quick thank you first. I got a $10 PayPal. Funny comment. Somebody with a sense of humor. Alesha says, thanks Team Wizzy, aka Trucker G Jr. I appreciate that. $10 PayPal from her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here we go, Rayburn building. Yep. Yes, thank you. Yep. Well, we don't know what we're going to. So I don't know that I actually can say that it's not the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. I just know that I'm with the group from the People's Convoy. They went and had a quick bite to eat. I took a little break and wanted to be able to stream and talk to you. So that's why we're walking around DC right now together. And we're headed to the second meeting of the day, which I'm not sure what it is yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the round table. We might be walking into that, but it could also be something very different. So I've sort of been kept in the dark about it. which I'm okay with. I love surprises. So, well, Jim, you're half right. The convoy that we have been following is called the People's Convoy. There are other convoys. In fact, there was one that just joined us last night, the Southeast Convoy. But I have been embedded with the People's Convoy. Hey. Side then. I'm coming. Are you around the back? I see. Yep, that's where I'm headed. I'm coming to you as quick as I can. Thanks. So they had a downhill walk. I got a little uphill walk, but where it sent me was to the front, and there's no entrance, of course. So I gotta hustle up and get up to the front here. Thank goodness for the sippy cup lid. I had been waiting on the information, and we took off as soon as we got it, but yeah, go for it. Funny. My nerd has a great sense of humor. All right, they're here. Good. Wow, look at this great building. Sorry, I'm huffing and puffing, y'all. Hi.
Can you borrow me, do you have any cords I can charge? I have batteries, 2 of them.
iPhone?
No, the line.
I just have this lightning cable. Okay. Is that what you need? Is a lightning cable?
I need cables so I can plug it in.
What connector? Oh, for an iPhone.
Yeah.
I can let you use mine a little bit.
You're amazing. Thank you.
God's child, Andrew. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that. $10 super chat. Thank you for all the love you're doing from South Carolina. Thank you. Oh. And for the earlier one as well, I'm being told by God in my ear, apparently there's no garbage can anywhere. There's no garbage cans around. So, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to end this stream real quick, you guys. And I'll be right back with a new stream as we go inside.
that's all right. We can go back, and then we can take a small break, and then come back again. Yeah, lots of people. Brutal. Yeah, it didn't make anybody look, didn't make them look good there. For sure. Mayor looked bad.
Alan Kelly is live on Facebook inside the meeting. It is not the round table. So go ahead, pin that, will you please, Rooster Doll? And that is the link to the Facebook page of Alan Kelly, who is in the meeting right now. He started a live stream on Facebook so everybody can see what's going on. So leave this live stream, or if you can do a couple windows, go over there and watch and see what's, you'll get all your answers, or all the questions to your answers to your questions when you go over to Alan Kelly's live stream. You can watch and see what's going on. on Facebook in that meeting with the People's Convoy. Sorry if you don't do Facebook. That's the only place he's at. Yeah. I'm sure one of your favorite restreamers will put that up. Why don't you go to PT News? I bet you PT News will have that Facebook Live streaming. And I guarantee PT News will not have any problem restreaming that Facebook Live from Alan Kelly, who is one of the drivers who's in the meeting. No, they didn't, Candy. You're not paying attention. You guys have to start listening and understanding and comprehending the words. It's two separate things.
Now that that's passed.
It's two separate meetings. This is not the round table with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's a whole separate meeting, different place. And I heard
I didn't want to start out that way. Let's just be clear. This is supposed to be a good conversation, and I'm sorry about that.
I don't know if that's true, but
controls this place.
Right. No, I understand.
We don't need you.
Honestly,
to
to
we
bring
all
it all
understand how
down
you
and get
feel
rid of the
about
seriousness
Facebook.
that was
Let's
just there and actually show you who we are, we really, truly believe in our government. We really, truly want to work with everybody. We want it to be bipartisan. We don't want to divide anymore. The divide has been the problem in this country for forever. The divide has been a problem for a very long time, at least in my lifetime. And I'm not that old. I'm only 37. I'm basically this guy's kid. He's old. But the thing is, the issue here for us is, what I said about the vaccine mandates. We're looking for accountability through bipartisan hearings and investigations into the origins of the pandemic, as well as the federal and state levels responses to that pandemic. Now, obviously, that's going to be hard to get because there's too many people that are too wrapped up, too deep in it. We understand that.
I'm getting word that they're in there right now. If you're watching the Facebook Live, for those of you who have Facebook who don't mind using it, apparently they are coming for us.
Now, when you go and
is what I'm hearing. Is that what you're hearing?
10,000 people.
Somebody in my chat saying they're coming for us. They're saying Brian got us in, so
And there's more coming.
There's more.
they should come and get us, is what was said.
We can't stop
but
it. They just keep coming.
somebody watching, I don't know. You're watching it live and you're not hearing that, so
Jamie Coleman, who's the ranking member,
yeah.
has requested that.
How about what's the chances of actually
So
getting
he's
that
watching it.
the
I don't
Senate
have it.
passed
I just
the,
now got it in my
to
ear.
end the state of emergency by one
Call
vote.
Steve and tell him.
But anyways, they passed that. Now,
We're here.
what's the chance of
We're
getting that
standing
actually
here.
on the House floor?
Here's Representative Gates. How are you today, sir?
Oh, wonderful.
So the recommendation then of what we're seeing across
So
this country,
that's the
coming
round table,
across
right?
the
It was Gates
2,700 or
and
so
Marjorie
miles that
Taylor
we've
Greene.
come across, we've seen millions of Americans
I
coming
suppose
out.
the journalists would
Every-
run them
all
down
but
and
maybe
try
a
to get
dozen
something,
overpasses
but-
across this place,
Including California.
including California, and a 26-mile long human, not vehicle, humans
This
on both
is
sides of
awesome.
the highway and 3 bridges through Amarillo, and mayors having us pull off.
Attorney generals.
Attorney
We're going to the
generals
door. We're
having us
getting in,
pull
y'all. That's
off
why I
and
hung
go
out.
through a town instead of staying on the highway.
That's why we hung
and
out.
being able to meet with mayors, with AGs, and the people, governors, and so every single person that we have touched along this country, we're telling them, pick up the phone, call your legislatures at the local, state, and federal levels, and put on the pressure and let them know you're done. We're done. The American people are speaking, and that's the reason that we've done it this way. That's what this convoy is about. It's about bringing the people on board with our mission to do everything
So
that
we're
these
hanging out
gentlemen
waiting
just
to.
discussed.
Here we are.
We gotta start somewhere.
Thank you, Liz.
And where it starts with these conversations is nothing's gonna happen. Constitution won't be restored until emergency powers are done. I hope we're clear with that. Like, we can't even move to accountability until this emergency's over. And the problem is that emergency powers have never gone on for 2 years. This isn't a hurricane or an earthquake, except for a week, to go to church. No, everybody could do that. I could skip church for a week. 2 years of their entire civil liberties being in suspended animation, courts that can't address it because emergency powers are emergency powers and they're arbitrarily invoked. I mean, it's absolute crap. And nobody's a fool to it anymore. So like we really, you know, this isn't gonna end until the emergency powers end, and that's I think where it needs to start. And I could be interested, Doctor.
Look, Dr. Paul Alexander, I mean, full disclosure, in 2020 I worked for President Trump. That building was there, Health and Human Services. I worked for the World Health Organization also as their pandemic advisor during President Trump's. So I can speak about the underlying issues with that emergency declaration and the mandates. I have asked Walensky, I've asked Fauci, I've asked Francis Collins openly and in writing, debate me, debate Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Robert Maloney, Dr. Harvey Risch. We all work together. Bring me, bring everybody in CDC, just me. And you bring the science. You bring any science you think you have that could underpin the emergency declaration and mandates. And why I was so open is because they have none. There is no science, none, in this entire world today that supports what President Biden said recently. This is not a partisan issue, because I want President Biden to succeed. Because if he succeeds, the United States succeeds. This is the United States. We want to succeed. So this is not partisan for me. But the mandates are underpinned by no science today. The vaccine has failed. The vaccine does not stop transmission. There's no need for these vaccines, and they're not properly protected. So the mandates must end. It is time the people understand in the government, Fauci, Walensky, Biden, everyone. The pandemic is done. It's been done a year now. It is over. Omicron tells us this. All the emergency declarations that underpin them must be lifted. It's a violation of our rights and freedom. There is no science. And if President Biden or Walensky or Fauci or Collins or any one of them speaks today, I would challenge the media always. Ask them. Show us one piece of data that supports what you're doing here. There's none. So the trucker is right. The trucker has done what scientists and doctors in America have failed to do. The truckers are talking the truth. The science is 100% on the side of the trucker. Period.
I don't think you're going to get an argument from any of us.
Right. Yeah, but what can you do to help us? What can you guys do to help us?
What you said is exactly correct too. Is make sure that you you call at federal, state, and local level. Call all of your and get all your people to call because it's pressure.
Go see Nancy Pelosi, huh?
Yeah. Well,
right now, the majority runs this place.
Yeah.
That's the pressure.
Right.
And I think you probably saw some of that pressure working a little bit because all of a sudden we didn't have to wear masks on the floor last.
But can you guys
before.
apply pressure from your end? Will you apply pressure from your end?
oh
Oh, we
well,
have been.
They are.
we have been.
Yeah. In what ways?
Well, we've been trying to get the mask mandate dropped from the House floor. We're still, this is a smart virus. It evidently, you can't contract it in the Senate, but you can in the House because there is no mask mandate in the Senate, but there is in
Is it also true that the Congress and the Senate is exempt from the vaccine? Is that true or not?
No, absolutely not.
Not true.
What was that? What was that?
I was wondering if it was true that the Congress and Senate are exempt from the vaccine. Is that true? From the mandate.
No, absolutely not. We have to, or we were told we had to get it.
Right.
No, we didn't have to get it. Not everybody got it. I got it, but not everybody did.
But it was never mandated that you had to get it, right?
Well, and masks.
Right.
So
the mask was mandated, but
was the
mandated.
vaccine mandated for congressional individuals to get?
No.
Was it mandated that you get vaccinated?
No, they couldn't mandate Congress to get vaccinated.
They tried, but anyway.
They tried. They tried.
So we have guys in the House. Who is Andrew Clyde? What's his fines up to? So our fines are $5,000 per
Yeah, the mask
infraction
stuff, yeah.
on the mask.
Well,
$5,000 per infraction.
Yeah, so
if you
Andrew's
didn't wear your
up-
mask and got caught, you were fined
Well,
$5,000.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's up to 100,000, I read.
Yeah, I
Who?
heard that. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No kidding.
Up to,
Also-
I heard that she was up to 90 some odd thousand in
Andrew
penalties.
Clyde's up to, my gosh.
It's almost a bad
Pardon?
Congressman, it's such an honor to be here.
Yes.
Let me ask a question. You guys, is it not hypocrisy that the congressional people could be exempt from the mandates, but the rest of the population not exempt from the mandates?
Is it? I'll say that again.
He's saying that
congressional folks are exempt, but others have to,
But the public
have to wear masks.
had to
So,
get the
so look,
vaccines.
we've been dictated to as well. I mean,
Is there a mandate that
up
is in
until
place?
the public showcase of the State of the Union, we had to wear masks. And it was the State of the Union was really the impetus, or really the event where they decided that, oh, we don't want to have national TV with all these people wearing masks, and so they lifted the mandate for just before the State of the Union.
But that's mask.
Yeah.
We're talking about vaccine.
Yeah.
Mask mandates have been rolling back all across the country. Thank you, the People's Convoy.
So let's be clear though on where those mandates are coming from. It's not coming from anybody here. We've actually offered amendments and voted to try to rescind those. Those are mandates that are coming out of this administration, coming out of Nancy Pelosi and others.
But Congress is not mandated.
No.
But
we didn't-
vaccine.
but
But
Con-
healthcare workers.
I know, we
the
know that.
DOD.
But Congress didn't make that. That was the Biden administration.
But the question was, we're not asking you if you agree with it or not. I mean, I guess the question is, I guess.
Do you agree that it's
right.
okay?
That's the
Do you
question.
agree it's wrong?
I've been on record from the beginning saying that it's a personal choice.
And we've actually voted in the committee.
Yeah, we voted numerous
Because it seems just kind of strange that if something's not actually, if it's not good enough for the senators or congressmen or congressional people, it shouldn't be good. It should be the same for the people that they represent,
we
right?
agree with you. We agree.
Because actually, you guys work for the people, right?
So how many would you say in the House feel the same way that you guys feel?
Good question.
Oh, it's pretty much split party lines.
I would say
It's split party
That's too
line.
bad.
That speaks volumes, doesn't
And
it?
we've had these votes within our own committee.
So you're saying right now
To
that if
eliminate
the Republican Party had control of the House, that the vaccine mandate would already be eliminated?
Well, if there'd be a bill coming out of the Republican House to eliminate the mandate, it had to come out of the Senate, and the president had to sign it.
How do we handle the veto that even if it does pass the House, that Joe Biden says that he would veto it when it got to his desk? How do we handle that?
Removing of the emergency powers.
The only way you can handle a veto is to be able to override it. So you need 2/3 to override.
So when we get control of the House and the Senate, that could be possible?
Well, yeah, if you have 2/3.
Yeah, it's 2/3.
I think we might at this point.
Well, that's a high bar.
I don't think these gentlemen really understand. We've all come through the whole nation. I mean, into red states, blue states. I mean, Illinois, just overpass over overpass. Indiana, Ohio, Maryland, just everywhere. There's flags everywhere. And I told people, I said, this feels like 9/12, the day after 9/11. Because there's so many people have come out in support and saying thank you, looking at you in the eyes and going thank you for standing up for us, because we can't afford to leave what we're doing right now, because so many people are trying to cling on to what they have left after all these shutdowns and after all these economic depressions from something that is just so inconsistent coming out of Washington. It's so inconsistent. And these people are clinging on to their livelihoods right now, and they can't afford to come out and be that majority because they are trying to make sure that their families are taken care of. And that is why you have the silent majority. But these people aren't being silent anymore. They're coming out and spending the day. Companies are letting people off.
Don't forget though where the mandates come from.
Right.
It's come from administration, and we can pass a bill through, and that's come through what they call regulatory authority, which is regulatory law. We pass statutory law, so we can pass a bill to override what the president has done through regulation, but he has the option to veto it, and then you have to go after a veto.
So you would say the power right now would be get more people, more American people woke up, and that the thing to do is to start blowing up the phone lines.
I would say so. That always helps.
And you know what? Fauci needs to be fired. You guys need to work on that, because if he can't debate the good doctor right here, then he shouldn't have the position that he's in.
I don't know that we want more woke people though.
No woke. Let me
clarify.
Awakened.
The pendulum is swinging from woke to awakened.
Congressman. Yeah, Dr. Fauci's kind of disappeared lately.
Yes, it's kind of gone into hiding, right?
I think where we hobbled was this. In the beginning, about a year ago when the vaccine began to be rolled out, I think people like myself, McCollum, Malone, Reich, Tenenbaum, Ursula, Dapo, etc., we failed to properly inform, because you see, we talked among ourselves. Should we tell the American people, should we tell the Canadian people what the science is actually showing us behind the scenes? We failed to explain to the public the catastrophe we were seeing in the raw data in terms of the ineffectiveness of the vaccine and the harms from the vaccine. So I think it's in your job that you need to go back to the other half and explain to them, these truckers are fighting for you Democrats too, and you rhinos, because what they are fighting for is to protect you too from the harmful effects of the mandates. It is to protect your 15-year-old son from dropping dead on that soccer field from myocarditis from these vaccines. It is to prevent the restriction of early treatment to your parents and elderly parents who sit in that nursing home and going to be put on a ventilator and on remdesivir, that Fauci drug that has failed and is liver and kidney toxic. So this fight is not for the truckers, it's not for the Republicans, it's for the Democrats too. It's for our police and military who should have not been mandated to be vaccinated. I've been on record arguing this. We made a catastrophic mistake there. We should have only offered it, never mandated.
So going back to what we were talking about on, just making calls and building pressure and support, I think that's a direct result of that is the reason we don't have a mask mandate right now, or they're being rescinded all over the country because of the pressure that's being built, and people are tired of it.
Thank you, the People's Convoy.
And what about the people that's worked all their lives and were 2 or 3 years away from retirement that's lost everything they've had because they were fired because of the mandate? They lost their everything. What about the kid up in Massachusetts that was denied a heart transplant? We met his father the other day in Hagerstown Speedway. He was denied a heart transplant because he wasn't vaccinated.
Well, you've also got small businesses all over the country that were told they had to shut down.
Right.
And they still had rent payments and loan payments.
And we invite you to come to Hagerstown Speedway to meet with us, meet with the drivers up there, because there's lots.
It would seriously go a long way with the people to come down there and shake hands and say hello to them, even if it's a controlled environment of some sort, because I understand security concerns, but just coming down and just seeing them would go a long way.
There are districts that have been ruined by the mandates and the shutdowns and the sequestrations and everything. Just ruined, their lives ruined.
And isn't it our constitutional right as Americans to peacefully assemble, and as long as we're law-abiding? Is that our constitutional right?
First Amendment right,
Yes.
So,
I think
trying to bring this to some type of a point where it could move forward. And I think some of the challenge we have here is like, if you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Not to go Malcolm X on you, but there's a pivotal moment we're at in history, moving from woke to awakened. And right, this has become a spiritual movement, and the challenge is that understanding who politicized this in the first place, it may very well be that the Democrats are on one side of it, but if the rhinos are on the other side and they exist, they're part of the problem too.
And we're watching. We know the 47 senators.
Right, and so like we're here to say, there's a point at which people have to declare, are they going to help this movement get to a resolution, the end of emergency powers, restore the Constitution, and explore the accountability for people who got us here in the first place? And is this such a meeting where that's going to happen, or are we just talking?
I think I want to go back on what Brian was saying. The more of you that can come out to Hagerstown and shake some hands, the more pressure, because we can parlay that into see American people. We were your Pony Express, bringing your messages to Washington, D.C. Here they are. Doesn't matter. They're here. They're coming out. They're shaking hands. Call your representatives and use that power of having you come out and shake some hands. All of you. Everyone.
All right. So let's go back to this, because I want to make sure that we're having a productive meeting or just a meeting.
I want to answer your question.
Thank you.
So you asked.
They want you to answer my question.
You asked if this is just a meeting to spread a bunch of hot air or not, and I want to be very clear. The people at this table are the people that have offered the amendments, that have supported the amendments to ban or block vaccine mandates, to remove mask requirements and other things. We're the people that have done that. Unfortunately, we're in the minority right now. So we are being told by President Biden, we're being told by Nancy Pelosi what's going to happen, including, like I said, up until last week, that we even had to wear masks. We're mandated to wear masks on the House floor, to where people, we're threatened with fines. We have, they have imposed all sorts of restrictions on us that we've never seen before. I have been told the only way I can go to certain meetings with the administration is by being vaccinated.
And tested before you go.
That's right. And tested, but we, the four of us, the Republican minority in the House and in the Senate, we don't have the votes right now to reverse these things. We don't. And so
who are the folks though that sit, maybe lean to the left side of the aisle, that can get it through their heads that this isn't a right issue or a left issue, and that this is an American issue, that this is on a global scale a violation of your God-given rights? Who there's got to be folks on the left. There's got to be folks on the left that we could have a sit down like this with together. The four of you and four of them, somebody to start building that connection, to start changing the minds of them. I mean, we're knocking on the back door here.
I mean, I think as Sam said, I think that, going through and looking at the votes on this, and you see who it is. I mean, it's basically all party line votes on these.
But if the science, it's a simple thing. Everything here turns on the actual science. When they talk about follow the science, I have to tell you, what has happened in the United States government over the last 2 years? They've never followed the science. They've interpreted the science the way they wanted. The CDC and the NIH has failed the American people. So I'm saying, if the science says there's no evidence to support these mandates today, and I challenge anyone who's listening to me, bring anything you want. I have it all here because I work with it daily. So if the science says none, something other than science is at play here. You need to tell them that on the floor.
It's all about power and control.
Yes.
It's all about power and control.
Hold on.
Will you deliver that?
Hold on.
One thing I've always said, there's consequences to elections, and before the last election, when we were out campaigning, part of my stump speech was, there's consequences to elections. Yes. And now you're seeing the consequences. The other side, the Democrats, the liberals, have complete control of the federal government. They have the executive branch, they have the entire Congress, and House and Senate, and that's what we're seeing.
You
You're
have
seeing
the
it.
people. You have the trucker.
Now we do.
That's what we'll see what happens in November.
But that's.
I guess we're going to be hanging out on the beltway until November.
No, because it can't wait till November.
No.
And I think that the thing is that you understand you watch other foreign governments weaponize this in their own House, Congress, their power structures to prevent the opposing party from showing up to even make a vote. You aware of this in other countries like Australia, New Zealand, and other? Have you watched this happen?
Well, the speaker puts on the floor what she wants to vote on. We don't have that ability to put stuff on the floor.
So I think that part of the issue is where have the spines gone? Not to be, this is a perception issue, and right there's a legitimate question: is at what point is there enough? Does it become tyrannical enough where even the people who are in the minority rise up and say, "Oh hell no"?
Well, you're starting to see that. You're starting to see that.
Well, I don't think starting. I mean, I don't think starting. I think it's been going on. It's just under the rules of the House, without the majority of votes, you get told what to do, and that's what we've been facing.
But your public uprising, starting to see that, and I think that's one reason why the mask came off in the House of Representatives last Monday, because it was politically. The polling is showing they're in trouble.
The polls went down.
Right.
The polls went down.
Well, fuel prices
And
going up,
you know,
so
I
does the
think,
time.
this masking, some areas, some states, some school districts, mandatory masking of our children. And we know the science, we know what all the problems it causes in their social upbringing and their mental capacity. But you got some states that have done a lot better job of getting away with these mandates, and some states are still doing it, even though their leaders, get caught doing the opposite what they say.
But what you're saying though is when you're not in control and you're in the minority, there could be tyranny. You see, there's a problem with the logical leap of saying that you would permit tyranny in the absence of control. You have a choice too. In the American people, we got to wake up and rise up. I get it, but there's a lot you can do before the American people have to get that pissed, which is to say, oh hell no. And I don't mean just hollering or but maybe you got to break some rules. Maybe you got to get loud. Maybe you got to boycott it. Maybe you have to say none of these laws are invalid, because at what point do you, our elected officials, say this isn't a constitutional republic anymore? if the majority uses some weaponized system against the minority to effectively make it irrelevant.
Let me give you an example of how bad
Yeah.
it's been. You know, anybody who has COVID, they were saying, you know, you couldn't have come anywhere near this building and making us get tested and everything else. Yet, do you know that Speaker Pelosi actually built a chamber on the House floor,
Up in the balcony.
a chamber to allow for COVID positive members of Congress to come through the Capitol onto the House floor, in the House chamber, in order to vote, to make one vote. Since this whole thing's happening, you know what that vote was? It was to elect her Speaker of the House.
That's right.
That was the only.
I watched that.
That is, I mean, did not tell us anything. We walk in one day, there's a plexiglass chamber up
No
there.
kidding.
So keep in mind, all of these
Yeah.
drastic efforts to keep COVID out of here and, you know, mask and everything else, yet inviting, facilitating COVID positive members into the House chamber so she can be elected Speaker of the House. And our attending physician, our sergeant at arms, all of these people were complicit in this.
Right.
And she had to do that because that's before they brought in proxy voting.
Right.
Yeah, I was
right.
gonna say,
I
how
think-
is it proxy voting? Do they get rid
No,
of
you
that?
can't proxy for Speaker.
You can't proxy.
Yeah,
that's
right.
right.
You can't proxy for Speaker.
You know, and I think some, and there are examples, and I know you see it. I think the question is like before the American people blood boils and it becomes a thing, and you need the support, you need an awakening, not wokeness. Totally get it. But even within the party, even permitting this to devolve into that kind of, I mean, you realize they're forcing you to do stuff too, and it prejudices your right to represent the people, right? Ultimately, it does.
Well, you're seeing, I'm old enough to remember in the 1960s, we had, well, it turned into riots, but it was protests originally on two issues, civil rights and Vietnam War. And people spoke up, and I think, as I remember right, LBJ didn't run again because of the pressure that was put on. You know, and so the people do speak. They speak at elections, but they also, hopefully, peaceful protests. It doesn't turn into riots. And the elected representatives get the message. And the problem is, if here, there's one side of the aisle that's in the majority right now that hasn't gotten the total message yet.
So real quick, and then I'll finish. I might not finish, but I'll try. So if you know, Woody Allen famously said, "Every time I shut the door in reality, it comes in through the window." We know what would help you, which was the elections, right? Because you get what you vote for. And I think that, thank God, people are waking up to that. But if American people can't wait until the elections, because there's a group that's here for accountability, Constitution, and emergency powers being removed, what are your recommendations about the best path forward to accomplish it?
Look, all of us, Republicans, Democrats, we're all sent here to represent people. Right now, I think you have very much of a top-down governance where you have Speaker Pelosi mandating, dictating down to her members and effectively then to all the people of America what's going to happen. I think that flipping that equation around and the people that are opposing some of our efforts to respect the Constitution and promote freedom, you've got to get people to rise up and say, this is how I want to be represented. And you know, you saw, as Congressman Gibbs mentioned, you saw the mask mandate for us be lifted because of public pressure and public perception. I think that there's got to be more communications to, and I want to be really clear, not in any way suggesting any type of violence, but just clear communication that you're not representing me, you're not representing us. And I think making it clear to these people back in their hometowns and districts what it is that the American people truly want, the majority of the American people want. Right now, we're working on a number of initiatives to try and get the mask mandate lifted at airports and airplanes and things along those lines. But again, it's us, it's all Republicans that are pushing these things, trying to restore, respect the Constitution and individual liberty.
So could I ask something quickly to the Honorable Congressman? So we started off in Adelanto. First of all, also Ottawa, Canada, but the American side in Adelanto, Mojave there, and so it's been approximately 3 weeks. Peaceful. I've been involved. No violence. It's the most remarkable thing to witness this type of protest. It's as though where the truckers are, everything becomes peaceful, etc. If you are saying you guys are going to take it to the polls in 5-6 months, granted, we in America settle our issues at the polls. We have good governance society. What happens if, because I talk to these, I'm the scientist, but I talk to these people have emerged as better than my own family to me, and they confide in me. What happens if they say, you know what, we can't wait 6 months, Dr. Alexander. So in about 2 weeks, we're gonna grind it down. We're gonna put down everything for a week. You want America to shut down for 1 week?
I'm not going to condone that.
No, but I'm saying, but I'm not saying condone. I'm saying these people, they have people who tell me, Paul, the diesel running in my truck right now is all I have. I've been in some of these trucks. I was stunned. When I went inside, I wanted to talk to the trucker to understand them more and talk. I looked back and I saw a lady sitting there with 2 little kids. And he told me, he said, you know, I ride with my whole home here. This is my life. Everything is in this truck. If this fails, I'm done. And she's schooling these 2 little 3- and 4-year-olds. It was the most remarkable, painful thing even. So he said, this has to work. And this is where these people are.
We represent police officers that have put their lives on the line. We represent folks that have been in the military, SEALs, and others that have given decades of their life and literally putting their lives on the line, that have had their career go straight off a cliff because of these mandates that we have opposed. We were able to make a little bit of progress in a law a couple of months ago for the military, but just a little bit. And we're seeing this, the truckers, everybody, we're seeing this across the country.
But your peaceful protests, you say you're doing, and hopefully you'll get media attention, and hopefully some people will be awakened here in Congress and the administration.
That's all.
But that's.
Can you get us an audience with some of the people on the other side?
I mean, you have to talk to them. That's their decision.
Could you help that process?
It's a curious answer, because does that mean we could be more effective than you can? I mean, in getting their attention. That's what I meant. I wasn't trying to.
No, I know.
You know what I mean.
I mean, I can't make members on the other side take a meeting or.
Right.
Or.
No, we didn't
or
ask you to
listen.
make them, we
asked
asked
you to
you.
make it. It's
Have a
just.
conversation.
You said maybe you can, and the question was, are you saying that we could be more effective at getting a meeting with your fellow colleagues on the other side than we can?
Oh,
If you have members of the convoy who are from those areas, it might be smarter to leverage those people to take those
your own
meetings.
representative.
That's the key.
There's 20 right now that are in your
Somebody
district
can
down in
vote for
Hagerstown. There's 20 of them in your district right now in Hagerstown.
Who's your representative? Where are you from?
Well, I'm in Northwest Ohio now, but it was Bob Casey was my senator. And I don't know who my house one was.
Well, if
over
you're in
in
Northwest Ohio, it's
Lancaster.
Bob Ladd. Probably, it could be Marcy Gapter, it's probably Bob.
No, it's Bob.
Yeah. Mine is Mark Amadei.
So
Yeah.
it sounds to me like you're saying.
You're speaking to the choir, those two.
It sounds to me like what you're saying is, if we need to get some people from the other side to vote to remove emergency powers and deal with the mandates, we needed to get them to take meetings with us, right? It's got to start there. We got to start to change hearts and minds in those meetings.
Make sure they know that the people, the people that contact them are people from their district.
Okay.
Senator Joe Manchin. Senator Joe Manchin. I think that's where we should start, because his state has lots of blue-collared people, blue-collared workers. And I think he probably, right now, is the most powerful person in America.
We need the House, though, so that the state of emergency gets
No,
pressured.
I'm kidding you. Yeah, he is the most powerful person in this country.
Yeah. Ultimately, it's the pressure of the people is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So the pressure of the people, and we have certainly in the last couple of weeks, the last 3 weeks, have been waking up a lot of the American people coming across this country.
So it's an interesting feeling to be sitting here in the House after a meeting in the Senate and have you sitting at the table and us sitting here in these chairs and get a feeling that you're saying to us, this all rides on you, and we're getting our feeling that you have a feeling of powerlessness. It really does feel like that's the sentiment.
It's a team effort, right? Like these guys are doing what they can to pressure the majority to change their position and change their mandates. But it also requires, on the other side, the people to stand up and public pressure. And so to work in a smarter way where you're leveraging your convoy and all those people that are part of it and where they're from, and identifying where they're from with these members of Congress that aren't being supportive of what you guys stand for. And having them do exactly what you're doing here with people that don't feel the same way. And I think that would help too. At this point, it seems like we're just kind of kicking the dead horse. We're all on the same page. We're all on the same team here. We get that. So I want to just switch over for a moment just to express some of the things that have gone on during this convoy a little bit so that you can at least hear a little bit of some of the stories about the convoy. We showed up to Adelanto, California. None of us had any idea how this was going to turn out. We had no idea whether the American people were going to support it or throw rocks at us all the way down the road. In fact, two of us were just going to show up, throw on some American flags, and live stream it going across the country and see what happens. But it ended up working out. The people came out to Adelanto Stadium in California. And it just continues to grow and grow and grow as we came across. But through that process, we've met so many Americans from different parts of the country. There's been convoys that have joined in with us. And there's like Amarillo, I had somebody come up to me and, you know, tell me about how she lost everything because of the vaccine mandate, because she decided to take a stand to her employer. And some would come back and say, well, just go get another job. It's easier said than done when you have somebody that has, you know, years of schooling into their job, and they've had 30 years in their profession. You know, what are you gonna do? Go to Wendy's and start flipping burgers after 30 years of being an RN? You know,
about the flag.
I'm getting there. Fort Leonard Wood stopover that we did a little rally in Fort Leonard Wood. I had a guy come up to me, and he handed me this little American flag. And he was making me take it, and I kept saying no, because I knew what that flag was. I knew that was something important, and I could tell by the brownish stain on the white stripes that was a flag that was overseas. This young man carried this flag in his rucksack the entire time he was in Afghanistan, and he said he gave it to me, forced me to take this thing. And he said that he felt that it kept him safe in Afghanistan his entire time. And he wanted me to take it here to Washington, D.C. with me to keep me safe in the journey coming here. Today, I handed that flag off to another young man that was with us that unfortunately had to get a flight back to Nashville. But I handed it off to him because I did my mission. I brought it here to Washington, D.C. But this young man's 18 years old. He's from California. Lost both of his parents 5 years ago and basically has raised himself to 18 years old since, working as a ranch hand. It's an African-American individual that has been called names like Uncle Tom. He's been with us since Adelanto, California, and he was only going to go one city over and get out. He decided to stay with us the entire time, hitching rides all the way across to be with us. There's another story of where a widow sends, a World War II widow, sent her son up to meet up with the convoy with a folded American flag that was draped over a soldier's casket from a man that died in a tank in Germany, World War II. That flag had never breathed air since
A 1-year-old grandson,
his funeral.
and I have
It
an
was folded, put in one of the flag boxes, and never seen air since. Still beautiful white, plus it only had 48 stars. They brought that flag to Mike Landis, one of the other co-organizers. They brought that flag up to him. They said that they want this flag to fly in Washington, D.C. because this is the closest thing that in their lifetime they've seen to anybody fighting for freedom since World War II, what we're doing right now. Mike said, there's no way I'm flying that on my truck. It's going to get tattered. It's going to be destroyed. I mean, this flag is, anybody that served, I don't even think you have to serve to understand the significance of that flag. But she insisted. They insisted. And all she asked for was that that flag come flying down through here, through Washington, D.C. on the back of his truck. On that trailer. We went and had a custom flagpole made and everything for it because of the importance of it and how big the flag was. That flag is already tattered. It's tattering already. But again, she said she didn't care. All she wants is that flag to come back because she knows that her husband would be doing the same thing that we're doing right now. 8-year-old kids have been writing letters to us across this country.
From Hawaii, remember?
People flew from Hawaii to
Rented
meet us in
RVs.
Adelanto, California, and rented RVs to join us.
Pregnant lady with 4 kids and her husband.
Pregnant lady, 4 kids,
4
and her
kids and her
husband.
husband. They sold their lawn care business in Hawaii to make this happen.
Come in.
Yesterday, a guy told me that he quit his job and sold his 401k to be a part of this because that's how important this was to him. Those are the caliber of people that are in Hagerstown right now.
They're not leaving.
And they're not leaving.
And there's more coming.
And there's more coming from across the country. And there's been millions of people across this country supporting. I can't express enough how important this is. That partisan BS get thrown out. That both the left and right, including some of your colleagues. Because it's on both sides. Both sides are just as guilty of these games.
It's a
Not saying any of you
disconnect from
gentlemen
people.
but it's on both sides.
And they know the rhinos. They know them.
You know, I think, yeah, you have.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Every single day, I stand up on a step deck trailer and I talk to these people every single day, twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening after we complete a convoy, after we complete our movement across the country to the next city, whatever. Now we're down here doing these loops. Every single day I talk to these people, and every single day they're looking at me on there with tears in their eyes, wondering what's next. They've given up. They've given up their livelihoods. They've given up their homes.
They've quit their jobs.
They've quit
to
their
join the
jobs
convoy.
to join this. At no point in history, I don't believe, have you ever seen such a community develop between Democrats in a crowd and Republicans in a crowd. There are Democrats in that crowd. There are gay, straight, husband, wife, male, female, every gender.
Very left side.
Very
Very
extreme
right
left
side.
and very extreme right that are able to put their differences aside for this. They're not fighting each other on the grounds. I've never seen anything like it in my lifetime. My mother came down here and hugged me and gave me the biggest hug of my life ever and said that she was proud of me for being a part of putting this together. I'm a grown-ass man, and this shit puts me to tears. And I've cried multiple times through this journey. I lost my son in September. And I'm still a part of this because that's how much I believe in this, even though I didn't want to get out of bed. That young man that left us today lost his parents, raised himself, carrying his dad's dog tags. These are the caliber of people that are down in Hagerstown right now that are asking for help. We need help.
You said earlier that you didn't know if you were making a difference. I say you are making a difference. The convoy is making a difference because you'll get public support, get attention, and it puts pressure on your elected representatives to do something. So you're not wasting your time. You are making a difference. The question is how fast it'll be successful, how fast you'll be successful. But you're making a difference because you're putting an enormous amount of pressure on these people that want to maintain the status quo of lockdowns and power and control. And so you are making a difference. You know, we've been, fighting here to do it, but you get that public support, that makes an enormous amount of difference,
I've got to take up for a meeting, but I just want to say, one, thank you. And in response to your comment earlier, this isn't, and Paul's response, this isn't a waste of time. I mean, we're absolutely allies in this, and I think that the way that I look at it is we're the foundation for a vote. We're the foundation that needs to be built on, and I think that the efforts are complementary in that we need to flip 10 votes, and we do that as a result of y'all engaging through the constituents of different members of Congress, y'all's efforts that have snowballed. I mean, you talked about it, how much this has snowballed. You're getting the word out, you're bringing attention to the issue, you're helping to personalize the impacts of these authoritarian decisions that are being made, and highlighting the fact that in many cases it's not representing the will of the public, and I think it does have constitutional issues.
Yeah.
And so this is not a waste of time by any stretch. I just want to thank you for all of y'all's efforts and sacrifice. And, look, I mean, the last thing, we just hit highest gas prices in American history today, which sure as heck doesn't help out y'all's industry.
Yeah, we know that.
And doesn't make it easy. But all of this is a result of just failed policies, poor government, as Sam said. I mean, this is what bad ideas and inexperienced people in leading positions looks like.
Yeah. Before you go, because I know you're going to run out, and I'm just quick, I say I'm not disagreeing that elections, like the traditional plan, there's allies, and you got to get a coalition, you got to get enough votes, and that's the traditional government stuff. The amount of sacrifices that not just the people in this room, but the people who are in this convoy and out in Hagerstown have experienced to their livelihoods, they bet it all on freedom. It just harkens back to the people who fought for this country, died for this country, and everything. And it's just what I hope can burden your heart when you go to sleep at night is that if you could even think about what sacrifices you could make that come close to being a little bit just like what the people on the other side of this table have made for you to fight and use maybe different tools than you used yesterday, tomorrow. Because we do need you, just like you need us to go out and speak up. We need you to find ways to get people across the aisle at the table. Get their ear, do something unique, do something different. Think about it differently, break the mold, because we need to see our elected representatives represent the sacrifices that the people are making on the other side, because they want to see you fight for them. And I think there was a sense of defeat, a feeling of defeat early on here. I'm hoping that we can see something that doesn't feel quite like that.
And before you go, this is the part that bothers me, because we said, this is what the people are feeling. But if the vote recently was 48-47 in the Senate, the House hasn't taken it up yet. But President Biden, I saw him, I read, he said that if the House passes, he will veto that bill. Right? You know what I'm talking about? I believe it's the mandate.
Yes, he came out and said that if it ever made it to his desk, he would.
Yes, I know, but here's the key. What gives him, something is so disastrously dysfunctional, because how could deport us? He obviously is informed by the NIH, the FDA, the CDC, etc. He has these people around him all the time. How could he make a statement like that when general public now knows that the vaccine doesn't work and the science isn't there? So he is making a threat, even before you voted, that he's going to veto the bill when there's no science. So what is he going to veto it based on what? Based on his dislike of the public? Based on what? Being a bully? Based on dictatorship? What? I don't understand that.
I can't believe you can ask that question.
Power of the pen.
How can you go out there and think that defunding the police is going to do anything that makes sense? That opening the border is going to make sense? That withdrawing from Afghanistan is going to make sense? Or that becoming more dependent upon Russian energy and refusing to produce American energy is going to make sense? I mean, that's what we deal with every day.
This is not about sense and logic,
No.
Science has been thrown out the window.
You're right.
I think that we can build pressure if we have your help.
Yeah.
We can build more pressure if you guys get some congressmen.
No pressure.
Just the meeting's over. The American people need to join us. It's the only way. You heard it from the men themselves.
I do have one more thing to
Oh, I said thanks for your time.
Can you squeeze in tighter?
Can we squeeze it in tighter?
You might have
You
to
mean,
do
can we
two
all
rows.
get COVID together?
Sure. Wait, are we missing anybody, guys?
I'll come over here.
Can we get you guys in there too? Chris?
Chris?
Here,
about we
let me
get-
get it.
Oh, let's
Yeah,
get one. This is short.
Yeah, there we go. Come on.
Can we, are we missing? Do you want to get in? No? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hang on. Everyone get it? Thanks, guys.
Thank
you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right. Good. Waters. All right. River's Thursday. Never mind. I got a whole case down there. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
Waters.
Thank you very much.
No problem. I'm gonna walk out with y'all.
Did you get what you needed? Okay, cool.
No. Right. I'll walk out. This place is a freaking.
Being my wife, instead of picking me up. Yeah. You could think
Is this the group?
you can pick up Paul.
Anyone left? Liz is missing.
We have another meeting at 5 o'clock.
So, yes, but I technically work for the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. So we work on all the bills that deal with like the DOT.
Hey, where at? I need to add
That's what's sticking around and being patient and understanding the people that you're covering. I've been watching Brian for 14 days now. He didn't seem like a guy that was going to give up a fight. As simple as, we want press in here with us. We want people to see. We want transparency. And that's apparently what happened. I didn't see the live stream that was going on. I was getting it in my ear. I was hearing it from my buddy. That's how it worked out. And I couldn't be happier than to have been able to get into that room and share with you all what was being said. So it worked out. We've been really fortunate on this trip, and it keeps paying off. So thank you very much.
I'd like to thank those who have joined the stream. I'm just playing this to get the word out. None of this content Windows is mine. Graphics with tricks. Like and subscribe to people that have been doing such a hard job covering this. Find, contact your local politicians, find out how you can help these truckers and the convoy and everyone, well, just everyone in general. I put requested information on the right, so feel free to hunt down the streamers below and join their streams. Thank you. Like and share. Really get the word out.
Watching your chat and seeing what you guys are saying. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be able to bring this to you. I'm curious what this is.
They went that one?
Room 2250. It's absolutely my pleasure, and I'm so happy to have had the ability to bring this to you. We're not done yet. I'm actually not sure what we're doing. Now I'm hearing there may be yet another meeting, which I gotta say thanks to Beth for the $50 PayPal. Thank you so much, Beth. I appreciate all the support you guys are giving me. There's so many others that I have to thank, and we will get to that. Shelley, thank you very much for that $50 PayPal.
This one, the first one was a fantastic. This first choice. That's what we need to focus. We need to be in West Virginia. Maybe see if you can schedule something for us. I'm sure somewhere. I don't know which building is this everybody?
David, thank you so much. David, thank you so much for that $100 PayPal. Jackie, $5 PayPal. Thank you so much. Melanie says, thank you for showing Lassie. Thanks for everything else you do. You're fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh, we're on the move.
I'll walk you out of this building and I'll walk you up to the road.
Dutch Jim, thank you very much for that $20 super chat. Thank you, thank you. We're on the move. Get my other phone charged up here a little bit. Bill the Baker, $10. Epic Chris and team, thank you very much. The team has been working their butts off, keeping everything up and running and safe from the sensors. So hopefully you guys are understanding and bearing with us. Nothing is more important than having these streams stay up. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Jody just sent in a $200 PayPal. Jody, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Really, it's gonna bring me to tears. You guys know that. They're liberal tears. Mark, $20 super chat. Thank you. Inspirational moment. It was. I was touched. I could feel what Brian was going through. I hear the story every time, and it's the same thing. There is a ton of emotion going on here with folks. They all have their stories. Look at this. Little short, shallow stairs. Just Jomo, thank you so much for that $20 super chat. Can't wait to see where we're going next year. Thank you. Another hallway that looks just like the last one, but on a floor lower. It's an amazing building. The size. Capitol meeting rooms.
type in your name real quick on that list.
Hello. Can you hear me? Am I getting through to you? Hello.
I'm sure they're going to anyways.
Matt asked if he could do a radio hit.
It's fun, right? Now just do it for like 14 hours every day. Crazy Trucker, thank you so much. I can't even read the names out fast enough from what I'm hearing in my ear. You guys are absolutely incredible. We're back outside where we started. Bones, throw me some more names. I got a ton of people to thank. I know.
Oh, right on. What's your name? Nice to meet you. Brian Bradley. Same here. So you do photojournalism? Yeah, I'm a staffer.
Right.
Like 12 years. 12 years. I'm from Indiana. You coming down to the Hagerstown Speedway at all?
Steve, thank you for that $10 super chat. I truly appreciate it. $50 super chat, pardon me.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Nighttime's really awesome.
Yeah, it's Army Mom with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, let me raise the volume. That's the problem. Is my phone volume's turned down so low. I'm not hearing everything, but oh, all right. Now I'm getting feedback in my ear from the stream audio. But I got you. Sabino, thank you very much for that $50 super chat.
I don't know. I'm trying to decide whether to send this message in. I don't know if
That's right. you heard it twice. Or I know what my problem is. Karen 2222, thank you so much for that super chat. Nicole says Karen says WWG 1 WGA $50 cash app. Thank you so much, Nicole.
Right now
all right, I finally found the mute button. Not that I was looking for it. I just couldn't get to it.
It's one that we're being invited to join in on. And I don't want it to seem like we're overtaking someone else's meeting, you know?
I hate it when it goes down.
Well, with Tyler Lee, he's been in the convoy the entire time. He's running for North Carolina.
Sorry, what were those last two? I just missed it. Rebecca, thank you very much for that super chat. End of Days, thank you very much for that $5 super chat. End of Days 333. You don't know how much you guys are doing. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. This all started last night when I heard Brian mention that they wanted to live stream the meetings, and I was like, I'd love to do it. I want to do it, and ended up having to do a little hard work on our own, and we got the pass and got in, and here we've been all day. So Dwayne, thank you very much for that $20 super chat. You guys are incredible. We just got out of this meeting here at the Rayburn building, and it seems like we might be going to another one. Right now everybody's just powwowing. I'm going to put you down for a minute and try to get some juice in here. Show you what's going on. Sorry. But the beginning of the meeting wasn't nearly as emotional as the end of the meeting, when I think you could feel that things were coming to an end, and the People's Convoy members had so much to say, and so much they clearly needed to get off their chest and be heard, that it started to get really emotional. Here's a planning stage going on. I handed off my camera because I believe what I was doing was putting my name on a list for entry into the next meeting. So yeah. He's fighting for us to get in. They want. Brian is fighting for the transparency of having the cameras. There's 2 cameras. It's myself and a documentary filmmaker, and Tammy, thank you for that $20 super chat. Having eyes on the scene, you're absolutely welcome. It is my pleasure. I'm having a blast. Yeah, it's hard, Floyd, isn't it? Holding the tears back. Thank you very much for that $10 super chat. It's emotional. This is people's lives we're talking about. People don't mess around with their lives and their livelihood. Crystal Lady, thank you very much for that 1111 super chat. She said, "You are awesome." Thank you so much, Crystal. You guys are awesome for being here, paying attention, seeing what's going on, knowing why these people are out here. The People's Convoy is out here and getting bigger and bigger.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. With new cars arriving daily, now's the time to get it.
I mean, you guys were going, there was another meeting here today. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. My list was made by Jen.
$10 from Floyd. Thank you very much, Floyd, for that $10 super chat. Sharon, thank you very much for that $20 super chat. You guys are just making the whole top of my screen colorful. I love it. Thank you so much for the support. Americans, thank you, sir. We salute you, Patriot. Thank you very much, Sharon, for that $20 super chat and the beautiful words. I'm just trying to do my part. Just trying to do my part and show you guys what's going on. Yeah, the support today has been absolutely incredible, and all the new people watching, I truly appreciate you being here to see what's going on. I know that's what Brian was looking for. He made it very clear several times today that it was important that people saw this discussion that was going on. It wasn't supposed to be between them and the politicians. It's supposed to be between the people and the politicians that they're meeting with. And right now, Brian's working really hard to make sure these cameras get in. So I'm trying to make sure we have Suzanne. Thank you very much for that $20 super sticker. Sage says, "Please thank Convoy. I'm glad." Can I read that? Oh, student forced to withdraw from university because a mask gave me migraines. So bad I was almost in hospital. Fall 20. Refused exemptions. Lost many of our study. Many years of study. Thank you for reignite. Sage, you're absolutely welcome. I truly appreciate that $20 super chat, and It's so much like the stories we've heard today. Mike, thank you very much for that $25 super chat. Diane over on Facebook with 500 stars. Thank you so much. Did we take care of the trolls over there in Facebook? Right. Yeah. The team's doing the best they can over there, but there are just some really awful human beings over there. And I... Who is that with 500 stars?
Are you guys staying down in Hagerstown with us? Are you in there?
Bones, can you repeat that, the last 500 stars? Jenny, thank you so much for the 500 stars over on Facebook. Beth with 500 stars, thank you, thank you. Andrea Shepard with 500 stars, thank you. Amber Shepard with 500 stars, thank you very much. Denise Cumberland, thank you for that 1776. I love the patriotism there. Thank you for that super chat. Shelly with another 500 stars. Jane Anderson, thank you for that $50 super sticker. Holy cow, you guys are just blowing it up. WYSIWYG, have them get a meeting with Manchin. They talked about it. They want to talk to anybody they can. They want to get on the other side of the aisle. They want to have those meetings. They made that perfectly clear what their intentions are and what they're looking for. They are here to talk and get things done. And I think you heard in that last meeting, they are not going anywhere. They are prepared to stay, they said, as long as it takes. Yeah, no, he said we're going to be here till November if we're having to wait to, re-elect new politicians. Nancy will never retire. Oh, Daily Beast released their hit piece. I can't wait to see how that turned out. That should be fun. That was the journalist I was focusing on in the first meeting. If anybody was paying attention, he was over my right shoulder with his mask on, yelling out questions. And Wowie, my love, thank you very much for that $19.99. Bones, can you explain to God how to do that the other way? Thank you for all that you do. You are our voice. We love America and we want this nation to thrive. We want this nation to thrive. Thank you, Wowie, for that $19.99 super chat. No. Oh, they didn't? Okay, I wasn't sure if I needed to explain that again. Janine Mills says, so grateful to have you. Oh, so grateful to have you there and glad you were the one given the blessing for such a time as this. Janine, I thank you, and I feel the same way. I feel very, very blessed and grateful to... Oh, no, you're okay. No, you're good. Plus, we need lovely ladies on the stream. Everybody loves to say hi. Jim Fish, thank you very much for that $20 super chat. Pups and More with $5 super chat. Holy cow. How you doing?
How's it going?
Well. Very well, thank you. How's your day going?
Pretty darn good.
Yeah?
Drove from Greater Minnesota to get here.
Did you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to come say hi to everybody who's been watching? And
No, I think people need to start talking about who released the COVID-19 started all this.
It's very difficult, as you're aware, I'm sure.
It doesn't have to be.
It's social media. It is. You know, it's everybody's been stifled on that, and there's a reason for that.
These people are responsible for millions of deaths.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
It's
Yeah.
a crime of the century.
Yeah.
And yeah, people need to wake up, start asking for accountability.
Maybe this convoy is that catalyst.
It's part of it. Yep.
Yeah.
It's a start.
So,
Yep.
you know, we're going to see how it goes and where it goes and what ends up happening.
People don't want a digital ID. They don't want to be controlled.
No, not at all.
No.
Machine police.
Yeah.
Is the way somebody referred to it in the convoy. And it took me a little while to figure out what they were talking about. And he said, the device in your pocket is the machine police.
Yeah.
And the minute you start having to show that passport and the digital...
The passport was the beginning.
Yeah, the passport was the beginning.
And that kind of fell apart a little bit.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Canada kind of fired everybody up and got it started, and I probably watched 40 hours of Viva Frei.
Yeah, Viva Frei's great.
Yeah.
He did a great job up in Canada, and you know, it's all about getting the word out, and that's what motivated me to get out here.
Where are you from?
I'm in Los Angeles. I've been following the convoy since Adelanto.
Okay. Been finding all the people that have been participating are people that are good actors.
Very much so. Very much so. And anybody, people have been sending me messages through either email or different social media with people that they think and whatnot. So but the convoy itself has been, from what we've seen and what they've talked about, weeding out anyone who will jeopardize their message and their goal of peaceful protest. So, but yeah, for me it was the left, and before they even started the convoy, the rhetoric that was coming from the left that got me sort of to the point where I'm like, you know what, I need to go do this, because these people are wrong. They're creating something for their way of life, the communism that they push, the agenda that they have, and I wasn't going to let that happen.
Yeah.
So thank you to Vishal and some of the others.
So if you
Left Coast Right Watch News, I'm sure you're probably watching. It's all of you. You guys are the reason I'm here. So thank yourselves. Good pat on the shoulder. You guys did a great job. You're the reason I'm here. So I just got to say thanks. Because of you, all the people that you see in this live stream that are supporting WYSIWYG TV and what it is that I'm doing here and what it is that I'm showing is because of you and your liberal tears. So good luck with your story. It's changing fast. People are starting to wake up.
My theory is why mainstream media won't cover it is because people are live streaming it, and you can see the contrast of what's really happening. So they spin it,
Yeah.
and then people can just go on YouTube and they can see.
I just live streamed it in the last meeting we had, the press when they came in, and the narrative they're trying to create, and it was shot down in the most beautiful way I've ever seen.
Awesome.
With grace and love, and yeah, the pushback was incredible.
Well, I'll be in Hagerstown later.
All right, have fun. We'll see you around. You'll probably see me out there with my camera. Not sure where we're going, but I saw everybody starting to move, and so I thought I'd get across the street. This is the Longworth building. Longworth building. Sorry for that little rant there, guys, but gentleman that I was talking to brought up something that I've been meaning to sort of address, and something that we saw happen. The leftist press is using this live stream to report the news. The same people who say that I'm not a journalist because I'm new to this and I practice journalism, they are writing their stories and creating their fake narrative while using the live stream of somebody they've actively tried to cancel. And they're journalists who don't use their real names, report complete nonsense. So, God's child, thank you very much for that $20 super chat. I have to be careful because my resources, I have to keep an eye on that if I'm going to be able to continue this for you. So I'm not sure exactly where we're going. Do you know where we're going, what we're doing, and what time that happens? You don't? Okay. It's still being... Okay. I'm just trying to reserve it, yeah. So, okay. $55 from Global. Thank you so much for the support. So listen, y'all. You know what? I think they're going to be historical as well. I felt that on day one leaving Adelanto. But hey, listen, here's what I got to do. I got to recharge batteries. I got to conserve a little bit because I'm not sure where we're going. I had kind of heard maybe 5 o'clock we were having a meeting. Jackie, thank you so much for that $19.99 super chat. So listen, we will be back live. We are going to another meeting. I'm not sure what time. I will get back live as soon as I can. Please hit the bell. You gotta hit the bell and then tell it all. That way you get all the notifications. You'll know the minute I go back live. A lot of people say they're not getting the notifications. That's usually the reason why, because you have some selected, not all selected. So, pardon me. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. Let everybody know what's going on. I'll be back live with you in a little bit. We're just coming around to the front side of the Capitol. I'm not sure where we're going, what we're doing, but I'm going to reserve some power and charge back up so that whatever we go to next, I know Brian, I heard him working really hard trying to make sure that these cameras stay with them for the people so that you guys know what's happening and have that transparency. So I will be back as soon as I find out what's going on. So thank you guys so much. Thanks for watching.
Steven Seagal
Thanks
said,
for
great
staying with us.
documenting
That was remarkable.
WYSIWYGTV.
I had a blast. Well, I'll be back in a little bit. So for now, Wizzy out.
So as you just heard, WYSIWYG will be back very soon. Also, I am going to refresh and update at 5 on what is going on with the various live streams. Maybe sooner, maybe 4:30. I hope everyone is getting to go to the links that I have below to each of these live streamers that have been streaming, that I have been restreaming. None of their content is mine. It is all theirs. And if they don't like it, they can let me know, and I'll work on not restreaming them. But I have talked to them, like a few of them, and they're very grateful for me helping them get the word out and whatnot. So that's a good thing, right? Because it is about getting the people's voices heard. So I put some information on the right about today. WYSIWYG has gone to 2 meetings so far. So check out his channel. He has a lot of information. I've got hiccups, and that is my personal truth. Sorry, I'm being silly. Oh, Cessnack's back. Let's see. And looks like a lot of the trucks are heading back to the mothership, as I'm calling it. And yeah, I'm just letting y'all see what's going on, giving you prudent information. And do your research, and the truth is within the live streams that are going on, not what you're seeing on MSM. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this up. Okay, I think his mic might be broken. That's really weird. So, I don't know, Cessnack. Very odd. Drive on, drive. I don't know what he's saying.
Safe for stop here, top of the hill.
We hear the...
Yeah, we back to creeping again.
Oh, there we go. That was just really weird. Maybe it was just YouTube messing up.
Yeah, I noticed his long shot, but any guys interested in taking somebody with me in a passenger seat when we're going to do a loop, like tomorrow or the next day? I got somebody in my passenger seat all the time this morning. Yeah, a guy came up to me this morning, wanted to ride shotgun, and I told him it's going to be pretty hard because most trucking companies don't let you, your insurance won't let you have passengers. So, anyway, I told him I'd ask. Well, from what you know of him, would you want to spend 4 hours with him? What now? Said, from what you know of him, would you want to spend 4 hours with him? I bet it was 2 minutes before we flew in and took out this morning. Hey, I'd really like to ride along with somebody. I'm like, I can't because I don't have a passenger seat. I got a desk over there. But I asked some of these other guys, and so great. Don't get your hopes up. Most of them can't take anybody to the insurance reason. Now, if you hear anybody wants to, one thing past you, jump in the jump seat, let me know, and I'll give you their card, the guy's card, okay? Hey, sir, could you come up here? I'll let you get some on the phone here. I'm going to put some over right here. Slide back, come up here, right here, please. 5 to 4 5. Take your arms, boys. Take your arms. Let's go slow down again up here. Let's take her back down to 25 right now. We'll get down there too. We don't want to be stopping. Alright, Maroney on the Super Chat. Maroney, New York, sending thanks and love. Freedom, honk honk. Thank you very much, Brody. Some sort of supporters there at the scenic view. Might want to give them a honk. Very loud. I think we're just too close to this one. Good morning. I think we're just too close. All right, 2 miles, 70 west, 63. Well, you even sound like you're tired up there. Yeah, kind of tired a little bit. Ready to just park it. Still haven't found nobody to tell me that. Do we ever figure out how long we work today? I'm gonna do it if you guys all want to. And how many vehicles? Did you, turn your electric gloves on and electric gloves on? I put mine in first, so let it turn and jump on it. For 100 miles, I'm just turning back on. All those girls are all the way through. Go on. Marshall.
and 32. Yeah, we only got a couple mile up there, don't we, if that? Yeah, to the right when we get up there.
I misunderstood you. I thought we need to get to the left. We need to get to the right, guys.
Yeah, you get up there, just follow the signs up there. It'll say 70, Hagerstown, Baltimore. Follow the signs to Baltimore there. You'll be okay.
Yeah, I saw that people coming on. I was going to jump over to the left. I thought that's what we needed to do. I misunderstood. I misunderstood you.
We don't get out of the merge lane. You stay in the right lane. Yeah, when you take exit 32, you want to stay left. After you merge on 32, stay left, 70 west. We got brake checks all the way around the curve. Brake check. Appreciate the help there, home run. Thank you. Safe day. I'm going to drop the trailer, hop over the mountain and join you. Alright, so you'll be more than welcome. Tell Sam the next save me a parking spot up front. If we can get over one lane to the right, we get a lane two. Coming to a stop up there on the hill around the curve. Just start creeping, start creeping. Everybody listen, go to lane 2. Everybody leaders, go to lane 2. Yeah, come on up here, I'll Probably sitting over here because everybody's going to be slow in that lane. Everybody sweeps in the lane number 2 down there after we get the merge. Appreciate it. Thank you. Go on. I'll let that reefer over. Alright, we're looking good ahead. Come on. Yep, looking good, looking good. Picking up 45 if we can. Take over. Oh, we still got a lot of traffic back here coming on that's messing us up. Yeah, they want to get us up to 45 here. We got a ton of traffic. Yeah, they come on up. They come on up. We're about right top here. Everybody gets up. We're running around the corner, 35, 40. Then we'll keep it up here a little bit, up to 45. Wait about 10 minutes. Alright, north on 4, and they rotate. You're ready there, waiting on it with the fuel. Let us know we're about 5 miles out. Job done. You don't need fuel, do you mind if we go back to the speedway or you want us to stay together? No, if you don't want fuel, you can go back. Yeah, I got 200 gallons hanging around for that. Hey, anyone at all that don't need fuel, if you don't need fuel, okay, go back to the speedway. For sure, if you need any at all, if you just ain't your tank empty, I'd be getting this topping off. You better get fuel when they're giving fuel, or you may not get it. That's what I say. I say get it anytime you can. And they don't fuel every day, so yeah, they expect you to fuel when they fuel. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when we get off of 81 on 5B, you stay in the merge lane to take the next exit. Correct that if it's wrong.
Yep. You're real scratchy, baby. So I lowered it down, I said drop it down a couple of weeks. 3.5. Around here, I don't want to be in front of you there. I had a radio station that called me every day, and I'm on the phone with them. To be honest, I wasn't paying attention to my back door there, but up here, on the road side, you know, I don't want to be up there. I am going to get fuel. I'm just saying, get up here on my side door. I don't feel it's so weird being up here. So I'm just telling you to run up around here whenever you get. I don't want to quite get over the beach, but get back up there. I'm just saying I was on the phone and I'm not paying attention. Thank you. Yeah, I like looking at it. I just feel weird being up here. It's on X-ray. I don't need to run up here and that. Coleman needed to. So I actually like your Kenworth better than a Peterbilt, to be honest with you. That's a nice flat top. That's for sure. That's a nice flat top. Nothing against Peterbilt. I'm a KW fan, though. I've owned a couple of them, and so nothing against you. I just want to get back in my spot here. Oh yeah, I'll forgive you. Now, actually, my perfect trip would be a Kenworth interior and a Peterbilt exterior. Now you're getting, well, it wouldn't be bad, but I don't know. I'm still Kenworth inside now, buddy. Yeah, I like Kenworth. Kenworth's a beat in my cheap trucks. I the ones I like to prefer to drive, but yeah, if I was to build one, I mean, just if I could go to the factory and design one. It'd look like a 370 down on the outside. It'd have the W900 diamond tucked interior on the inside. Yeah, I've been holding on to that capital to get rid of them so I can fill it up again.
Now I know what it looks like when I do it to others. Or when I fill a cup up with pistachio nut shell.
Yeah, that right there. Shop. Thank you much to the shop. Let me read this here. Kind of got sun in my eyes here now. Where's all the cars? I'm sorry. Where are all our so-called representatives? Where's the hot shots behind the Newsmax and Fox desk? Where's the big-time conservative YouTubers? Remember them all, folks. Yeah, I agree. We're out here doing this. The media, pretty silent. There's a little bit of coverage, but it's, I don't know. If we were another little special interest group making all kinds of noise, they'd have 30 cars out here, news crews out here, really watching this. Because we're just old dummy old truck drivers, they just kind of ignore us. At least they're trying to. I agree, the shop. I agree. Tara Billings.
check going on here, coming on hill.
Pretty countryside up here. We're pretty countryside. Little pastures, fields. Feel pretty during the summertime when all the everything's green. It's real nice. The East Coast, for the most part, the East Coast is real pretty. It's just too overly populated for me. It's just too many people. Every city, just city after city after city. And I say that living around the Dallas area. The Dallas area is getting way too populated for me, you know, so it's one of those things. One of these days, if I ever retire, I think I'm going to pack up and move to Utah. I just love Utah. It's just a beautiful state. All right, we had a pretty good day today. Everything went really good the first lap. And there's a big funeral procession up here on I-70, where we're at right now. There was a funeral procession up here today. A fallen first responder, I don't know. I think it was a police officer. I don't know who it was. City, sheriff, highway patrol, I don't know. It's something like that. And they were having a big funeral procession for him, you know. And they got looking at the clock, and when that funeral procession was, you know, slated to come through here, that's about the time we would be coming back from DC. So we decided to make it a second lap. So anyway, we made a second lap. Well, there was a little bit of dissension in the troops back there. Some guy was saying, "Nope, I'm only gonna do one lap. I'm going home. I'm only gonna do one lap. I'm going home." We kept telling him, you know, quit saying that because you're going to take a whole bunch of people with you. And sure enough, he peeled off, and a whole bunch of other trucks followed behind him. And I don't know how many, but quite a few. Probably about half of the bobtails took off and went back up here. Right? So a lot of us aren't real overly happy with that. But, you know, hey, some of it's miscommunication. You know, some of it is, well, they told us in the driver meeting this morning we were making one lap, so all I'm going to do is one lap. You know, so anyway, with that said, there was a little bit of confusion there, but on our second lap, everything went fine, flowed around real nice. And what we understand, a whole other, you know, the bobtails that split off. Well, behind the bobtails were the tractor trailers, you know, the guys who were pulling their trailers. And they stayed with it, and they're back here behind us somewhere, almost in their own little convoy now. And supposedly a lot of the cars are still behind them. So I don't know. We'll get back to the racetrack tonight, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion about it. All the guys talking about it, but it's not a major thing. It really isn't. You know, it's just you're trying to be polite to the police, trying to not get involved with a funeral procession. You know. And so anyway, I don't know how that all worked out. They might have come back here, never saw any funeral procession. Everything worked out fine either way. I don't know. We'll find out. And yeah, whatever. No big deal. So right now we're probably about 20 miles left. 25 miles left back to Hagerstown. We need to stop and get fuel. So we're all going to proceed into the little truck stop up there. We'll get our fuel. Then go back to the racetrack for the night. I've been sitting there kind of watching the count, you know, the viewer count, and I kind of figured just driving back like this, just butting back home, you know, back to the camp, that the viewers would drop off, and they haven't dropped off. There you are, North Star. You see it? North Star Great Danes. There you are. Hold on. Let me. All right, Dwayne. Thank you very much. I'll do that. North Star. Let me see. Let's find you here. North Star. There you are. There you go. All right. North Star, you're a moderator now. All right. Hope I did that right. So, moderator, North Star, make another comment. I want to see if you got the wrench beside your name. There's Wayne. Try to read the scroll and drive here. So, try to be careful. Anyway, North Star, I believe I made you a moderator, okay? So you can kind of keep track of things for me if you would. That lady in the car, she pulled up. I guess she was on her horn. I didn't quite hear her. But I should have tuned her horn to her before she rolled the window back up. But anyway, Jenny Johnson, if you weren't listening this morning, you're listening now. You are back on. You can make comments. You're not banned anymore. You were accidentally banned. So, Wayne, thank you, Wayne. Appreciate it. All right. So, yeah, Jenny, you're not banned anymore. And if I see you, I'll make you a moderator. Okay. That was a mistake. Somehow you got hit. Somebody hit the wrong button somewhere. North Star's got a birthday today. All right, happy birthday, North Star. Kind of look at the scroll here for a little bit. Jenny and North Star Great Danes, they've been playing with me from day one almost. So they've been around for a long time. There she is, and I see you still there. Yeah, I mean, riches are earned. Yeah. Jan, there's not a whole lot of traffic right at the moment, so send me a message to see if I can't find you so I can moderate you. I think I saw her. No, that was Captain Kirk. Alright, never mind. Looking for come by. I'll eventually get it. I'm just anxious as heck to see what happened down in Washington today in the meeting, and we'll be talking about that at the evening meeting tonight, and I'll be watching, I'll be streaming that. So, oh mercy. Yeah, I was looking at the viewer count and seeing if the viewer count started going down, I was going to shut this off. Wait till tonight. But viewer counts seem to be staying up pretty good. I mean, they're at 7,700 right now, something like that. So. Ted Cruz is coming to the Speedway tonight. Okay, if you say so. I have no idea. I haven't heard one way or the other. If he is great, that would be wonderful. Jan's cooking ribs, he says. She's too busy cooking to feed herself to bother being a moderator. I can mod tonight. Okay. Jan's out there today. He's out there cooking ribs.
Well, you know, that'd been nice if both of you guys wouldn't have keyed up at the same time to talk, maybe. That will be mentioned at the meeting, and the instigator will be found. Yeah, they can hang him right there at the entrance, right there with the flag being right there. Hang him high. Put him at the back of the pack tomorrow. After everybody else. Yeah, he'll still run his mouth. Yeah, but ain't nobody gonna follow him, right? Well, you know, always put a sock in his mouth. What the hell is that green tape? Duct tape his mouth shut. And duct tape his hands to the wheel, that way, you know, he couldn't say nothing. How about your power car? How you like that red Ford staying right on your butt? Yeah, no wonder what he's doing. I figured he'd get on out of the way. You want to paint him a little bit or what? Just slow down the pedal, slow down the pedal. For those who wish that we were being more aggressive, think about this. Somebody there in Washington is going to have to answer for all the money they spent on bringing the National Guard in, all those record trucks, and all that overtime on those cops at the inner city, and we never showed up. Somebody's got egg on their face. They're not going to answer for it. You know that. I mean, do it. But hey, ain't nobody going to bump their ass on that. And a lot of people saw us who had never heard that we were even coming to town. Is this Convoy channel? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Why you guys all leaving D.C.? I don't know why we're in D.C. Well, we gotta eat, shower, get fuel, sleep. We'll be back tomorrow. We have a base camp. can take it. I'm doing me a tip the gear. So I'm going to take it with you. Well, yeah, you know what? It's time now to crank it. Now we must stop the pain. Oh, I know how you feel. People listen to the bottom line, you see everything but TV. I think if we do 2 rounds again, I'm putting a cat in the ring just to go around. No. I can't do that. Yeah, I'll find my Gatorade jug. I got a glass of somewhere in the back. I got yeah, the only little pressure going in, but now when they pull that sucker out, oh Lord. Amen, brother. Amen. That shit hurts. I know one thing. We might have to kill these trucks, but they might have to wait on us because we got to release some pressure before we fuel. Get your fuel, pull ahead, go in, do your business, get back out so the next guy can pull ahead and do his business too. Yep, you're gonna hang everything up. They got fuel and go. Fuel by the high and right down to it. I'm sure what. Yeah, I got a model in here I could have used if I wanted to, but unfortunately I had another truck beside me most of the day, and I don't think he wanted to look over and see my junk hanging out. Well, I'll tell you what, that ain't gonna be too little for me. I'm going to worry about it here. I might have.
Oh, the things truck drivers talk about it.
to find out what's going down with the meter that Lizzie Rig is going to go into so I can stream him. Get the word out. Like, share, subscribe. All the people down below in the comment section. Also, just to let you know, there was a convoy. I want to keep saying caravan. I don't know why. I think I need to play some Oregon Trail or something. Yeah, but anyway, there is a convoy that did happen to get ran off the road in West Virginia. They are stranded and need help. They made it to Virginia. It's been a mess. All the information is up in that corner in the chat section. I'm really trying to get the word out for them. They're really sweet people. I don't know exactly what's going on. I think they're just frustrated and want to turn back home, which is a shame because they came all the way from, well, at least the one truck I know of. They came from Colorado to come out here, and their truck has been overheating. The link to her thing is also down below, so you can see I'm not just, none of the anything on her information like that's not putting my information with it. It's not something I know. But please try to see if you can connect with them, give them some sort of help, maybe get them up to Hagerstown, Maryland. Get them somewhere safe and get their truck up and running so they can join in and come out here and come up and do what they came to do. Thank you.
Yeah, a bottle top. Coca-Cola.
give him a shout out. Hopefully he gets the word out. That's like I said, you know, more live streamers, you guys can just pick whatever one you want to look at. See what's happening on the backside, see what's happening where the parties are at, see what's happening up there at the stage. Go look through all the trucks. This is you know, most of the stuff they did in Canada was a lot of trucks. This one's got it all over the place. You have a golf cart that'll be 55 miles an hour to run from you. Right on. Yeah, I saw him, the guy with the 420 company up there. He was talking to Autobots. That was a pretty cool video. We won't elaborate anymore on it, but you know, like back and watch some of Autobots videos. He was streaming in Canada, and I don't know, when you see the video, you'll know what I'm talking about. I think it was the last Saturday before they broke him up. So when the big party was happening on Saturday night. Yeah, I talked to Travel Fun. I finally caught up with him. Sunday he wasn't around. I was like, oh man, did he have to leave? I was worried that he was going to have to go. But he ended up in Canada. He doesn't have the international data plan. So he couldn't, he would have had to add a plan, do all this crap, jump through hoops, whatever. So yesterday Sunday, he took the time to go to the AT&T store and get him a new phone, an American phone. So he's able to be here in live stream, and from what I hear from him, he's going to be here for the duration. So we got RVs parking back here. Got a party going on. We'll go see if I met a guy here earlier. He wants me to come over here later and party with him. Gotta check and see. I think he's under the bus. Where's the light? He's under the big light. Yeah, you can see a lot of the tags. I've gone through and looked at a lot of the license plates around. Mostly northeast and from the west. You know, I'm seeing. Got no southerners up here to represent. I don't sure know that the southerners want some freedom. So I came up here and here I am. So I don't know if this was the hill that they drove up on last night. But somebody got up on one of these hills and they brought them out. One of the members of the convoy, actually. Yeah, he's got a tent. That's on the roof of his car. From Wyoming. How are you? How are you? I am. I'm not gonna put your face on it unless you want. I'm not in your face. There's two jets, so there's Travel Fun. Yeah, Travel Fun's got a pretty big chance. I didn't mean to.
Okay, so yeah, last I saw last night was, hold on, don't, I dropped something. Give me a minute here. Okay, so the last thing I found out last night was wileyliving. They pulled into, Bowling Green, which is, I know the 95 corridor pretty well. So I'm thinking it was Bowling Green because it was, yeah, it was around, I could tell that it was near King's Dominion. I could tell. Yeah, I'm gonna have to beat that bot up. Give me a moment. Hide user and channel. Okay, so, I believe that they were able to sort of afford a hotel room for the night. The truck was overheating. It was a mess to watch. You can hop on over to Wiley Living's YouTube and see what they've been going through, and I feel really bad for them. They were ran off the road in West Virginia, so, and I think they're a bit discouraged. I don't know exactly. They are a support truck, so they can't just break away from the pack. That's what she said, and that wasn't a joke. Sorry, I have a really strange sense of humor. Hey Mary, how are you doing? Okay, yeah, they're still on their way. Oh, good. Yeah, Bowling Green, let me tell you how far Bowling Green is. I can get really, yeah, look at the thing. Don't. Let me do this really quick. I'm so itchy. It's just, I'm dealing with allergic reaction right now. So, that's why I was sympathizing with her over the gluten intolerance. So, I really hope that they were able to get some food and so Bowling Green, Virginia. And we'll say this is for those who don't know the area. It is an approximately, if they go the one route and don't end up having to go all the way around Washington, it is approximately a 2-hour and 44 minutes drive, but that is most likely traffic pending, and I know that that place is a mess. I know it is such a mess. So yeah, they're right on 95. It looked like. So are they still? See, I don't know if they're going to DC or not anymore. I think the their lead was frustrated with everything that's happened. I don't know. I think I might email them and see if, you know, I'll see if I can get her up on some way to interview her, since she does have a computer. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to get some help. If we could just, yeah. I think I'll do that now. Since I have been checking the their YouTube page, and I think, I mean, I'm stressing. And like, if I could, I would go up there and see if there was anything food-wise I could bring, because I mean, you can always get strawberries and stuff, and I know it doesn't have gluten in it, so strawberries, bananas, blueberries, things like that's good for you for that. I mean, I'm not sure. I asked what the favorite restaurant was, and she's not telling me anything, so. Yeah, they have to keep stopping, and I keep IMing people to know if they know anything about it, and no one's responding because I think they're in their Hagerstown haze right now. So, I really want to try to find, I'm doing a lot of things today as well as this. So I'm trying to find out who I can contact to sort of get a reach out to them. So I get it if they just don't want to join the convoy for whatever reason, but I think it really would help them out if they did. Also, Canadian Rambo is live in Ottawa. So, anyone out there who's interested in the Canadian thing, head over to his channel. I have the link down below in the description. I would stream it, but I'm really trying to keep up on things right now. And I'm still not seeing a new stream for Lizzie Rig. I thought they were going to have another meeting. Maybe it's going to be in a little while. I think they all left at this time up there. Yes. I have gout sometimes. And so I do a lot of smoothies, and I wouldn't mind bringing my Ninja blender, and making a smoothie for her, whatever, you know. And they're good. They're real good. Oh, you always put part of a banana in, it's just like, oh, yummy. So, yeah, my friend has his stream going, but I'm not able to watch it right now because I am streaming on my sound card so that I can try to get the word out. So I'm kind of like watching on my phone, but I can't hear him, but it's okay. Give a mad shout out to Sean G from Chasing the Truth. I'm still following Canada as well as time permits, but I have super busy today looking for, well, yeah, same. Oh, so she hasn't responded to the emails. Okay. I guess we just have to let her do her thing. I mean, both of them will probably get back to us when they can. I'm just really super worried. Like, you would think, you know, you're waiting around trying to figure out stuff. You need to be on the computer trying to do things. I was gonna send my phone number, but I haven't had a chance to do that today. So I got less than 30 minutes left before I've got to run out and get the lasagna out of the oven. Yeah, It's not gluten-free lasagna, though, I can promise that. Yeah, I hope she didn't break herself in two, but I don't think she did. She probably didn't. She's just probably freaked out. I would be too. I've been in similar positions. I was stranded in North Carolina on a dark and rainy night in a Chevrolet Cavalier coming back from Waynesboro golf night. So then I had to stay the night in a hotel because I couldn't get anything to work. And yeah, that was not fun. So I'm streaming a new streamer on for sequel 0. So they don't have very many subscribers, so I just really subscribe and record the fact like that. I did ask if I could restream, they didn't respond, so I was just gonna do it if I could. Okay, that's great. Do you want to do, what is it, the thing that they do with the screen share and all that, and you could talk about it, or do you just want to let me know? Typing's good. I need to figure out the other thing, the thing that they use on the other stream. I signed up for it the other day. Just can't remember what it was.
Slow your blood pressure down.
Let me see. I guess set a reminder for him. Okay, let me see if he's back yet. Okay, we got 420 restreaming someone else's stream. I got all confused and thought he was the person that was watching one time up in Canada. Is it? I didn't know. Then I was like, oh, both these pictures are the same. So let me see, where is it? So I was trying to figure out the thing. They are having issues or something. Okay, here we go. US has 336 labs in 30 countries under its control and 26 yeah. Biological military activities abroad. Oh yeah, good luck with that one. They're not going to give us the transparency we need on that because that's why it's undercover biological warfare. Apartment canine inspection tomorrow. Canine inspection. I live in a building with 40 apartments up here. Okay. Yeah, my mother used to live in a elderly apartment building in Georgia, so I remember that. Having to go in there to visit her, and it was just weird for me. I keep my ear out. Okay, it's not beeping yet. Let me see. What is it called? Okay. So still nothing back yet from WYSIWYG. I'm looking for I'm trying to remember what they used to do interviews with, where you can do the side-by-side thing. Excuse me. Every time we drink. Yeah, I know. It does, and it gets backed all the way up to the on-ramps all over. And it's just like I would yell at people, "Don't you know how to merge?" And then I just put the music, crank it up. I mean, sometimes the traffic going north into DC from 95 would be backed up all the way past Fredericksburg, like, just horrible. And don't even get me started on Thanksgiving, the year that we got a flat tire, or there's something that happened that there was, no, it wasn't a flat tire, it was something else worse with my car. And the car broke down, and I think we're stuck up between Ashland and Fredericksburg. We still have to make it up there. So we were able to get, it was me, my mom, my ex, stuck in an 83 Malibu Chevrolet station wagon, and Yeah. So the traffic is normally bad, but I think this is causing people to go into the city to avoid some of the traffic. And I don't know how that's working, because let me look at the map again. The traffic map. So let me see. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Okay, yeah, it's all orange and red right now. I'll take a screenshot of that. Oh boy. But that's just normal. That's the sad thing. Okay, okay, there we go. Okay, so just the top part of it. Oh, it's not backed up in the south as much on 95, but it is definitely... Let me go ahead. I'll take a screenshot and share it. The sun is a wonderful thing. I love screenshots. 'Cause I'm lame. Okay, so let me go ahead and copy image. I've been saving these. So, image is back that thing up 3, 8, 20. Okay, so that's right, I put the darn slashes in its tummy. Okay, so we'll just put spaces in here. Okay, so back up. I'll put it in the number 3 slot. Or just flash it on the screen. Flash it. Yeah. Flash this. Yeah. Okay, so this is direct from the site I use. There we go. So as you see, it's back, it's like red, orange, dark red. Okay, so I think it's like the orangey part is usually yellow and not orange. And the red is kind of like a little bit heavier traffic. So, if you see where 17 is here, on the thing, right here, where that, between the 17.4 and the 2 is where a lot of that congestion is. And as you see, on 270 up towards Frederick, it's a little red there too, but mostly around about, it's like the upper half. The upper half there. And then there's a little bit down by Alexandria, but I don't think that has anything. That's just normal rush. It is also rush hour, so that is that. Oops. Okay, so that's that. I figured I'd share that. Okay, let me go back here so I can see what any... Oh, it's loud. Oh, okay. I didn't know. It doesn't sound that loud on my end. Hold on. Whoa. No, I didn't want to open up Foxfire. Not now.
Hopefully it does. van's such a wreck now, I don't even know where the heck I put the thing. Going. Transmission is weak. Stepped on this cord. Stuff this in my pocket. I got it.
Okay, I need to turn my music sound down. Is that better? Sorry. I didn't realize. There we go. I was just talking and was like, what? Okay, let me see. 5. Where is 4? Trying to find. Interact. Oh, that's why. There we go. I was trying to wonder what happened to my thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I try to. I don't talk too loud. My door is open and like the fan is going. And I'm pretty sure that doesn't help. So. Okay, so yeah. Let me double check and see if he is streaming yet. This is driving me nuts. I hope he didn't run out of battery. That would be cray. Okay, so bum 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 bum. Okay, so let me find it. I was gonna put some bald eagles back up. That's what I do at night. I like to watch the bald eagles while I pass out. Okay, so okay. I need to turn Sean's show off. I just have like 50 tabs open right now, so I don't want it to ruin the whole thing. I was waiting for a I am back from Alan Kelly. I wanted to ask him who all the dudes that were at the meeting were, and I haven't gotten a response back yet. So Okay, Coinbase. I'm trying to find one thing out first while I'm looking. No. Oh, I know what okay, so verification. Okay, so it wasn't that email. Of like too many emails. Okay, so oh yeah, the People's Convoy. I think they're re-streamers. I could be wrong. Unless it's the actual one, which is for the org, peoplesconvoy.org. Okay, no problem. Yeah, please, if you find out anything, send me. I still haven't emailed them yet to see if they've gotten any help. The People's Convoy. Yeah, I believe I saw them on the other day, but there wasn't much going on that stream. Oh yeah, Squirrel Zero was streaming them. Oh wait, no, this one. Oh. Oh, okay. Let me find. Okay, I think they're talking over on the thing. Okay. Give me a moment. I am going to be putting them up on screen 3. If I can get to it. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Okay, I'll just put on 4 then. Because 4 is being a pain in the booty. The booty.
And it means encourages somebody. And I feel like a hope dealer. I've been going around and I was, a little discouraged when we first got here, but to spread hope. And look at where I came from and where I'm at. Look at where we were at Friday night when we got here, Saturday. A lot of people, quite a few people left. The people that weren't supposed to be here left. But the people that were supposed to be here are still here. And we fought to stay here. I have dealt with stuff back home, I'm sure you all have. And we have all fought to be here because we know this is the line in the sand. Every one of us, this is the line in the sand. So, I was going to share a story. Maybe I'll just kind of real quick. I'm not going to go over the whole story. But I want to share the story of 2 Chronicles 20, where King Jehoshaphat was the king of Judah. And he was fighting all kinds of enemies, man, they were coming for him. And one morning, these advisors came and they're like, man, there's this big crowd of people coming, massive army, there's no way they can beat these guys. And him and Judah and the whole...
Okay, I think they are, gonna have a meeting soon, maybe? I don't know. I think they're waiting to hear back. Okay, yeah. Where is that third cam? Okay, I gotta get this other one up and going. Give me a moment. Okay, I'll let y'all listen to him.
But even if we get that, the battle is in the second heaven. Spiritual warfare. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. And I think most of us are on that page. But in this story with Jehoshaphat, he says that he said, the battle is the Lord. You guys are going to win, but it's not going to be how you think. It says, they rose up early in the morning. I'm sorry, hold on, guys. Sorry, what's that? This morning? Hold on a second. So Jehoshaphat, here's what he told him. He said, you're going to find men that are worshipers. And you're going to put the worshipers out in front of the battle. And they're going to go first. And they're going to face the enemy. Think how stupid that looked in the natural. He's going to send dudes that are out there singing, heading towards the enemy. They don't even have weapons. Well, he said, the Lord told you to do that, and you're going to do that. And when they got down there, it says, they rose up early in the morning, they went into the wilderness, and when they got down there, the people had already turned against, he says, God had sent people, liars in wait against the children of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, and they killed them, and they turned against each other, and when they got down there, every single person from that massive army was dead. Not one survived. They took 3 days to clean up the spoils. And I believe the wealth of the wicked has been laid up for the righteous. And if we go out, and we've been declaring this around D.C., these truckers are the worshipers. And they're going out in front of us. We're all praying, right? We all believe this is spiritual war, right? We're all affecting the spiritual atmosphere. So the truckers are the worshipers. They're out front. When you drive around that beltway, make the declaration that the walls of Jericho must come down. Yeah, come on. And so we drive around there, and the enemy will destroy themselves. The rats are going to jump the ship. They're going to start taking each other out. We're going to have judges with backbone stand up. However God wants to do it. But this thing is going to go down, and we win either way. We win either way. But there's so much hope. The battle is the Lord's, guys. That's what I want to leave you with. Love you guys. I love you guys. I love everybody here. Appreciate you guys.
All right, so unless anybody else wants to come up and, say a few words, we're going to do some music for dinner. So everybody go get some food in here. And we'll be back at it, and we'll be continuing to do this right before the meeting. You got some words, brother?
So, my name's Justin. I spoke kind of earlier before the platform got a little bigger. And I just want to remind everybody that is feeling spiritually called or led to gather or whatever. Now, we're going to try to meet somewhere in the back. I don't know if it'll be by the bonfires or the hill. We're going to try to meet together and maybe experience maybe the journey, the emotional roller coaster, or gather around and kind of pick each other up, pray, maybe be encouraged by the word of the Lord, and just come free. Don't even think about it. Just come free and praise God.
I don't own the rights to that song, so I need to turn it off. Give me a moment. I'm trying to turn something off. Okay, sorry about that. I needed to do that so I don't get a copyright strike, and hopefully it wasn't yeah. But I'll leave that stream up for a little bit. I need to go take care of dinner before it burns. Hold on here.
Oh, you are all right. Georgia, salute. So look, what I'll do, y'all, is I already learned from my mistake last time. We got out the truck, we just kept walking, and as soon as the music hit, it screwed up the video, and now y'all can't go watch the video. I'm gonna drop this stream. Me and her gonna rest a second, maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Let me just get right. And then we're gonna go walk around, we're gonna hit the meeting, we're gonna see what's up. I'm gonna make sure these phones are charged, I'm gonna call Metro PCS and do whatever I gotta do to get a little more data. Come on, you got any more of that data, dog? Hey man, I've been calling all day, you got any more of that data, man? I need that data, bro. They ain't got enough of it out here, man. No, for real, let me get that straightened out. Let me more or less get my checks and balances right, get my pins straightened out. Hey, we get it, we get it. It's got a good sound to it. It's got a good sound to it. But yeah, we'll get right. Y'all check on the other streamers, see what they got going on. Oreo, man, Travel Fun, man, Sansac, man, all of them. Saznak, Sansac, Saznak. No, how do I do that? Stan, a.k.a. Saznak, a.k.a.
Oh, thank you, Mary. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just trying to find another live stream right now. They said there's, I think it's like 7 o'clock they were gonna come back on the image for, and that's when I think the meeting, their trucker meeting's gonna be. But I still haven't seen WYSIWYG come back on, so I'm just kind of like, oh. Hope everything's okay. But no, I get it. I get it. It takes time, and they can't, no one can stream 24/7, I get it, I get it. Well, I mean, unless you're in one spot and everything's all good on the computer. Okay. I'll deal with that later. Okay, it seems like most of the Canadian streams are oh wait, we've got Viva and the more information about what's going on with the Iconic Cafe. So I'm gonna bring that up. Control copy for our, oh man. So I'm gonna go down to 5 and we're gonna put in some Canadian neighbor time. Because I do love the Canadian neighbor to the north. Except for during hockey season. Then it's no holds barred. Just joking.
Listening to the chatter around the street, and I got bored, so I turned the microphone on. And some of my viewers who've been along the ride from the beginning will remember that night where I popped on in the middle of the night. I was just chatting to people. And then they seemed really interested, and they're asking all these questions because, you know, they hear all these rumors and they want to know what's it actually like for people who are down there. And then I was like, well, I guess I'll do more of this. It's really unnatural. I'm sure when you get started, you found it weird too, talking.
Well, you go through the same growing pains like data issues, upload connectivity. But back up a little bit. And first of all,
sure.
The Good 10 Go, is it the one started by Teresa Snell?
Yes, Teresa Snell is with our team, and great lady. She does moderation and a ton of other stuff. So that's the official one, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. I just shared it in the chat, and I'm going to put it in the pinned link afterwards. I just wanted to make sure it was a legit one.
Yeah.
How old are you? You look extremely young.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm 33 Yeah, yeah.
Well, you're not
So-
that young. And what
So-
I mean, what do you do? What did you do? If you don't want to say specifically what, just like what field?
Yeah, so I worked in like HVAC. I don't get too like specific on it just because I don't own the company. And if it was my company, I'd be happy to say. But out of respect to my boss, I just keep the details a little down low. So what in the trades in HVAC specifically?
Hold on, I want to bring this up. Oh, I here. You look so normal to us when you strangely look into it. That's what I was gonna say. Like this is like eye contact for everyone out there. If you were to see me in a basement staring at a little Vitad camera on the clamp is a tube of zip ties. So like it is a weird thing, but this is the eye to the world. So you were afforded time off. You say I've been engrossed by this convoy. You see it go through, and you're on an overpass. And you say, I'm just going to go and live this experience. I mean, when we all know what happened, we saw it in real time. When on the ground did you notice it getting extremely politicized to the point where, at what point, if ever, did you say we might be getting in trouble for this?
Yeah. Well, on the ground, they were threatening us like from the very beginning. Pretty much by the time Monday rolled around, they were under the impression we were staying for the weekend, which I don't know how that came up because it was very clear. The messaging was, we're not leaving until something changes. And that was the attitude of everyone there. So Monday rolled around and nobody moved. And then they're like, oh, shoot, they meant it. And then pretty much from Monday on, we were getting threats of tickets and fines. And they kept, threatening police action. It turned into a bit of the boy who cried wolf because by the end of it, we just ignored, they kept handing us papers and it's like, well, I don't know what this means. I don't know if this is legit. And so, yeah, but to answer your question, where it really turned scary was the weekend right before everything went down. Then these buses were coming in, fences were going up, and it was like, okay, I think they might be serious about it this time. So.
And now we all saw, like, everyone saw it in real time up until it was the Thursday when I was there, and I noticed they were putting up fences, and we're all like, what are they putting up fences for? Everyone in my chat was saying for kettling, this and that, and I was like, oh, maybe they expect a huge crowd this weekend, so they want to make sure people stay off parliamentary property. Ultimately, it wasn't for kettling per se, but it was they expected a crowd. It was because they were coming in to get rid of everyone. The Friday before the Saturday, when the poo-poo hit the fan, was where I was really shocked and appalled by what I saw. But I mean, explain how that went down on the Friday to the Saturday, and what happened at the shed, which was the epicenter where the police really just took over full-fledged.
To put it mildly. So the Friday, they started moving in on the far east side of Wellington Street, down by the Chateau Laurier, and whatever that mall's called down there. So we got word up in the shed, and just so you understand, it was like worlds apart. These different areas of the street and different areas of the city were like their own little communities, but we'd get communication from the other areas of the city. So we'd heard that police had started to move in down there by the chateau, and I had gone there to verify myself and see what was happening. I wasn't mobile with the streaming yet, so I could see that they were definitely serious. But at that point, relatively speaking, they were still being fairly professional, which meant that it was slow moving, because people weren't fighting, but they weren't just giving up either. They were sitting down, or they were holding onto a truck, or they were holding onto each other, as you would do in civil disobedience, a peaceful protest. And so they weren't making it easy for the cops, but they certainly weren't fighting back. And so it was slow moving for the police. And then it was on Friday when that incident with the horses happened, and the dear woman was run over by the horses, and that other individual, who we still can't find, by the way.
The brown jacket.
No one knows who the brown jacket man is. So if anyone tracks that down, I'm sure we'd all love to know how he's doing. But anyway, the horses came through, and then everything froze after that. I think it freaked out the cops too, understandably. It freaked out everyone. Nothing that violent had happened up until that point. It was like, okay, this is next level. People are getting seriously hurt. This is crazy. And so the line stopped moving pretty much after those horses came through and everything froze. So we thought, based on how Friday had went, we're going to be okay for the weekend. We'll probably be cleared out, you know, by the end of the weekend. They're going to keep moving their way up the line, but there's more people showing up. And at this point, I was not aware, and most of the people downtown were not aware of the level of defenses that they'd set up outside of Wellington Street, all the barriers, the fences, the roadblocks. People were still sneaking through, but we did kind of wonder, where is everyone? Because I knew the hotels were sold out. I knew there was tens of thousands of people in the city. But in retrospect, I found out why they couldn't get down there. And so there was still several thousand people down there, but not as many as who would have liked to be there with us. So yeah, on that was the Friday. And then Friday night, I was up like all night in the shed, basically. I think there's probably some old clips of that, me talking there. And then I thought we were safe because they hadn't moved really from the chateau all of Friday night.
Yeah.
And so I went to a hotel to catch a few hours of sleep. And then I got a call, was it maybe 7 a.m. or something? I slept from like 2 till 7 as how we did it. And that the police were moving again. And so I hauled back down there. And by the time I got down there, they'd already worked their way up like close to where the shed was. And I got the live stream running, and you can look at it on Live from the Shed. I think we called it the last stand of the shed. And you see this whole crowd of police all of a sudden start moving in super aggressively, and the smoke grenades go off, and there's the individual you can see getting kneed repeatedly there on the floor, and it went crazy there. And that was on the Saturday morning.
So the footage that there were two clips that I used in a tweet, one of which was, I think it was Rosemary Barton on CBC saying they're arresting what we're seeing now is people being arrested literally as these cops are kneeing somebody's torso repeatedly. The other one looked like a surveillance. Was that yours, where it was more black and white and bluish, and it was another cop kneeing a protester? Was that from the Live from the Shed?
Yeah, someone took a close up of the individual being, as best we can tell, it was Chaba, the driver that happened to, and yeah, he's been kneed like 4 or 5 times by the cops there. Yeah, that was from our clip. So how much copyright do you owe me?
It was fair use and no, I actually only used it on Twitter, so there was fair use and commentary. Also newsworthy.
Just
kidding,
buddy.
No, because it was like there was I put together that montage of Justin Trudeau speaking about, you know, Putin being an authoritarian and unlawful illegal acts with those videos overlaid, because this is like one corrupt, lying authoritarian complaining about another corrupt, lying authoritarian. So how long did the 24/7 live stream from the shed go before they cut it, and when did they cut it?
Yeah, so if you watch it, you'll see they move in, and I'm doing commentary at that point. I mean, you'll listen. I was it was a pretty emotional time. I started just get emotional thinking about it. I started reading. Inside the shed, we had all these cards from the kids, right, that Jay had collected, and different people had posted there, and the whole wall was just covered with these cards from kids. And so as the police are moving in, I just started to pick up these cards and read them, and waiting for the inevitable. Actually, my mother was texting me at that point. I don't think she knew about my live feed yet, and so she was asking when I was coming home.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the volume down. I'd really like for everyone to go check out Live from the Shed. He was the guy that was up in Canada in Ottawa, and he was in the shed, so and I just love that. I think that's great. And the guy on the left is a really smart dude named Viva Fry, and he's pretty cool too. So I need to probably put Viva's info down below, even though this is Live from the Shed. But even if you just look up Viva Fry, you'll see that, oh, excuse me, you'll see that he is really easy to find on YouTube. He's really, really, really smart. He knows his stuff up there in Canada. So give our Canadian friends, I'm just giving our Canadian friends a shout out right now. So if you Go check them out. I am not trying to steal content, just letting y'all know. I'm trying to get the word out. Just trying to get the real live word out. And I put the our friend Sam the Eagle over there in frame 3. He will just hang there until Cessnet comes back, and we have the Kennedy Center near the airport up in DC along 95. That little area on 495. I'm gonna have that there until I find out what is going down with the WYSIWYG. That would be great. I will keep y'all informed as soon as I can. That is what I am trying to do, is try to be a source of spreading the word. I am not here to steal content, so please be respectful. And would really think if you guys are, you know, out and about, just give them a shout out when you see them down there in Hagerstown. Whoopsie, I messed up something. Okay, there we go. Okay, we got Oreo Express, control copy. He can replace the Eagles for a little bit. We're gonna put Oreo Express on. No, Sam the Eagle is probably gonna have to go fly for a little bit, so we can get that going. Sorry, Sam the Eagle, we still love you. Okay. Go ahead and... wait, that's not the one I wanted to do. Where's Eagle Cam? Oh. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Eagle Cam, we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, so interact. We'll turn this up.
That's great. What's your name? Don.
Oh,
Josh.
I need to fix that.
Yeah, we're gonna have some.
I yelled at Julius, but he stopped up. He wouldn't say hi.
I don't remember who that other one
The
was.
black privilege are.
Yeah, that's what I figured. He'd probably say, what's that crap?
Yeah, what's that cracker one? That's exactly.
All right, go get some good video.
All right, man. Be good.
Okay.
Woo, this is going good, guys. We're gonna have another good evening out here. It's gonna be a little cold. But we're gonna have some fun out here, guys. Someone's smoking a pipe. You can smell that tobacco a mile away. It actually smells really good. Yeah, you know, the event went well today. Overall, it was a great success for at least being able to meet. And then there was another event with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gates and some others that, again, we're getting to,
even if the media is reporting negatively on it, at least they're reporting on it. That's more than they've been doing for the last 14 days. Give me a second because this music is loud right here. Let's see what we got over here, guys. People are, again, everybody's just getting the evening started. What's up, bud? Good. See what they got back here. Oh, thank you so much, Walrens. Freedom, good things are coming. Minnesota supports. Thank you for the super chat. That's how we pay for our hotel. Sorry, pay for gas and food. It is in God's hands, but we need to be the warriors that get it done. How you doing, sir?
Well, I don't know, but I think okay.
Excuse me? I'm sorry about that. All right. Excuse me, so they got all this stuff over here. It looks like. See what they set up over here. Yeah, gas prices are going to be more out of control because of a weak administration, a coward administration allowing everybody to walk over the United States. So let's see what they got.
Yes, right now, we're going to have a little bit more spaghetti done in a half hour. Okay, we only have so much cooking space. We got a sack lunch you can put together.
Sack lunches, all these volunteers working day and night, probably really tired here. They need more volunteers, I know that. So if you want to come down, volunteer, that would be a great at Hagerstown Speedway. You can come up, start talking to folks. They'll put right, donating their time, their efforts, and their money in some cases, so that people, these truckers and these people in this convoy, even the people that just come visit, get to eat. Look at this whole thing under here. I don't know. Yeah, you can't see it that well, but just want to walk, see who's there. There's people eating on the bleachers. See a little bit of light here. Paul Alvarez, thank you so much. So we got Walrens, we got Gina C, and we got Paul Alvarez donating. Again, you can also do Cash App, which is $ Oreo Express, or we have buymeacoffee.com/Oreo Express, or Zelle, which is the bank transfer app where you can do from your mobile banking, and you just transfer that to Oreo Express at yahoo.com. And again, this is Josh Fulfer reporting live out here. Day 14, guys, day 14. We hit 2 weeks today. Tomorrow we get day 15. Got some trucks rolling in right now. Tie-dye shirts.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute Oreo for now because it keeps going by all the music.
Yes, sir.
So,
See, God is good. God is good. He said, Patriot Lab, if you walk around long enough, you've been watching them, you've been seeing them. People, patriots. The man.
the myth, the legend.
Nah.
Hey,
Just a guy with an iPhone, man. How are you?
but in order for me to do what I do, I gotta have a blueprint. And this is the man that I follow right here. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother.
Oh, man. What's your name?
Ray Fagan's the host of the Patriots Lab.
Right on, Ray. Right on. So people can find you on YouTube?
YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, Instagram, all the major platforms when they don't have me shut down.
Exactly.
You know how the game is played.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you do, brother.
So if you got that, go ahead and check him out too.
Well, you know, I've been out here for 2 days and I was by myself and I was wondering, because I came out here looking for you, Trucker G and everybody, but God, in his time.
Yes, amen. In
He
his
answers
time.
prayers.
And that's the same thing I keep telling people that are mad and anxious that the trucks are waiting. That they want them to go, I guess, back the trucks up into the Capitol and change things.
Right.
It's got to be patient, it's got to be tactical, and it's got to be in God's time.
That's right. But do me one thing. When people give you your due, take it. Take it gracefully, because you're making a difference.
Right on, man.
You're making a difference. From this day on, from the day you started doing this, you've been making a difference, and you're going to continue to make a difference, and you're not going to do nothing but grow and prosper from every day forward, brother. And I wish you nothing but the best.
Hey, you too, man. How long are you going to be out here for?
I don't until it's over.
Amen. Well, we're going to have to do dinner, man. My treat.
Thank you.
Well, that was pretty cool. So if you rewind, you can probably get his name for YouTube, and I will check that out later if I can find it. Oh boy. Let's see, that was around. I don't know where that was around, but I'll find it later, maybe, if I can. So there you go. Oh, so I just turned the volume down on that so that we don't get copyright strikes, but you heard the guy talking. If you got his Addy for his YouTube, dude, go check him out. That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to get the word out about the live streamers. I am not a political live streamer, and I have like zero. I'm just not. But this is something I am believing in, and I want the word to get out. And I have been streaming, well, re-streaming the stream since day one of this convoy, and a little bit before, because I was just a sideline viewer at one point, and yeah, a sideline viewer at one point, and I want the word for each of these streamers to get out, so I will be back in a few. Please go hunt them down in the description below, and like and subscribe and share. Definitely share, get the word out, let people know that this is going on, and the MSM is not covering it properly, as we saw earlier in the one thing, the meeting. I don't know what has happened to WYSIWYG, or if he is going live anytime soon. Oh, he is. Hold on. Ah, he is on again. So I am going to put him in his little spot up here, and we can watch that. Dun dun dun.
I still haven't. Well, thank you all very much. I must say I did have a lot of fun being the fly on the wall live streaming. That was kind of how I felt being there, and kind of listening in and watching what was going on, and being able to share that with all of you, and I know that's what the goal was to you know, get it out there and show what's happening. It's really scenic in DC. I'd almost like to do this drive during the day and show you. The highway that I'm on here, not sure actually what it is, but we're following alongside the Potomac. Yeah, so there was no 5 p.m. meeting. I was trying to anticipate, figure out what was going on, and yeah, it's got a little little bouncy roads. It's going to do that, especially now at nighttime. The shutter slows down and kind of makes it all worse, magnifies it a little bit. But I will flip it around here in a minute once I get to a good spot here. Yeah, so there was no meeting tonight. They were done after that second one. I went and got a bite to eat and chilled out for a little bit, and got back to the truck. Union Station is incredible. I showed you a little bit of it in the earlier live stream. Where am I from and what? Well, I haven't officially been told if they're doing something else tomorrow. We may be following the convoy. If given the opportunity to come live stream with the, I keep calling it the delegation. I don't know that that's a proper term for it. The group that has been coming to meet the lawmakers from People's Convoy. If I get notified that they have meetings going on that I can attend, I will certainly try to do that. I think that that's great information, and so we'll see. I do not know yet. Yeah, as soon as I know, I will try to let you guys know. It may just be a surprise. You know how we love surprises. But right now, I'm just working on getting back to the convoy. See what's going on there tonight. I don't know that I will make an evening drivers meeting. They got a little bit probably out ahead of me. I don't know for sure, but we'll see what's going on back there. We're a little over an hour away. Capitol Police with their lights on, going someplace. I guess you kind of see a lot of that in DC. I did find the pardon me, the reserve officers, the National Guard. I realized they are hanging out in vans in DC with their yellow vests on. You don't really notice them. They're not really out in public, and I have this feeling they're trying to keep a bit of a low presence. But I did finally see some. And a couple of like military type convoy vehicles out and about as they drove out tonight. But deer, a lot of deer on the road here. Again. Yeah, let's read through. Oh, there's super chats coming through. Yeah, let's read through those. Oh, there's some that we missed. Okay. Hopefully those people have come back to join us for our drive back and a little recap discussion. Oh, Cheryl Ann had $20 super chat. Thank you. See, fam with $49.99 super chat for Pam. Wow, you guys are absolutely amazing. All the down. Yep. $20 super chat from Jennifer. Thank you very much for that, Jennifer. We got a little accident coming up here. Aha, sent $5 super chat. Thank you. Oh, our friend Wild Angel with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Joy, thank you for the $10 super chat. AED, thank you for that $10 super chat. The shop with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Lara, thank you for that $10 super chat. We will keep on trucking until it's time to go home. A lot of people ask when that is. Nobody knows. That's what we learned today as well in these meetings. And to be honest with you, I don't know that I'm looking forward to going home. Looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. It was fascinating today seeing lawmakers meeting with the People's Convoy. In fact, you know, I don't know how long it normally takes for lawmakers to reach out to organizers of protests and whatnot, but I feel like this happened pretty quick for them. This is day 14 of the convoy. Treasure Seekers, thank you very much for that $10 super chat. Dutch Jim, thank you for that $20 super chat. Okay, I got a couple of cash apps while I'm stuck here in traffic. Beatrice sent, sure,
Sure. I had it all set up. I had it all set up, Bones, so that I could. Now I can't get it to focus. I had it all set up. It's having a really hard time. Oh my gosh. You know what? I will post a picture of Tucker on Instagram. He is with his Uncle Rick, and him and Uncle Rick called me the other day, and apparently Tucker's being a bad boy. Tucker has somehow convinced Uncle Rick that every morning he needs to go for a drive in the truck. So Uncle Rick gets woken up early in the morning, and then Tucker demands a truck ride, and that's how that plays out, apparently. I was a little bit shocked that Uncle Rick's pretty tough, but somehow he got suckered in. He got suckered into this morning ritual of driving around the block. It's just around the block, but apparently, yeah, Uncle Rick and his family really love Tucker, and I didn't have the words out of my mouth that I was going out of town before it was like, can we hang out at Tucker for you? So they took care of Tucker over Christmas when I had an emergency, and so they really enjoy having him around, and he loves being over there. He's got a big yard to roll around in, and goes and digs up all the planters, and I try to scold him and give him a hard time, and Uncle Rick goes, no, leave him alone, he's a dog, he's fine. But how dare I give my dog any of my meal and scraps? But yeah, it's funny. Yeah, well, that is true. I definitely probably miss him more, but Uncle Rick sends me pictures of Tucker kind of hanging out, waiting for me to get back. Hey, Boat Nose Barbecue with the most awesome pork, smoked pork ever, with the $5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Yes. Should we all go over there now? Yeah, let's do that. Captain Chromo with the brilliant idea. We're gonna head over to Discord now. Anybody who wants to join us in Discord for a chit chat, you can chat with us all live. Yeah. So apparently there's a hazard ahead. So we're going to do that. Before I do, Beatrice, thank you very much for that $20 Cash App. Patricia, with your $25 Cash App. These are all Cash Apps that came in either after I ended my stream or just in the last little bit. You guys are incredible. Shane with $11 Cash App. He says, thank you from Unbiased and On the Fence. YT. Shane, one of our new friends over here at WYSIWYG. We met him. He came out and live streamed a couple days at the convoy, and so he's been restreaming and doing his thing, and appreciate you, brother. All right, I'm gonna switch. All right, We are in the YouTube, or the WYSIWYG TV Lounge in Discord. If anybody wants to join us, you're more than welcome to come hang out. No, wait, whoa, God. Please. Would you like to be? I don't know. I have it sitting next to me. We could make it happen. Is everybody else okay with that? It means everybody in the Discord then is going out over the airwaves of the YouTube and Facebook and Twitch stream. Yeah. That's a good question. On average, I would say about $100 a night. On average. Yeah. Say that again. Yeah, I think in Hagerstown, I think we're paying $120 a night. I think it is. But I think the cheapest hotel we've had has been about it has been $75. I think we paid, cheapest hotel was $75 a night. And remember, there were a few nights in there that we slept in the truck, but it was only 2 of us at the time. Now that it's 4 of us again, it makes it sort of hard, impossible to sleep in the truck. We're pretty packed in with all the gear and all the stuff, and so, and 2, we just need good night's sleep. So that's why we've been doing hotels for the 4 of us. So. David Divine, what's going on? How you doing up there? How's your weather? Yeah. Gotcha. It is nice this early spring, huh? It would be nice if it lasted until we finished up here. I don't think that's going to happen. I have this feeling I'm going to have to break out the rain gear one of these days. Be ready for that, but we did, and that was some of the biggest rain I've felt in a long time. Yep. That's the old days, God. That's a thing of the past. Yeah. Yeah, back not too long ago, but it's weird being back on the 495, even though I'm on the wrong side. The other side is they normally go south. They go counterclockwise when the convoy does their run through the beltway. So today was day 3 of the beltway tour. I believe they only did 1 lap again today, per the per the text message that goes out. For those of you who were around, last night for the drivers wrap-up meeting, they were talking about, I'm pretty sure that was last night, they were talking about the fact that the company that they use to do the text messaging for all the drivers was shut down. They took it down, they claimed, for the safety of others. Well, first thing this morning I got a text, so I knew that that was back up, and that had the routes for the day, and they said they were doing a loop on the 495 and then heading back to the Speedway. So that's how we knew that. So that was good news that was back up and running. Yeah, who's this? Oh, hey, bud. Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because my question is there weren't that many journalists there when they threw everyone out. And I hope you guys caught it on the live stream where Brian, one of the organizers, was like, no, these guys have to stay. And was pointing at me and the other documentary filmmaker that's embedded with the convoy. And once they got that sorted out, he had said that was the agreement. These guys, are here. That the other journalists left, but there was only 4 or 5 of them that left. And then when they brought other journalists back in, it was like a sea of journalists that came into the room. I'm like, whoa, where did all these people come from? Apparently, they were late. Not that they were late, but they actually started. I was under the impression that the meeting started at 11. The information from the press liaison that I was contacting had told me to be at the building no later than 10:45, and that they were going to bring them all down, which is kind of interesting, because had I done what she said, I wouldn't have been in the room, because she had me waiting outside. And when the group went in, when the truckers went into the building to go through security, I followed with them, because I wanted to be able to live stream them entering and going through and doing all that, which I had asked permission to do through the liaison. But what ended up happening was one of the security officers said, you need to wait. And one of the truckers said, he's with us. And the officer let me go through, which was great, because had I not done that, I probably would have been stuck in the hallway and not been in there, based on the press pass that I had. But fortunately, and she even called me in a bit of a panic and interrupted the live stream, which shut it down the first time, because she's like, where are you? My intern's looking for you. And I said, I'm in the lobby. I'm with the truckers. But it turns out they started the meeting early, so everybody else would get kicked out. They weren't even there yet, so that was kind of interesting to find out. But they came in. They seemed a little upset that they hadn't been around, and from what I gathered from a Washington Post reporter, is that they were outside in the hallway watching my live stream. So all the media organizations had to report on what was being said through my live stream. But interesting fact is that the article from the Washington Post doesn't credit me as the live streamer that they were watching, and they acknowledge and they say that they were watching a live stream, but they do not give me credit for it. And I find that sort of odd and dishonest, but yeah, as the only live camera in the room at the time, that's where they're getting all their information from. So, but yeah. I want to see, give me a second. Please hold. What are we looking at there? I see it. It looks, I see my beard. What is it? What is that? I cannot tell what I'm looking at. Oh, nice. Your tinfoil hat. How funny. It was a great day, wasn't it? It was a really great, fun day. God is showing off his toys. It was a day full of luck, fortune. It wasn't luck. It was fortune. That good fortune that we were able to do what we did, and succeeded at it the way we did. Sadly, and I'll give you guys little technical bits. So, and tell me if this starts to bore you, but you guys watching the stream today, you'll notice that I flip between the 3 cameras on the iPhone. Everything I do is for a reason. The iPhone and how I have the iPhone set up and whatnot as just a system of shooting live streams has worked pretty well. But this is the first time that I was in a situation where I'm inside, and in the wide shot, in the widest lens that I use, you can see these big chandeliers up in the ceiling. They had some very strange kind of orange lights in them. And then there's some recessed can lights that had a different light source. And then there was a third bit of lighting that was even stranger. The best color, pardon me, the best color came from the wide-angle lens. The tighter lens, the number 3 lens, or what's the number 2 lens on the iPhone, made everybody look orange, because the tighter lens is evaluating less light because it doesn't have as much to pick up on, and that light on their faces appeared very orange, and it was driving me nuts. That's what I'm thinking about as we're in there, besides listening to what's going on and just trying to show you the best picture possible. I was going bonkers with the lighting. Not a good environment for video recording of anything. And especially the iPhone, the way it's set up, and Prism app, I couldn't adjust that out. So I went with it, but that's what I had going on, and then obviously the sound issue. Everybody was having problems because they were talking very quietly, and they were so far away from us that it was definitely a challenge. But I think we adapted pretty well. I think it was, you could see who was talking, you could hear who was talking. It wasn't perfect, but it was completely acceptable. But that was just the technical side of what was going on. What's going on, y'all? Health Freedom America, I owe you a big thank you in person. Thank you so much for all your support. You rock. You rock. It's nice to be able to, you know, I suppose you hear that, but it's nice to be able to talk to you and say thank you, and just know that I appreciate you very, very much. And you're still in Barstow? What on earth are you doing there? Oh, cool. Nice. Wow. Over, like, you say over $6 a gallon. Are we talking like 602 or 610, 620? Yeah, Malibu tends to always be high. There's that one gas station in Beverly Hills everybody always quotes, but they're like a full-service gas station too, and they cater to high-end exotics and people who don't want to pump their own gas, and so, but yeah, Malibu definitely is always high. Yeah. Wow. $6 a gallon for diesel is ridiculous. Ah, no. That's what we're here for. That is exactly why we're here. So. Right? It was kind of like, it's funny. So somebody in the Discord's talking about the fact, oh, no, did you hear them apologize for not letting us in? Oh, go back and watch the stream. The lady who's with the People's Convoy, she came out with the gentleman from the House, and one of the guys is like, so sorry for the confusion. And I was like, oh, it's quite all right. But yeah, it was great. But yeah, well, thank you. Yeah. Now remember, I called him at 8 o'clock this morning and said, hey, this is what I'm doing today. And he's like, how did you pull that off? I go, I don't know. I sent an email to the right person. I think I surprised him for a change. And yeah, so. thank you very much. Yeah, Steve's been a big supporter. Which Steve story? Right. Yeah, so I had been following Steve, and for those of you who don't know, that are new to the channel, I use my earbud and I talk on a Discord channel, which is basically like a group voice chat with either the WYSIWYG team while I'm live streaming. So there's God and there's Bones and the other people that are within the live stream that are helping out. And then right now we've got a Discord. How many people are in Discord right now? Are there 20 people right now in Discord? So there's a group of at least 20 people that are hanging out in Discord that can talk to me like an open telephone conversation with 20 of your friends. And so that's what we're doing right now. But Steve Oatley from PT News was a streamer that I was watching back when all the rioting began in Los Angeles. I was out of town, and I had heard that there was something going on, and so I started trying to find video of what was happening in Los Angeles at that time. That was the Fairfax riots. And so I found Steve Oatley in PT News, and he does a great job of curating multiple streams, but he shows them full screen, and he is able to monitor and watch everything and then bring you the important bits and pieces from those streams. Rather than doing a stream wall, he puts it together really well. So I was a big fan of Steve, and through another streamer that I had met, I ended up connected with Steve, doing what my team does with me for this other streamer. That was Steve. And so when I started streaming, I had talked to Steve and said, hey, what do you think about if I send you a feed, will you use it? He's like, oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I went out to a Trump rally and was really unsuccessful. I had a lot of problems with my first live stream. That failed miserably. My second live stream was another.
Okay, we're gonna check in with, excuse me. I was mid-eating dinner here. Sorry. Don't mean to be gross. Okay, here we go. And put her on here. Don't know what's going on with its black screen. I don't know what's going on. Oh, thank you, IME. And Metzdorf Nation. See who that is. Oh, okay. I'll have to check that out in a moment. I am trying to figure out why I can't see are here. Wileyliving. Why the black screen? I don't know what's going on. Why the black screen? What's going on? Is everything okay? I think we all are. Hold on, the red light. Don't know what's going on. Oh, you know the mainstream media isn't gonna put anything out nice. I do not know what is going on with this. Why does she have the black screen? I don't see her or see or hear her. Okay, well this is just weird. I have both of them going. I guess I'll jump out and jump back in. I don't know.
To discuss type of community as action with people. It's sort of like an old school bulletin board that to each other. I don't know how else to describe Discord. It did start for gamers, right? But it's been used for a lot of different a lot of different things, and so it's something that we stumbled on based on the challenge to be able to have viewers like you interact with me on
Now
the
I
stream,
hear.
be able to ask questions to people, and we've just sort of adapted.
Yay! Welcome back.
Where's your phone? Where's your phone?
Yours. I'm using my hotspot.
You are? You are? Better check it. Better check it.
1 second, guys. 1 second, guys.
Yeah, I gotta knock her around a little bit.
Okay, so we're gonna see and get a little update from Wileyliving here.
Can you guys hear me okay now?
Finally.
here. And we're in the spot. Hi, Hugo. How you guys doing today? How about now? Can you guys hear me okay? We got to turn them on. Okay, good. Sorry, guys. We have poor signal right here in this place. Yeah, we got some rest, a little bit of rest. And hi, Shannon Wiley. Yeah, that's her name, Shannon Wiley. Yeah, we've been. I don't know if you can see where that guy in the blue jacket's standing. That's a flatbed trailer, and we've had it full of sandwiches, chips, cookies, donuts, all kinds of food, shower supplies, toilet paper, paper towels, wipes, and we've been donating and making goodie bags for the truckers all day long. And I said, I have to go do a live stream, guys, so nobody's worried about us, because some of my good buddies, good friends, were texting me and stuff. And no, because I've been having to talk all day, guys. And I don't know if you can see right down here by the truck, but we've been grilling hot dogs and hamburgers for the truckers too. So it's been a long day, but it's been a very awesome, fun day. We've had a great day today. Yeah, my throat's not being as bad as it has been, so I'm hoping between eating actual real food and getting some sleep. We're going to be sleeping here again tonight. So we didn't make it to the meetings, guys. We didn't make it. So I have no idea about the meetings. Yeah, Karen, that buffet was hella good, let me tell you. Hella good. No, Shalom, it's not fixed yet. I don't know the name of the town. Somewhere 78 miles from DC is the only thing I know. We've been so busy that I haven't even asked what town we're in. Thank you, Gigi. Yeah, I know it's huge, yeah. Okay, Shalom, I will. Yeah, I'm like lost in the woods, man. I just don't know. I'm like, feed me, let me sleep. I don't care where I'm at. Just give me food and let me sleep. That's where I was at last night. Hi, Matt. Beautiful. Okay, guys, I'll tell you what I did last night, though. I was so tired, and we were all just so stressed out. I drank a beer last night. I had me a cerveza, a Corona Familiar, and I drank it and said, all right, I'm going to bed. So I crawled in bed, and I woke up, my throat wasn't hurting. Everybody's over here, over here. These are some of the people from my convoy going to wave at you guys. I don't know if you can see her. There she is. There she is. That's Carrie. She's our sweetheart. She's our sweetheart. Dudley's picking her up. Dudley, you guys, we are like the tightest knit family. We are poking fun at each other, having the best time. I did. I had a Corona Familiar. Yeah. We are the Colorado Freedom Convoy. We're like a branch off of American Freedom Convoy. And so we've had a really good day. And I'm not a beer drinker. I don't drink beer. But I was just like, all right, I'm over it. And somebody get me a beer. I'm going to bed. But my throat's feeling better. So we just wish we could have a big bonfire right now, but I guess there's here and then I don't know what we're doing after that yet. I did, Rance. Well, they said they're enjoying that. Take a look at it. Okay, can you hear me now?
Seems like she's having technical difficulties. Oops, wrong window.
It's your fault. Okay, the guy shaking his butt at you, that's Brandon. Hey! Hey! Dan's truck and do that.
On who?
Dan's truck.
Oh no, I know. I wasn't part of that. Did it on purpose.
They got a little bit of you. What is this?
From my people.
Well, I'm gonna unplug. All right, thank you.
Not my people, like Topeka. I don't know where the fuck it's from. But, that's why keeping on my country.
They said, oh, let's go, Brandon, shake that butt.
How does she know who I am?
It's he's from the UK.
How does he know?
I just told him that's Brandon out there shaking his butt.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh my gosh, you guys, it's been the best time today. The only thing we were missing was bonfire. Yeah, I told him, he's like, my name's Brandon. I said, I'll forgive you. We are with some really, really good people. Yeah, I got 19, beautiful. Yeah, Gigi. Okay, that's Shannon that was being a clown. Hey, we gotta go stand next to Dan's truck so they can see you.
I'm trying to find out
Yeah.
what
Hi.
their plans are.
So Shannon's my bitch for the day. He said he's gonna go dance for you by the truck. There he goes. He's waving at you guys. And that's Dan back there with the light on his head. I tell you guys, I'm one of the greatest people. Hi, Chatty. Yeah, I immediately sure did. They sure. Oh, Dan, I'm so sorry. This window don't roll down. So I just, oh my moment.
In front of the lens. We had a couple little, it was tight. She kept getting pushed forward. It was okay. It was hard.
Computer. Hi, Harold. I don't know, Gigi. I don't know. I'm telling you guys. Thank you, Shalom. Thank you. This has been one of the best groups of people to hang out with. We are just having the best time. We poke fun at each other like we've known each other all of our lives. It has been an amazing day. And it has made up for all the rough shit we've been through the last couple of days. Yeah, Harold, I'm really sorry. We woke up and I had planned on starting a stream early this morning. But they said, we got to get this stuff out and start giving it out to everybody. And we just booked it. So we passed out food and whatever we could put in brown paper bags. And so they'd get like 3 brown paper bags full of different kinds of food, cups of noodles, water, wipes, whatever they needed, trash bags, toilet paper, paper towels, clothes, blankets, pillows. I mean, we were giving away bunches of stuff to all of our truckers today. Shaking hands, telling them we loved them. It's been a great day. No, Rocky, we haven't got the radiator fixed yet. So I'm very, very sorry, you guys. We had totally planned on doing a live stream, but we had to do this other stuff first. So. And we passed out a lot of hamburgers and hot dogs tonight. We've had a good time. I am not an angel, Tina. I'm not an angel. Dolores, I don't even know. Yeah. All right, Mary, I love you. Yeah, last we heard he's still in the hospital, so we don't know if he got out today or not. We haven't heard anything. Yeah, it's been, like I said, the only thing we were missing today was a bonfire. You know, we had so much fun. One second, I dropped something. All right. Ooh. And I dropped it again. Dang it. You guys doing okay today? No, we haven't had to deal with the BS today, so it's been a really good day. We're all tired. All right, Gigi. I wish it was a cold, then I could, take like medicine to treat it, but it's just from talking so much. Yeah, we just sit at this lot all day long. Thanks, Guidance Light. Rocky, I'm not real sure. Yeah, I had a sneezing fit. Sorry. think I'm starting to get allergies now. Yeah, it looked. I think they ran out of all the hamburgers and hot dogs for the night, so it looks like it. Dolores, I don't know. None of our group got to go. Shoot, Mads, I had a link. I was going to email you. And I completely forgot to do it. Okay, Gigi, thank you. No, Joe, we haven't got there.
Guys inside. Anyway, Dwayne, send me
Kansas fell back.
Some other guy. How you doing?
Not good, Jerry. My mom has been driving me crazy about you. She's been, and she's not even a tech person, but she keeps telling me, get over right now. Get over. I mean, for 2 days now she's been telling me. Can you please show my truck to my mother?
I have the link for the website that's set up for our company. I was going to share the website so I forgot to send to Max. So I will get that sent to Max as soon as Dudley gets back from the store. I'll do that. Hi, Louis. That's awesome.
My mother don't get upset about nothing. She's been driving me crazy about it. Hi, Dolores Francis. My mother. I'm sorry, sir. I'll agree, thank you, sir. Thank you,
Is that better, guys? That's because the signal just went out. Is that better? All right.
And another thing is, I also have a volunteer search team, and I'm going to see if I can talk to the organizers because we're diverse. There are drug dogs on there, there are tracking dogs to bring home missing kids, elderly, and stuff. Because we want to come down Saturday and show all of our support to you guys. Oh, really? Yes, it's something you guys need to know. Okay. Are you wanting to meet them tonight, right now? No, it doesn't matter. I just drove down 3 hours.
Thank you, Steen. Mads, I don't know how to do that. I am totally technical illiterate, or whatever you want to call it.
Illinois was going to be terrible to us.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know, but I think it was the governor.
That's our truck next to us.
Said you're not welcome in Illinois.
Yeah.
We're coming in across Missouri thinking, well, what's going to happen?
All the cops were filming you guys.
Or it's the one across from us backing up. I'm not sure.
Hey, remember, you guys like, subscribe, and share.
I am a total newbie, yes.
See, I watched it too many times.
Complete newbie.
He's a long dog. Yes. Yes.
Show him.
Yep.
Yep. Here we go. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Sits. Boy.
Sit means there's a bomb on me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Actually, that is the indication.
Here we go. Here we go. Here he is. Yeah. When I got out of the army, my best friend in the army, his friend on me. My best friend in the army. Oh, okay. But anyway, he got out. He went to security. He had a dog. He went around the house.
Oh my gosh, CG, I can't even read it. One second, let me. Yeah, I can't see it. My eyes are a little bad. Yeah. I'm just about that bad, holy cats. It's not about a race, guidance light. It's not about a race. But you just keep on being you. We love you here. I want to thank you for helping my channel out. GG, I know we're in Monkey County, but I don't know anything else.
Take care. That was a law enforcement officer. I don't have a clue what branch or what. But he had a bomb dog. But he said officers were almost all officers. So there you go.
Hold on, I'll ask somebody. Yeah. What is that green and white sign over there saying? Right above the trucks. See it with the lines?
Oh, that's the blue beacon. That's the car wash.
It's a Blue Beacon car wash, Gigi. There's a girl in my chat. She's real close to us.
Oh, okay. It's a Blue Beacon car wash.
Thank you. Yes, H. Sloan, that would be an awesome idea. That would be an amazing idea. Suburban, you beautiful woman, I love you. You better smile. Yeah, we need to remind them they don't own this country, we do. They just work for us. And I think too many people have forgotten that. I love you, Suburban. Yes, can everybody, all my sweet peoples, give Suburban some love, please. Let's cheer her up. Well, have not.
The command center. They're all in there talking and decide what to do. Brian's in there. He's back in there. Brian and all the guys. I wish I'm going to go back and watch the feeds and everything. It'll be really interesting to see what they're going to say. Where we at here? About an hour now. 7 o'clock. You guys back in there? I'm walking over the stage, but really want to talk to them. Oh, yeah. I haven't been able to get them to anybody because
So I've just found out where they are on the map. So that's a lot closer than I thought, too. So that's a good thing. That is a very, very good thing. And I know right where it is. So I can go up there and find a way to help them out. Maybe if I'm lucky. I used to get off there all the time. Okay, I see them on Google Maps. Well, I mean the station at Google Maps. Wow, that's when gas was still $3.09. Nice to stop off there all the time to go to the bathroom.
I guess they're showing up.
Ooh. Okay. That's really that's a lot closer than I thought, too. I want to see exactly the time it would take to get there. Because I'll see if she needs anything, and I'll see if I can get something to her. Oh, wow. I forgot about it. Ooh, I could take the Richmond loop and get up there a lot quicker. Okay, I can't have that kind of music. Oh wait, crud, Okay, hold on. I gotta turn the sound down. I think it's on that one. I think it's on cam 3. Interact. Yeah, it was on cam 3. Ah, okay, so cam 4 is buffering.
Hi, Timothy.
Okay, 39 minutes to where you are, it says. Is there anything you need that if I can sneak
Look at the flag for a minute.
car out, I can.
Oh. No, you guys like the ducks, so we'll look at the ducks now. There's the goofballs. That's Shannon.
Did I take that?
And Dan. You guys are awesome. Yeah, Boris, we're in the truck. You guys are awesome. Love you. They're silly.
I can bring you ducks too.
Oh my goodness. Dudley ran to the store, Suburban. We need tape and I forgot what else. Here's Miss Carrie. These guys love you. She's got her American flag shirt on. Yeah, it's a little chilly here. Oh my God, Gigi, I would love more ducks. I would love more ducks. I need a pink camouflage duck. Do you see this, you guys? You see if I can get closer? They're so crazy. They're so much fun. Yeah, Gigi, I would love one pink camouflage duck for Mama Bear. And then there, Dan's on his truck. Oh no, that's Carrie. can't call in when I'll lose. I won't be able to do my live. Okay, Matt, hold on. Hold on, guys. I have to go get her, so hold on.
In Bowling Green area. Okay, so I'm in her chat trying to find
Okay,
out
guys, Carrie's here now.
more for
Hi,
her.
guys. Can you hear her okay?
Yeah, we heard her.
Gigi might bring me some rubber duckies. You want one?
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Is that who's by here?
Yeah, Gigi.
Okay.
Yeah, they hear you. Hi, Carrie. They're waving at you. Renz is from the UK.
Can they see me?
Yeah, just put your hand in front of it. There you go. You guys want to ask Carrie anything? I've been telling we've just been like having the best day.
We have had the best day.
The only thing we were missing was a bonfire.
Yes, and I looked for metal barrels out there.
Tell him to go this way a little bit.
Oh.
Well, how is she doing?
Brandon's out here doing the chants for us.
You gotta move over a little bit, Brandon. We can't see you. We can't see you in the camera. You gotta
Hi,
move over a
Dustin.
little bit.
We're fine. Yeah, we're doing good.
We can't see you. You gotta move over a little bit.
I know, I did that on purpose.
I need jumping jacks.
Yeah. They want to know who you are.
I'm Carrie. I drive a pilot car for a living.
Cool.
Yep. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic today. We're having a great day.
We worked our butts off today.
Yes, we did. We bagged up goodies for all the truckers.
Yep, it was great.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
Oh goodness, that's what that's what my
Gotta go over that way just a little bit. There. That way.
There's Dan dancing for us again.
How are you guys?
You look funny behind that wheel.
I know I can't. Can you see me driving my bus? I can't even reach the steering
No,
wheel.
Florida, we're not going home.
You ain't recording that crap, are
She
you?
is. She's live.
Yeah, you're on
We're
live
dancing
stream.
Live. I'm climbing up on your truck.
Right now, 27 people are watching you from all over the country. Say hi.
You gotta wave in front of the camera here.
Hi. That's Dan. He's another Another one of our convoy brothers.
He's a nutcase.
We love Ben too. He's not a nutcase. All right, Harold, you have a good night.
Hi, Harold.
Hi, Harold. IME is from Canada. IME, we had a semi pull in today from Canada, and it blew our minds. They got out. We did pictures.
It was awesome.
It was so amazing.
It was so cool to see. I'll show you a picture.
Hi, Timothy.
Let's see if they can see my picture. Tell we fixed the flat on the we.
Yeah, we.
Can you see it?
Here we gotta. No, a little bit. The other way. Oh,
way?
almost had it this way.
Almost this way?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it.
See that tire?
We
It doesn't leak anymore.
We found one female hygiene product in our donation, so they used it on the truck. I'm okay, Ren. I'm okay. Oh. IALA.
Let's see, we presented our new Canadian friends with the signed Canadian flag.
Yep.
An American flag. Half Canadian, half American.
They were amazing people.
Yes. See?
Yeah, it was a great time. I think they spent about an hour with us almost. We took pictures and had all kinds of fun. There we go. LA, I'm not 100% sure where I'm at right now. And I really am not sure of our plans as of yet. I know we're not going home yet. I know we're waiting for some people that are trying to join our convoy, so we're waiting for them. And I'm not sure what we're doing after that. Mads, I'm gonna have Dudley send you pictures and some video to post on our Discord later. Is that okay? Okay, cool. We're going to try to post pictures of our Canadian friends we got to hang out with for a while and stuff like that.
If mandates get lifted,
It's okay, Holy Cats. I missed you guys too.
can still stay.
We passed out free stuff for all of our truckers today. We've been going hard today, taking care of everybody in this truck stop.
You can still say no to the family gatherings of. No one will stop you. We will not judge you for your choice. We will just be glad you have one. This is the point of freedom of choice. While you're comfortable where you are, we are comfortable moving on with our lives. You stay safe. I will stay free. Semper Fi. Oh, and then once again, I don't know if they're over here, but Mike Landis and Brian Brazzi, thanks for getting me out of my shell. I feel alive again. Let's give it up for Shane one more time.
Gypsy and Fair.
Inspirational. I mean, really heartwarming stuff that's going on, and I can't say it enough how happy I am to be here. I feel like I'm with my people finally.
Today, which is cool.
And I come from Buckley. That city just goes so downhill in the past couple of years. It's a sad thing to see, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen your own cities go downhill. But we're coming together, and we are inspiring. We're inspiring everyone, our friends and our family, to wake up to the truth, and to not just wake up, but to hold those accountable. That's what I've been trying to tell any kind of media figures, anybody who's asked.
I don't drink beer, but I had to break down and be a Corona familiar.
Because we have to make sure this can never happen again. So I appreciate it again. I'm going to keep saying it. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. What we're doing is so special.
I don't drink beer.
Let's hear it for our Canadian brothers and sisters who started this.
I woke up and my throat feels better.
Come on, we can do more than that.
But now I think I'm getting allergies. Everything's starting to bloom around here.
All right, we got an announcement from a trucker friend here. He wants some signatures on his flag, and I say we
I wish
we get
my stomach is shrank, so I can't eat very much.
We also have
everybody was laughing at me because I was like, God, I could eat a whole buffet right now. And I get in there and I get this little tiny plate, and like, I thought you said you could eat the whole buffet. And I said, I feel like if I can eat all this, but I'm hungry.
Just to bring it to Washington, D.C., and to get it signed, and just to hold it near and dear. This is Driver's Daily Log. Everyone can come and feel free to take a look. 18 years old, and kept on driving till the day he died. And unfortunately, he passed in 2020. This man, his name is Kenneth.
Well, I brought my allergy medicine with
me.
So
if everyone can come up and sign this, and this gentleman here is going to let you know how you can come and sign his flag. But let's, we're creating history.
Well, that'll be fun. That'll be fun, Gigi. Hopefully my eyes don't
every single one of your names written on them. So if everybody could do that, that'd be great. I don't know. I don't have any information as to when we're getting started. We're going to keep jamming. We're going to keep having a good time, and let you guys know any kind of information that we can. And if anybody does know what's going on, feel free to come on up. Like I said, this is an open forum. Everyone is welcome to speak. Thank you so much, and I'm passing it over to our trucker buddy here.
Hi guys, my name's Jake Miller. I can't even tell you how this feels. I traveled the truck show circuit for years. I've done funeral convoys. I've done everything you can think of that would give you chills.
I had baked chicken, broccoli with cheese, a couple of deviled eggs, some cantaloupe, a baked potato.
People on the bridges in the rain.
And that was it.
I know you've all seen them, right? Waving, jumping up and down, just bring you to honk. You know, it gave me chills I've never had before. And I've never felt more at home at an event like this. You know, truck shows, all that stuff. Everybody's like, oh, hey, you know, you're cool, you're buddies. This is like a family. And it's weird because we all watch each other six. You know what I mean? We all got each other's back. And it just, the people.
I think Brandon's going to jump in and say hi, guys. So everybody give him a big let's go, Brandon.
The support for this.
We're going out. Oh, Jesus.
I'm not going out with you.
The world has come together with no media coverage for this.
I'm in trouble.
Has anybody seen this
Hey,
on
guys,
major news anywhere?
don't tell that lady.
Nothing? Yeah.
It's court.
How many people have you seen?
Yeah, one moment. One moment, guys.
Exactly.
Let me
I came
mute
from
this real quick.
About 20 miles west of Dayton, Ohio. It is a tearjerker seeing these people on the bridges, on the side of the road, in their medians, cheering for all of us. Why? Because everybody wants a change. We may be shooting a BB in a locomotive, but enough of us together will be a shotgun show, right, Dave? That's right. We will stop this. Things are going to change. America will be America again. Because who works for who? They work for us. That's right. Thanks, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I got ADHD. It's like Peter Griffin thing. The two semis down there with the flags on the grills of them, I would be honored if you guys would please stop by before you leave and sign your name and where you're from. Because we're going to frame them and we're going to hang them up because this is history in the making. We are never going to forget it. Thanks, guys.
Real quick, sorry, real quick, and then we'll get to Brian and everything. So we have a medical, not a tent, it's actually a dry-van, so that's a big semi kind of truck for those that don't know what a dry-van is. It's over there in front of the showers, and it has the Star of Life on it. If anybody is medically certified to any state degree or whatever, and you want to volunteer, we will be having a meeting over there immediately after Brian is done. So yeah, and if you have any first aid needs, basic first aid needs, you can head over there as well.
Good evening. I don't know if anybody knew or not, but we had a few meetings today down on Capitol Hill. Before I go any further, I got to make an announcement. No more truck horns after 8 p.m. No more truck horns after 8 p.m. It's important. We're getting noise complaints. So no more truck horns after 8 p.m., please. Thank you. So yeah, we had a couple meetings tonight, and I think the first one went real well. Second one, well, they tried to cut out the people being able to see what was talked about. They said no live stream, no media, no cameras, no nothing in that second meeting. It's all right, though, because I made my point very clear to them very quickly. We were actually getting ready to call the whole meeting off and walk out. And they kind of looked at me like they couldn't believe that we would do such a thing.
And I kind of stayed on him a little bit.
And then I got a little message that said sometimes when they want no cameras, it's because they want to work with you and they want to keep it hush-hush for a moment and explain a plan. So I said,
So I said, okay, we'll hear him out for a minute or so. So the meeting gets started. Within 30 seconds, I knew they didn't have no plan. So right away, Alan Kelly fires up his phone, goes Facebook Live on it, so that hopefully some people could watch what was being discussed. Then a little bit into my part of being able to talk, I explained to them basically about how this is the people's movement, and that it's not right, and that we almost walked out because you kicked out our live stream. We set up that live stream. We worked with someone to have that live stream specifically so that the people, especially the People's Convoy, could see what was being discussed in these meetings and what we were talking about and how some of us were representing the masses that are here. Because we don't think it's fair that only 1, 2, 3, or 5 get to go to these meetings. Everybody should be heard. Everybody's voice is equally as important. Now, obviously, I can't roll down there and take 3,000 people and walk into an office. We just won't fit. Don't worry, we're working on getting them down here. We've said it multiple times today that we want them to come down here and speak to y'all. But what we're doing in order to compromise with that is, well, we set up a live stream so that you guys can at the very least, know that we are doing our damnedest to represent you all the best that we possibly can. The people that went along today were passionate, they were caring, they understood the assignment. Some of you get that, some of you don't. The point is I think that even with that second meeting, kicking out our live streamer, which by the way, we got our live streamer back in there, set back up, and the rest of the meeting was live streamed. So, you know, it's really nice to be able to sit there and say, right now, while I'm sitting here talking to you, there is a convoy wrapping around that beltway right now.
Oh, sorry, guys.
What's really awesome about it
is
these are people that any other day of the week wouldn't give any one of us the time of day
here to the store. He's gonna get me,
unless you were their constituent. But if you don't, they technically have to.
Sit down, sweat throat.
But they usually have their secretaries or staff or something like that meet with you. Anyways, my point in what I'm saying is they're hearing us. We're making a statement. And the process has just begun to finally slap them in the face with the fact of,
guys, I'm really
that
sorry.
they work
I wish I could do more to Meds, when Dudley gets back, tell me again what to do and I'll see if he can help.
But what I love about this is that it's we keep just getting these little wins, and they keep dumping into the basket. We're stacking them up. We're stacking these wins up. And even when the media, there's a certain individual that was in the Ted Cruz and Ron Johnson Senate meeting, even when that guy tried to come at us and tried to say what he wanted to say and shut us down, it's the same guy that said that the first day we did the Beltway, I don't know if you're all talking, this guy said the first day we did the Beltway, he said that the Beltway defeated the convoy. We've doubled in size
I don't
since
usually
that
drink
first
beer.
time we went around the Beltway.
If I drink, it's usually like vodka.
Just shows how out of touch some folks
when you told me to adjust something earlier,
but you know
I don't remember what you said it was.
At the end of the day,
when Dudley gets back in the
they got a
truck,
job to do.
can you please say
They
it
have to do
again
their
so I
job.
can see
They're
if you can fix it
reporting
for
what
me?
they think is facts. And they come at us and they say all kinds of messed up stuff. But see, what they don't understand is that their personal beliefs, their personal feelings, are interfering with the true story. These same people that want to say that we're dividing the nation, that we're racist, or that we're anti-vax, these people that want to put us into these categories, they're saying that we are this, is actually them that is dividing us. The media has been the problem just as equally as much as the politicians. They keep dividing us. All you got to do is walk one time around this place and see the unity that stands right here. You can see the community that has been developed here. You can see the people on the left side of the aisle that are hanging out down here, and you can see the folks on the right side of the aisle. You can see the gays, the straights, the husbands, the wives, the daughters, the brothers, the kids, the dogs. You can see every walk of life in this group. We are united. We are the people. We will not, and I told them this in the meeting a couple times today, I'm pretty sure. I don't really remember, but I think I did. I told them that this convoy is the people and that America has their back. And that was on full display, whether it was the first tens, then it was the hundreds, then it was the thousands, then it was the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and now millions of people in total between the multiple convoys that have rolled in here, of folks across the country that line the interstates, that line the off-ramps, the on-ramps, and the overpasses. Millions of supporters when you take into account all the convoys from the different directions that all met right here in Hagerstown right now. Millions of Americans support what we are doing. We are not some fringe minority anymore. I don't think we ever were. I think that's just a term that they try to say to keep us divided. But here's the thing. We're not going to let them divide us, right? We're going to continue to stand strong, right? We're going to keep doing the right thing, right? We're going to stay peaceful, law-abiding citizens while stretching our muscles, right? Today was a tiring day going up there, and I need a shower because I can still smell it. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because we had those live streams. What I'll say is I believe today was a win, even that second meeting that we had.
I was that way for a really long time,
with,
Timothy.
well, this sucks, and we don't want to meet with you unless our live streams are coming. But it still worked out. What we learned today was that even on the right side of the aisle, some just don't care what we have to say. What we learned was that there's plenty of people in office that are way too comfortable with their cushy seats. What we learned today was that it's going to take the people standing up, even at the state level, to get something done. So right now, I'm going to appeal to all these live streams and cameras and everything filming and anybody watching from around the country, just like I've done around the world, telling everybody to stand up. I'm going to tell those in the United States that could not make it to the
Guidance
convoy
and
that
light.
supports us.
I'm not 100% sure what you're trying to accomplish here. For days now, you've been on my live stream with the same questions. Everybody's tried to explain this to you 6,000 different directions, and you continue.
Now is the time to put the pressure on the state capitals. Right now, while we're here doing our thing, you need to be there doing your thing. Because together we can make this happen. But we ain't going to get done with just us. It's going to take all of America standing up. It's going to take all of you at home rallying truck drivers, rallying the people of the country, rallying the people of your state to go to your state capitals and remind your state governments that they work for us! And those of you in the states that don't agree with it, you can thank the last meeting we had that made it abundantly clear that it's time to put some pressure on the states to put them on pressure here at the capital city. It is because of them that I am making that announcement. It's because of them that I'm trying to help rally people to organize in your states and get it done. And if you can't get it done, I'll send
one of my moderators.
And those here will
Hi,
go to those states to plus up your numbers to do
porn
something
bot
at the state level as well. Together, we can get this done. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. That is very true. Very true, and more true right now probably than it has ever been since 1776. This movement, something like this has never been seen before, other than in the United States. Something like this has never been seen before. The level of dedication, people quitting their jobs and selling off their 401ks. People
see, that was somebody else that has
on their
autism.
motorcycle
They're
under
gonna,
a
he's just
tarp.
going to change his name and come right back.
People sleeping in cars.
So hopefully I don't lose signal and I can address him.
Something like this.
I don't know if anybody heard me ask him
Teamed
to
up with
stop
truck
and
drivers,
just
which most of the four-wheelers
relax
hate
and have
on their way to
fun with
work.
us, you know?
Don't worry, because the truckers hate you too on your way to work.
Just chill and have some fun.
Always in our way.
I've had a really good day.
We're in your way and you're in ours.
I just want to continue to have a good day.
But never, ever, ever have you seen this like this before. Never has this happened before, and that's why I'm confident that at the state level, the people that want to be here but can't.
And man, when my signal went out, Jamie Hunt pulled
Oregon, the
I
people
started
in
laughing. I was
Indiana,
like, dang it.
Illinois, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, Maine, wherever you may be, in every single state, you must stand up. You must do something. You must be a part of this. Now is the time. Remind your state governments once again. That's all I got tonight. I love you. I can't wait to update y'all in the morning. For now, I'm going to go get some rest and figure out what meetings we got tomorrow. God bless you all. God bless the United States. Everybody stay safe out there. One more thing. I totally forgot. I got all excited in my own freaking weirdness. Coming up here right now, we got the America's Poet. The America's Poet. And also, before we start that, I was also told that a big round of applause is much needed for X-Ray and his hard work today. Everybody, round of applause for X-Ray and his hard work today. And his volunteers. America's Poet. Oh, crap, I forgot this more. Paul Alexander, are you here? Paul Alexander, are you here? All right, guess not. You want to talk real quick, Jeff? Hold on, I got a special announcement from Jeff. No way.
People's Convoy, how are we doing tonight? How many, by a show of hands, how many of you guys and gals actually watched all of the live stream or the recording or most of it? All right, the hands that I don't see up, you guys have got to go back tonight or tomorrow morning. Go to the peoplesconvoy.org and watch it. There's a private meeting that they started with Senator Ron Johnson and Ted Cruz. Okay, they allowed a live stream to pipe back to our landing spot, but no press was allowed, so that was very good. Then all of a sudden, 45 press members came in. A lot of them were pretty aggressive, and you won't believe how powerful our team's response was. You got to watch it; it's unbelievable. I can't pronounce his name because it's French, but there's like a handsome 6 foot.
What you see is what you get.
Yeah,
Acronym.
There's a handsome black guy with a cowboy hat. He's only 18 years old. Most of us have seen him. He's been with us since Adelanto. He flew out today. He's got a French name. Can't remember how to pronounce it. John L. Shout out to John L. He put the press on blast. Those of you who have to watch it. They came after Brasi pretty powerfully, and he stood up. He's 18 years old, 6'3", and he said, "Excuse me, be quiet. It's my turn to talk." And he laid it out. And guess what? The legacy mainstream media does not know how to deal with something like that counters the narrative of KKK, racist. He actually said those words and said, "You're ridiculous. You're dividing the country. Let me tell you how it is." And he threw the Constitution, the pocket Constitution down, actually earlier, on the table in front of 2 senators, powerful senators, and 45 news people. And he said, "What good is this?" I mean, you guys got to watch it. So listen, without any further ado, we got people sitting on a bunch of boxes over here. How many of you people know who RFK Jr. is? The Kennedy family, Bobby Kennedy. Woo! All right, I founded an organization called the Unity Project to fight the mandates, and we've been a co-organizer, and we bought $50,000 worth of Bobby Kennedy's books, 3,000 of them. I need volunteers to strip those things open, and I want everybody to take a book. And I'm telling you, if you got a short attention span, read chapter 1 and read the last chapter if you don't want to read the whole book because it's fairly thick. It'll blow you away. I've been in the early treatment fight. Dr. Pierre Corey, Dr. Paul Alexander, close personal friends of mine. I've worked with Dr. Corey Daly for the last 2 years on the board of the FLCCC Alliance, ivermectin. And I live the stories in this book with all of the people in the book. And you have to read it. So if we can get volunteers, let's open those. And I don't want to take away from the living poet or whatever you called him. Here's Paul, and Paul, come up real quick. Paul Alexander just got here. There's one thing that I would ask, okay? We wanted to invest because the theme, as you've heard Brian Brasi say many times, and he did during the Senate meeting tonight or this afternoon, he said we're opening people's eyes. That's why we made this investment. So the only thing that I ask is at a very minimum you read chapter 1 and the last chapter, and then you give that book to somebody else, and you tell them to do the same thing. Those 3,000 books can travel across continents if you guys do what I hope you'll do with it. And with that, and actually there's one last thing that I want to say. In terms of the leadership team and Brian, when we're doing the core group meetings every single night, this is important. I want every single one of you to hear this, because this is the core of leadership and it's the core of integrity. And what I've seen in Brian blows my mind. I've run companies, built companies for the past 25 years, and integrity and transparency is the core of reliable leadership. And there's been pressure that you guys will never know existed over the past week and a half, 2 weeks, that culminated over the last 72 hours, where Brasi was literally throwing up behind a truck. And you guys didn't know this was happening 5 minutes before he came on stage. And this is my point. Everything that's been discussed in the core team has been exactly what has been communicated from this stage. And that's almost never the case in corporate America, and it certainly hell isn't the case with our politicians. He has my respect, and he's somebody, along with Marcus and Mike and others, that I'll know for the rest of my life. So I'm
sorry about that, guys. I kicked off the string yard.
Movement. It's one of the most amazing experiences I've had in my entire life. Yeah. With no further ado, Dr. Paul Alexander.
Be up at 7? Okay. Are they? There you go, guys. I'm happy some for that tonight. Now you guys can actually get to talk to Dudley. He's not having to drive.
I think today.
What?
I'm allergic to coffee.
Brian already told you we went to the Senate, and I just wanted to say the key is that Senator Johnson and Senator Cruz behind the scenes, they seem to be going to be working behind the scenes for us. And right now it's about unity and not falling apart and holding this firm. This is going to be solved at the electoral level on the one hand in November, but we have to put pressure on those 8 to 9 Congress people who we're going to have to flip in the House. And we're going to have to work on Manson in West Virginia.
I told you to bring yours.
We have a lot of plans on what we're going to do. But I wanted to say something because I reminded the Senate today and the House what this is about. What happened here was...
Can you guys hear us okay?
When this pandemic began, it was the trucker for 2 years that forward-faced this virus, the worst variants that we had in the beginning. And it was the trucker who, whilst everyone, the cafe latte class, the remote working class, the Zoom class, when they went home and locked down, it was the trucker who stood.
Sorry guys, my check quit, so I didn't know if you guys were talking.
Kept the supply chain
I'm not chugging
working.
that thing.
So it is damn unfair today that with the COVID almost over, the pandemic is done, that the government would impose on the trucker. In fact, anyone the mandates at this point. So the mandates must come down and the emergency powers. And I am going to be working side by side with Brian and everyone involved here. And I wanted to say, this is about unity still, keeping this together, keeping all the truckers together and holding on. And let's wait to hear what Brian says tomorrow, a new update. And I just wanted to say that it is because of the Canadian trucker that we are here. I know it's late and it's cold, but we cannot forget this is on the back of the Canadian trucker, so we must give it up to the Canadian trucker. And the U.S. trucker rules this world. We must give it up to them. USA! 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 Listen!
Highlight!
Listen to me!
You can change your name 1,000 times. We're still going to know it's you.
And
I'm going to ask you to kindly stop. Everybody's trying to answer your questions 6,000 different ways. You're not accepting anything anybody says to you. Please stop.
Been able to understand
and just enjoy and have some fun with us, okay? We don't have an issue. We just want to
open their heart, regardless of where you are, and especially the trucker. I started this in Ottawa, and I continued in Adelanto here in California. And I think the trucker of the United States is demonstrating to the world how this will be done. And I am pleading with you, with Brian and all involved, that we stay together and we try to sort this out. Now is the time that we rely on our families and we tighten up and we have our faith and we work hard together here. And again, I know Brian briefs you guys every day, and we're going to wait until tomorrow to see what is unfolding tomorrow in terms of if you're going down on the beltway, etc. But just know that today we had very good meetings in the Senate and the House, and we will win this. And I want to say, USA! 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 USA!
I'm sorry. I don't mean for it to cut out.
Okay,
We just want to have fun.
To America's
we don't care about nothing else.
This is Mr. William Owens, and he
Nothing's
has a
wrong
special
with this.
feature for us
Nothing's
tonight.
wrong with this at all.
And I just want to tell you all how much I love you people.
GH is we're frustrated because we don't understand the real question. Because everybody's answered you for the past 3 days over and over and over again. I don't know what it is you need, honey. If I knew, I would help. I really, truly would.
Hello everybody, I'm from Washington State. Never really talked in front of
My phone has
anybody.
YouTube as well.
But
Well, what the hell you think I watch YouTube
I
on?
came here with the support of my best friend who's
Well, I
talking.
watch it on my phone too.
And he wrote this poem for everybody, and I promised him that I'd come here and share it. So, here it goes.
That's why I was
The poem's
turning down
entitled
here.
Ottawa, and it's inspiring. It's inspired us just like all those people up there did.
I'm listening to you. I don't have to. I
There
don't
are
have to
plenty
listen
of
to
things
you.
that come to mind. We're letting our leadership leave us behind. We're laying our liberties down at their feet, while political correctness litters our street. They're mandating choices with no choice at all, but the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yeah, I know, Max, but he's just gonna keep coming back, or she. So I know, Shalom. I don't usually drink, but I'm trying to get my throat better.
The cost of our fuel just continues to rise, but with these guys in charge, it should be no surprise.
I mean, usually I'm okay. It's a he. All right, Timothy. Thank you. I mean, that's what my husband usually drinks, is Crown and Coke. Holy cat, got coffee. I am me is giving you a thumbs up. Oh, I identify as a beautiful butterfly. Sorry, I'm just in a really good mood tonight, guys, and I just want to have fun. I don't care about politics. I don't care about the convoy. I don't care about trucks. I don't care about nothing. I just want to have fun. So let's have fun. Let's tell jokes and be silly. That's our right to do, right? Lewis, I met a couple today in a semi from Canada, and we're going to post little video clips and pictures. I love you guys so much. Yeah, shalom. I've been drinking French vanilla cappuccinos. Willie, I'm not sure yet, honey. No, we didn't even ask, dang it. For the firesider.
Oops. Hello. I didn't realize my mic was muted.
They were getting on to me because I was walking around barefoot all day, guys. I'm like, I'm from Missouri. I grew up in the sticks. That's all I do is barefoot. Can I protest that? Can I make it okay that we can go barefoot in the stores? I hate shoes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shut things down for tonight. Yeah, I am going to head out. The meeting is over. It's 9 p.m. I am tired. I'm trying to figure things out. Trying to think. Got a lot in my head. It is so full. But I do have to head out because I have to check something in Second Life here. So there's someplace I know, and I'm gonna go check it out tomorrow, see well, if I can. I'm still trying to work on how I'm getting up there. Or maybe I have to go the day after because of what time my son gets out of school. Or maybe I don't know, I'll figure it out. It's not as far as I thought. It's near one of my places. Okay, I don't know. I'm getting all this spam. I need to head back to Mayfield on my little stream thing. Oh my god. I'm cruising Sim. Singe and Bell. And I'm really fucking tired. Okay. I'm so tired. Oh, I need a few days off. Okay. Wanna check something? See what's going on with Discord here. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Met Store Nation? I had a hello? Maybe they had their headset blocked. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how to get my other, how to release my phone from, ow, I feel like something just stabbed me
What?
in my, hey.
Hey.
Hi, let me go ahead and mute something here.
The next time that one dude come back in there, you let everybody report him for harassment.
Huh?
That one being the one the mod's been banned.
Gotcha. OGH, gotcha.